Well, hello and good morning. Welcome to live coverage of round 5 of the Kart Championship. And for those of you that are keeping count, it's the penultimate round of the season before we have a bit of the break for the summer bit, you know, the August bit where not a lot of racing happens because there's a certain big event happening in karting as well as another championship going on in the karting calendar. My name is Jake Peach and it's an absolute delight once again to bring you a live commentary throughout all of our sessions today for another packed, well, hopefully display of karting brilliance, action, skills on show from all of our drivers across our 8 classes. We're here at Shenington, just over 1,000 metres on the direct drive circuit, the gearbox circuit. A bit further, we don't need that because there's no KZs or anything like that here, purely on the 1,000-metre circuit today. Around about 7 to 8 turns, depends how many of the sort of kinks you count here, because we're basically at the Monza of karting, established all the way back in the 1960s here in Oxfordshire to make the trip up to where we are today. And mainly overcast. Yesterday it was sunnier than most of us were expecting, and actually caught me out a little bit, and I've come in with a semi sort of like half burnt, half tanned face this morning, as to how much that caught me out. So hopefully the drivers are not being caught out too much by that, but obviously the hard-working mechanics, mums and dads, teams and everyone else will be of course hot on their heels for all of the action today to get their drivers in the place they need to be. And talking of all the action, let's get into our first heat of the day. So here we are then, as you can see, our Alpha Live crew right there, down in the paddock, ready for our mighty Bambinos to get underway for today. And right there on your screen, you can see Aidan Castleman in the RCE there, raring and ready to go out on track to tackle the, well, mainly the chicanes, but getting that really important straight line speed here at Shenington. You nail the chicanes right, get a good run out of the 7 or 8 or so turns here, and the rest should really do itself, to be honest. It's all about in the setup, sort of sacrificing between getting that good exit as fast as you can, getting really good traction out of the corner, versus having the straight line speed that will hopefully carry you later on down through the straight and round one lap of Shenington here. Let's get on to your grid, shall we, then, for our very first race of the day and see how they've been getting on in the heats yesterday and in qualifying. And look at that on the front row. I think he'll be very happy about that. EJ Dira, for what I believe is his first front row start of the season, there on pole position. Aidan Castleman then as well next to him in second. Eli Parkhouse and Luca Pede are becoming the challengers in this championship. They're third and fourth. Max Tetlow and Oliver Reynolds round off row 3. Ayrton Uja is there in 7th, as well as Jules Nash, Ray Furdy, Max West, Sadie Cartmill and Jensen Paris. All really mixed up from what we've seen in the championship so far. Good to see a different mix of a grid. And there at the rear of the grid, hoping to make a way up through the positions, is Reggie Love in P13. So a small but such close competitive grid. All electric, these karts. If you've just come across them for the very first time, you won't hear any engine noises because, well, there isn't. It's all electric. It's an electric power unit. You can see as the karts come through, it's on their right hand side of the picture you're looking at right now, and it's a one console that just drives them all around here and gets them from A to B, well, hopefully as quick as possible, into our first super heat of the weekend then in just a moment. So taking on to the formation lap, as you would, and down into the first hairpin, a major hairpin here, down towards and out of runway, and then you go down towards the Bruno chicane where they are right now, the hanger straight. We got the hanger corner again. Wilkins, probably the most technical part of this circuit, I would say, Wilkins, where they've got to contend with, well, maybe slightly more than just the one corner, and here you go. So it's sort of taking them in and under, bending round, and then coming back out again onto another straight. But of course, one of our standing starts for our classes here this weekend, as well as our Honda cadets, the same for them later on too. But our Bambinos will line up for a standing start. Mums, dads and mechanics glorified mechanics, maybe mechanics in their own right. I don't want to drop myself in it. Helping as much as they can on the grid to make sure everything's okay. Final few words of encouragement for the drivers. And leading the championship at the moment, Luca Pede then, who is starting a bit further down the order, will be looking to try and get to the front as soon as possible and capitalise on what has been a really impressive display in the Kart Championship so far in 2026, but clearly not going as well for him on the first sessions of the weekend. The green flag is aloft, and we wait for the red lights to go out and our mighty Bambinos to get underway here. They won't rev their engines, they'll just rev it internally, and we are off, and EJ Dira on the inside there gets a good getaway with Aiden Castleman trying to challenge around the outside, but watch one of the karts as well trying to challenge around the outside, past the commentary box here, down into turn 2 and 3. They come through there as fast as they can off of the apex and try and build up the speed now towards the end of the straight, and EJ Dira is being hounded, as you'd imagine, on the first lap. Oh, we got a spinner round there instantly, just trying to make out who that is. That's the 24, I believe, that took a little spin there. Eli Parkhouse, that was, who's been having an incredible season, just sort of growing into it in Mighty Bambino, and is becoming a challenger at this stage of the championship, has sort of really kind of slowly but surely found his way to the top to be fighting alongside the likes of Luca Pede, and who's sort of been dominating the earlier part of the season. But EJ Dira there, look, you can see, already trying to build a gap out front, and 8 minutes plus 1 lap, I should say, on the clock for our drivers in these first heats. And the order looks like this: EJ Dira, Aiden Castleman, followed by Oliver Reynolds, Jules Nash, Etienne Ujla, Ray Furdy. Luca Pede still down there in 7th. Can't make a dent at the start as much as he would like. Max West, Max Tetlow, two Maxes next to each other. And there's a move to the inside there from Aiden Castleman to retake 2nd place. It was Oliver Reynolds who was up into 2nd momentarily, but another chance here down into the Bruno chicane, maybe to retake the 2nd spot. And it looks like, oh, he just missed out on it coming through there, hugging the apex and trying to hold it round the outside. And look at this mammoth lead that EJ Dira is building for himself out front. There you go, there's the gap. The gap easily looks like half a second, maybe even more than that, because these two here, same old in karting, 2nd and 3rd and further back, having a good old squabble. And then 1st place can just run away with it into the distance and look back and go, oh, I've got some breathing room, thank you very much. I don't mind whatsoever. So 5 minutes 40 on the clock, plus the 1 lap. And our mighty Bambino drivers with, of course, a lot of the very first steps for these drivers in karting. This is a battle for 2nd and further back. And now Oliver Reynolds dropped back, and Jules Nash is on the act here. Jules Nash trying to make some moves from further down the grid and nearly finds his way up into 2nd. Has he come through there? No, that's Aiden Castleman out in front as they come through the chicane there. And he's in front of Jules Nash. So it's Castleman followed by Jules Nash, and then Reynolds is trying to hang in there as they come up towards Wilkins here and hug that apex to get the best run and shut the door on arrival behind. But yeah, for EJ Dira, this is fantastic. He began his karting here at Shenington, so it is a track that he really thrives at. This is a track he knows so well, as he just comes past my commentary box, and the gap is increasing all the more. It certainly shows that, well, his hallowed beginnings in karting were here, and it is paying dividends right now as to compared to the rest of the field. And of course each driver will have their favourite track. I think the whole favourite track metaphor right here is being taken to whole new lengths for EJ Dira. He was crowned Sportsman of the Year at his school as well recently, in the last few months, so maybe he can get a race win to add to the acclaim, you know, in the show and tell back at school. Remember those days? And he'll actually have something cool to say. I remember I did show and tell. It was just, I don't know, I had Cocoa Pops for breakfast or something. I don't know. It was much worse. It's probably a little bit better than that. I can't quite remember it. But EJ Dira has got something much cooler to say, hopefully by the end of this one, because he's 1.7, now nearly 2 0.2 seconds ahead of the nearest challengers behind. I'd say nearest challengers. It's not really a contest right now. EJ Dira leads Aidan Castleman and Jules Nash. Oliver Reynolds, Ayrton Ujla, Max Tetlow, Luca Pede still there in 7th place, and Eli Parkhouse trying to find a way up the field. He's taking the fastest lap though at the moment whilst they do it. Ray Furdy and Max West in your top 10. You can see most of the grid in your picture there, trying to make a dent in this field. And swinging their way round through the Bruno chicane once again, and just foot flat to the floor. The more you press the pedal, it ain't going to make you go any faster. You're going to got to try and reduce maybe some drag, bob the head down. And you can hear on our cameras, actually, obviously we're here in Shenington Airfield, basically on the back of this. It is very exposed. So we've kind of got the mound around the circuit, which does have a bit of protection, but it is very windy out there for our drivers. Of course, as we go up through the heavier classes, up through the age ranges into junior road tax, senior road tax, is going to obviously have a bit more of effect on them. But there's Luca Pede, who I said was in 7th not too long ago, and here he is up into what looks like now 3rd place. So that's been an incredible drive in the last lap or so whilst we've been cutting away from that. Look at those ominous clouds behind. It's just sort of caught my attention. That's not going to be music to the ears maybe of some drivers. Maybe some drivers will love the opportunity to have a bit of wet running here today at Shenington, but not looking like it's going to be the case. Luca Pede though, looking like he was going to go up the inside. He's gone a bit deep out of Wilkins and trying to find his way back through on the park straight across the start-finish line. As he made the move stick, it's very close on the inside, just coming past my commentary box. He's trying to hang it, what becomes the outside now, loses out, has to settle back for third, but now Oliver Reynolds is coming around the outside, trying to make a challenge onto him into the first hairpin. They'll come up towards Stratford Corner and through there to Runway, and Aidan Castleman is there still in 2nd. Luca Pede, though, is trying to take advantage of a slightly bad run that Aidan got, but look at the pointing signals. Here they come once again. We've seen plenty of these in the Kart Championship throughout the season, and they are here to stay. Here to stay, though, at the front of the field. I mean, look at this. EJ Dira, he's absolutely running away with this one, and I think if Luca Pede or the likes of Nash behind could get released here from Aidan Castleman a little bit earlier in this race, there might have been a chance of a challenge. Luca Pede wants to challenge Aidan Castleman though into the first couple of corners into Calf Corner, and Luca Pede has got into 2nd place. Lovely move, reading the opponent in front over the last couple of laps in Aidan Castleman and seeing where he was going to place his kart the best. And now he's worked so hard to get up here to 2nd from 5th, up 5 places in this race. Now the hard work begins once again to hold on to this 2nd place. And valuable points to further cement this championship lead that Luca has for Ambition Motorsport at the moment. But the clock has struck 0, so the next time they come round, they're going to see the last lap board. We're doing sort of laps of about a minute round here in the Mighty Bambinos, so obviously though the clock doesn't allow for as many laps as to the speed they're going. Luca P takes the opportunity to look over his shoulder. We're on to the final lap. We're not showing you EJ Dira because it's just a, well, it's a confirmation really that he is going to win this race by a comfortable margin. But how is it all going to pan out behind for 2nd, for 3rd, for 4th, in the podium, invaluable points in this championship? Luca Pede is taking a normal racing line, but he's aware that he needs to try and cut across. Oliver Reynolds there just catches the back of one of the opponents behind. I think that might have been Ayrton Ujla in the battle further back there into the Bruno chicane now. And hurtling through there, finding their way through. Luca Pede looks like he's just going to be able to hold off. But here is your race leader, and soon to become, very, very soon, for the first time in 2026, EJ Dira is going to come through and take victory here at Shenington, a track that he loves so well, and showing that that experience is paying off, knows how to drive this track amongst all of the rest of the grid. Luca P comes in there to finish second. Aidan Castleman rounding off your podium in third. And that will feel amazing for EJ Dira and his dad. There he is in Parc Ferme onto the weighbridge. And I mean, this weekend, it's all been heading in the right direction. First win in the Super Heat. He got P2 in the first heat yesterday. He had a first yesterday in the second heat, but in this session, his first win in a Super Heat in 2026 in the Kart Championship. And there we go. Major respect all round. You might be thinking, hang on a minute, Luca P started 7th. How on earth did he get there? I'll run you through the rest of the finishers as well. EJ Dira, Luca P, Aidan Castleman, and then Eli Parkhouse up there in 4th, who's possibly going to become a challenger in these last few moments of the championship. Ayrton Ujla, Oliver Reynolds, Max Tetlow, Ray Furdy, Max Weston, George Nash in the end, falling down to 10th at the end of this one. There is your confirmation of your provisional results. Not seeing anything from the stewards that's going to affect any of that. Sadie Cartmill, Jensen Paris and Reggie Love. But from our mighty Bambinos, on we go to our next race. And hold on to your hats, folks, because this is the favourite race of ours here at Alpha Live in the Kart Championship, because we got 2 categories to keep an eye on. We are worked overtime between our mighty cadet runners and our Micromaxes. Here we go for the grid, and it looks like this. I'll run you through it quickly before we get underway. Harry Stinson leads away from Ansel Murray, Heath Smith, Junior Wright, Henry Howes and Elliot Hitch. This is in the mighty cadets. And further down, Logan Jackson, Arthur Thompson, Freddie Dye, Jacob Amos, Pearson, Jack Swong down to 12th. And Pierce Gauntlet, Arthur Bath, Hadley Jarvis. Then onto your Micromaxes, Jensen Darlow on pole, Sebastian Crawford, which I'll tell you more about this weekend here. Something really cool to tell you about. Ralph Ewer is in third there. Will Hatton, Jensen Drummond, Finley Talbot, Seabright, Milo Taylor. And then Ewer further down onto the grid. But here they go. Our Micromaxes are about to get underway. Our mighty cadets have gone away first this weekend. Usually, sometimes it's the other way round, but our mighty cadets out there first today. And the charge is on between Stinson and further behind. There was a raised hand in the air there from, I believe, Junior Wright or Logan Jackson, who, I don't know if they're calling for a false start there, but they're not going to get it because we are away and racing. And now our Micromaxes are underway further behind as well. They come hurtling down into Cafe Corner, and one of the drives off your screen, you can't see at the moment, are 55. Had a bit of a tank slapper as they were coming through Cafe Corner. Here they come now into the first hairpin. And it was Lani Eden further back that was having a bit of a moment through Cafe Corner. But here you are on screen right now. This is your mighty cadets coming through. And now back to our Micromaxes. So our Micromaxes are down towards Wilkins. And then our mighty cadets are probably just about getting into the Bruno chicane. There you go. They're probably going to cross over. It's like being at the velodrome for cycling as they go around trying to meet at the halfway point. As the halfway point is so significant here at Shenington, as is sort of the very long, straight nature of this circuit. Harry Stinson leading the way of Freddie Dye then, Junior Wright, Logan Jackson, Thompson, Jax Wong, Amos, and further back down. But now Freddie Dye taking the lead here for Mighty Cadets off the screen whilst we were focusing further back on the battle. And for Stinson, who is trying to run away in the Mighty Cadet Championship, only a gap of 5 points between him and Ansel Murray. You'll see him on the paddock show later. We got a chance to catch up with Harry Stinson and that battle, the duel between him and Ansel Murray so far this season. But on your screen right now, Jensen Darlow is out in front in this one, who likes PFI when we visited earlier this season. which has got obviously a lot of straights to it itself, does seem to thrive in these kind of circuits. But keep an eye on Sebastian Crawford in the number 8. So we might be able to get you a bit of a closer up of this when we get towards the end of the race. But oh, we've got one of the karts out there coming into Wilkins and through Hanger Corner. Don't think that's going to affect the racing too much. But yeah, back to Sebastian Crawford. He's wearing a new race suit this weekend. He's currently in 3rd here in your running order. So there is Darlow coming through, and there is Crawford at the back there with a black helmet on. He has got one of these special aero suits that we've been hearing so much about in Europe and in British karting. These new aero suits basically sticking to the driver's body to give them the aerodynamic advantage down the straight. Something thinking maybe giving you an extra 1 mile an hour down the straight. And we believe Sebastian Crawford here this weekend at the Kart Championship, one of the very first to debut it, definitely in the UK, maybe possibly in Europe itself. So is it going to give Sebastian Crawford an advantage in the Micromax category? We will wait and see. He is obviously doing pretty well in Micromax at the moment, leading the championship by well, a good margin at the moment. But every second, every 10th counts in karting, doesn't it? And I'm sure it won't be sniffed at. Just under 20 points is the gap between Crawford and Baker in the Micromax category at the moment. But Jensen Darlow would love this haul of points, sitting there in 3rd right now, only 26 points behind our championship leader of Crawford so far in the championship. So all to play for in these final couple of rounds. There's Darlow. The gap is coming down, and also the position change there between 2nd and 3rd. You've now got Sebastian Crawford sitting 2nd, with Will Hatton behind in 3rd place now in the Micromax category, coming across the start-finish line. And coming into Cafe Corner, I've got a brilliant vantage point of just seeing the karts here. I'm up in the commentary box at the back of your shot there you just saw, and I get a great view of our drivers in whatever category it is trying to hustle through the corner of the back end of the kart, trying to get it under control and sort of fix it when they get to it, when it gets into the mid corner, trying to do something about it and catch it when they get there, to maybe give them that better setup towards the straight lines here and the top speed at Shenington. 2.5 minutes on the clock then, plus the 1 lap at the front of the Micromax field here, who set off 2nd, so they're going to be a bit behind. You'd obviously anticipate the Mighty Cadets to trip the line first, and have done more running out there than our Micromaxes, but just as fast, you know, equivalent speeds out there. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, flash through your screen. Further down, we've got Henry Hales there sitting in 3rd. Wright, Heath Smith, Elliot Hitch is there in 6th. Logan Jackson is 7th. Arthur Thompson, Jacob Amos, and Pierce Gauntlet down towards 10th in the Mighty Cadets. And then Darlow, Crawford, Hatton, and then Jensen Drummond in P4. Ansel Murray, though, here, making his way up the field, back up into 3rd from the race start. And that is so crucial that Ansel could maybe try and take some points off of his title challenger, Harry Stinson, at the moment. Although Ansel is, well, falling further back down. I don't know if that's legitimate and Ansel's falling right down through the order there, or whether that's a transponder issue with his kart out on circuit. I'm just trying to pick them up. So that's Freddie Dye in the lead, and then you've got Stinson, and there's Ansel Murray. He is in 3rd, so that's an issue with his timing and his transponder. Meanwhile, here are your Micromaxes coming through on the right-hand side. And back to our Mighty Cadets. Freddie Dye at the front. 40 seconds plus 1 lap. Is that a few spots of rain I see on the camera? Oh, look, and getting a tank slapper there. out of Wilkins and through onto the start-finish straight. I think that was a bit of rain towards the back of the circuit, and it has been looking a bit ominous, but I didn't think the heavens were going to open above. So Freddie Dye then, and look at it, is absolutely bucketing it down. Now they're out there on slick tyres, of course, because they didn't anticipate this. Who is going to be the bravest towards the end of this first superheat for Micromax and Mighty Cadet? Is it going to change the order as we get towards the conclusion of this race? The clock strikes 0. We have the 1 lap to go. You can see some of our drivers wiping their visors there. These slippery surface flags are out. And I'm trying to catch up with where everyone is at the moment. I still believe Freddie Dye was out in the lead, but there, look, Stinson. Stinson's gone to the front, taking advantage in these conditions. Got a bit of lap traffic to get past there. Further down in the Micromax category, the laps are really going to slow down now. Oh, and they're really drifting through Cafe Corner outside my country box. But look at the rain coming down. It's absolutely unforgiving. They're going to the wide line now to try and catch themselves. Here, meanwhile, is Harry Stinson getting mixed up with the back runners of our Micromaxes. Harry Stinson's just got to keep it in a straight line, and he could come home here with an impressive finish to this race, sitting in second and third earlier on in this one. And try and bring it home, at least. And I think going around the outside now, our camera's just sort of breaking up a little bit with the weather going on at the moment. That's a back marker. Stinson doesn't need to worry about it, because that's Lani Eden at the back of the Micromax field. Harry Stinson takes the victory here in what's become changeable conditions towards the end of this race, and something I definitely didn't expect to see towards the end of that one. And out of my right-hand side as they come through into Parc Ferme, I could see Heath Smith getting alongside one of his fellow finishers, trying to get alongside and get into the pits first. Even though the racing has finished, still want to get as many points as possible. So there you go, Stinson in the end, impressive drive towards the end of that one to make sure he bring that home all safely. Harry Stinson finishes ahead of Henry Hales, Freddie Dye, Junior Wright, Logan Jackson, Heath Smith, Elliot Hitch, and Jacob Amos up there in the top 10. Arthur Thompson and Pierce Gauntlet rounds off your top 10. There is Stinson, though, coming over to Dad, giving the thumbs up. Stinson's car on the right there. There's Ansel Murray, who in the end, I mean, Ansel Murray's obviously not on the timing. I'm not sure where he actually did finish in that one, because our timing has failed on us on Ansel Murray's car on his transponder. But I'm pretty sure, as he's sitting there Parc Ferme behind Harry Stinson, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a second place. Now look, if you just see at the back of your shot there, there's Sebastian Crawford, and you can see the different suit he's got on. He's got the aero suit on for the very first time this weekend. I was speaking to Dad yesterday in the paddock, and he said he didn't run this suit yesterday because they wanted some comparable data to run against between the two. Just having a chat with his fellow driver. There he is, and it's believed this could give you an extra mile an hour down the straight as you're coming down, as is the less drag that is being developed by the race suits that all of our drivers are usually wearing, but fully FIA homologated. And just getting some words of encouragement from the team down there in scrutineering, but hopefully it's going to propel him towards the front of the field. Couldn't quite get first in that one. Sebastian Crawford, he had to settle for third behind Will Hatton and Jensen Dalladay, you can see on your screen, but using every tool at their disposal. I'm not sure maybe for our next class whether they're thinking of wet tyres out there, but it may be a consideration for some of our drivers, maybe not wet enough. Let's see as we get on to our next race of the day. And here we are then for Junior Road Tax, and you know for Junior Rotax we've got a packed grid, so we have 3 groups of drivers in Junior Rotax for this meeting here of the Kart Championship at Shenington. There's Ewan House's mechanic, and Dan making sure that everything is needed. And this rain here, I think, has really put a cat amongst the pigeons as to how they're going to tackle this race. Lots of people talking on their comms channels, maybe back to base, back in the awnings, to try and see what the best strategy will be for this one. I don't know if they're sort of running any simulations on the weather and keeping an eye on the forecast, but there's Toby Farvin there having a chat with Dad before we get out of this one with a... It's kind of like the equivalent of being a doctor in hospital, isn't it? Having the tyre pressure gauge and around your neck. A stethoscope of motorsport, as displayed here by the Farthings. So last words of encouragement there. Coming through the rest of the grid. You can see there that having a bit of a think about how we're going to tackle this race. I think that was Zach Waddle on your screen there. Looking to just mull over and collect thoughts for this one. And towards the end of your screen there, we had more of our Junior Rotax drivers getting ready. And raring to go for Junior Max down there on the grids. That was Harry Ward, I think, further down in the 271 that we saw. There on your left of your screen, you can see the likes of... There is Zach Waddle. There's Zach Waddle on the left in the 245. Then in front, you can see Maximilian Braskov in the Kiddix UK car, and our cameraman, I think, just being ushered to get out of the way politely by maybe our marshals and officials down the grid, keeping everything safe, of course. You can see Guy Cunnington, liveries, Cato Motorsport down here. Coles Racing on the right-hand side. Kiddix UK of Ryan Rapini there on the right-hand side. We'll run you through the grids in a second as to how we're shaping up for this one. Behind there you can also see Lewis Gilbert in the 214 in the JWR livery here on the dummy grid at Shenington. And I think we are just waiting now for the rest of the field to obviously get out there and get underway. I'm not sure what the delay is here, but I'm sure there's a good reason for it. And there you go, delay no more. They go out onto the circuit. Oh, and I think one of the Guy Cunningtons on the left there, that was, or the Project 1 maybe? And it wasn't Guy Cunnington, it was Max Douthwaite. I didn't get away off of the dummy grid too well there. Went to accelerate and nothing was happening. Maybe forgot to either start his engine or whether that's an actual problem with his machine. So here they come then, weaving the tyres round on their formation lap. The yellow flag's out to remind them they're not racing. I think towards the front here, I think I can see that Ryan Rapini is going to be starting towards the front. And they'll find their way 2 by 2 in formation before we get underway for our first Junior Rotax action of the day. And you know Junior Rotax leaves nothing out of the table. We are away and racing into turn 1 on the Cato Motorsport karts of Cooper Campbell-Lees, I think that was, going down into turn 1, found his way out in front, and then a bit of a squabble behind between second and third as they come through Cafe Corner. There's Cooper Campbell-Lees, and on the outside it's still slippery out there. Got to be so careful on the brake. Zach Turner trying to find some grip on the outside. It wasn't there for him. Oh, and there he is, I think further back. Has he been put to the side? Further back, that is Zach Turner towards the rear of the field. I don't know what happened as he came out of the hairpin towards the back of the circuit. And he was up there in the sort of the top 4, the top 5, and now finds himself way further down in this one. And we've seen Zach Turner come through the field many a time on whatever circuit we've raced around in 2026. He's going to have to do it all again here, and the task just got a little bit more challenging to get towards these guys at the front. Cooper Campbell leads Teddy Cooper. Maximilian Braskov is in third. We'll try and get our timing on the left for you shortly. Toby Farthing, Lewis Gilbert, Cameron Tippin, Jake Walker, Austin Mayu and James Tate is your top 10 right now. There's the confirmation of the gaps on the left-hand side, and 6.5 minutes to go in this first junior Rotax heat. Across the line they come, roaring down towards Cafe Corner, trying to hug the inside of the apex and get on the power as much as you can. Use the exit of our Cafe Corner onto the straight, and that's exactly what Teddy Cooper has done. He maximised his exit out of Cafe Corner, goes ahead of Cooper Campbell Lees, and now it's a two-way fight at the front of a battle that I don't think we've really seen too much of, these two dueling maybe directly at the front. So this is going to be really interesting to watch to see how this progresses in the next few laps of this race. Lapping in the 44s at the moment, fastest lap goes to Teddy Cooper. Is now the first driver into the 43s. Probably had the advantage of slipstream on that lap in the draft of Cooper Campbell. He's trying to close up. Cool, they're using as much exits as they can out of Cafe Corner here in front of my commentary box, and using all of the circuit to try and not scrub off as much speed as they need to keep everything in a straight line round here, get that straight line speed as maximise as possible. Getting a tank slapper there, one of the X-Karts coming through the Bruno chicane. Now Teddy Cooper then to settle into this one on what is probably still a bit of a greasy, slightly damp track for the likes of Teddy Cooper out there out front. The first driver, of course, when you're sitting at the front of the grids, you're the benchmark. You're the one that has to dive into this ever-evolving circuit as it goes through the different weather conditions. As more rubber is laid down throughout the race, you're the one taking point and taking those brave choices, those brave decisions of how to approach the corner. And then the driver in second's kind of got the luxury of just sort of reading that behind, and maybe Cooper Campbell Lees doesn't really mind that right now at the moment. Maximilian Braskov, can I say, doing a fantastic job up there to be in third right now for the Kinix UK team. I mean, this season it's been mixed in the finals. I mean, towards the end of the last round, P11 at Rowra in the final, his strongest finish of the season was at PF International, a P4 in a superheat there. And sort of equaling that performance here at round 5 at Shenington. So watch out for Braskov. Might not be directly on the pace right now of our front two, but he's certainly cut the mustard so far here this weekend. And he was just coming through your screen there, crossing the start-finish line, trying to find his way through to Teddy Cooper, Campbell Lees. There they go, flying through your camera shot, through on the right-hand side. Then Braskov is chased by Gilbert Waddle, Jake Walker, Toby Farthing, James Tate, Cameron Tipping there in 9th, and Austin Mayu in 10th. Ryan Rapini down towards 21st. Thought he was starting a bit higher up than that, but maybe it was just that we didn't get all the confirmations of the starting grid. And there's trying to chuck a move to the inside, further down the order. That was a lovely move, attempted move on the brakes, trying to make it stick, but nothing doing, I think, in the end for the driver coming into there. And on we go. with 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. And drivers using these opportunities out of the chicanes to squabble for position. That is the main point of this circuit, where the opportunities can really open up. Otherwise, there's not really anything much doing. By the way, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson under investigation from race control. Not too sure what that is for. She's down in 16th right now, battling away with the likes of Charlie Very and Zach Turner. Those drivers, based on their form this season, whether it's here at Shenington or in the Kart Championship or in the Trent Valley Kart Club at PF International, it's not really where you'd expect to find them. But these two out front, building the gap over Braskov. Charlie Very setting the pace out there at the moment on a 43.08. A good 0.2 of a second faster than our leaders right now, but are kind of in a world of their own, got this race under control. You're going to wonder maybe when Campbell Lees are going to start to close up to Teddy Cooper in this, or maybe just being a superheat. I know that every position counts, and there you go. Putting good pay to that. Down the inside, the 299 of Jake Walker on the inside of Zach Waddle, that was, for 5th place. So a nice move down there, and Farthing on the inside ahead of Zach Waddle. Zach Waddle's fallen down by about 3 places in the last, I'd say even lap, half a lap through this one, so he's got to be careful he doesn't find himself languishing further back down the order. It could be a very sad state of affairs. Jake Walker getting repassed there though, I think, by James Tate. So battles going on there between 5th, 6th and 7th, between those three. And now Cooper, Campbell Lees, Braskov kind of got the podium cemented, if I'm honest. And then back there in 4th, Lewis Gilbert. It's down towards 5th between the likes of Walker, between James Tate up into 5th. Walker, Farthing, Waddle, Cameron Tipping, sort of 5th down to 8th and 9th. Really close at the moment. There's 4th. And there is 5th coming through your screen of Tate into the hairpin now. Finding the braking point, hugging the apex, getting out of the corner, trying to keep your mid-corner speed as efficient as possible, and using all of the power, our front 2 runners here, to get down into Wilkins, slam on the anchors after being flat out from the Bruno chicane, and across the finish line. Teddy Cooper takes victory here ahead of Cooper, Campbell Lees, Braskov, Lewis Gilbert, James Tate there, doing a really great job to finish 5th in that one. Jake Walker, Toby Farthing, Zach Waddle, Cameron Tipping, and Charlie Very. Look at that from the pace that catapulted him up from, I think he was down in 18th at one point, found himself to the top 10. Great performance at the end of that one. And there you are, Teddy Cooper into Parc Fermé, wheeling his kart along. And has been getting towards the front of the field a little bit more in this later stage of the season. Won the final at Whilton Mill for round 3. Won a superheat back in at Rowra, the last round in Cumbria. Finished P7 in the end in the final, but then coming through in this one, having a great weekend here so far. He's completed the podium as Teddy Cooper at the moment. A 2nd in the first heat, 3rd in heat 3 in his 2nd heat of the weekend, and now this heat, his 3rd heat of the weekend, the first super heat. He's picked up a victory, so he's had a 1-2-3 already this weekend. Let's see if he can make P1 count in the rest of the racing we've got so far this afternoon. All right, we go from Junior Road Tax on to our next race. And we'll find ourselves towards Intermax for our next grid that are going to be making their way out. And there is Jensen Sale on your screen right now, who is, I think, having a really, really great season amongst a very competitive class in Intermax, competing with the likes of Zach Andrew. And there on your right-hand side, Ethan Lloyd, who is sort of starting to come to this one as well. But Maximilian Abrahart leading the championship at the moment in Intermax with this penultimate round. Let's get onto your grids then and see how our drivers are going to be lining up in this one as they make their way round for the formation lap. Ethan Lloyd there on pole position, currently down in 5th in the championship at the moment, 77 points behind our leader in Max Abrahart, who's looked formidable throughout 2026, but looking good for this one on the front row. Jensen Sales there alongside Max Abrahart, Manzi Rhodes and Adam Bartz. Hamish Gordon, Dixon, Blackshaw and Stanley Jones rounds off your top 10, with Jensen Skeff up there on row 6 with Alfie Phillipson. Alongside Dexter Petty, Sheldon Hayward, Fleming, Moore, Aaron Rigg and Jay Birmingham. Finishing off with Walsh, Dagor, Thor Sigurdsson, Zach Andrew and Oscar Wood towards your 22nd runners. But they'll come through around Wilkins. And side by side then, Jensen Sales kind of had Max Abrahart as the main challenger out front so far this season. He's now got to contend with Ethan Lloyd into turn 1. We're going racing. Ethan Lloyd covers the outside challenge, possibly from Sale, and through turn 1. Max Abrahart has jumped up to 2nd place. Sale has had to settle back down into 3rd position. So Sale dropping already, but trying to chuck it down the inside already on Abrahart. He means business this weekend as Jensen Sale if he's going to have any chance of keeping up with Abrahart in this championship. Every point is so vital. Only 3 points the gap in Intermax at the moment, so he cannot afford to drop behind if he wants to try and make a dent in the final stages of this 2026 championship. We've got a yellow flag, full course yellow. The slow boards are out for one of our drivers, and I've just seen actually into Cafe Corner, I think one of the drivers has gone to the side and I think possibly spun off when coming through down into turn 1. Unusual if he did that all on his own. Not too sure what happened there, but I think I can report seeing the driver out on my right hand side of the commentary box, just going walking through Cafe Corner now and coming off the circuit with one of our officials, being walked away, just being attended to by some of the medical team and looking all fine. He's on his feet, he's walking and just trying to make out which driver that was. That was William Moore for the JDR team. So that's what's caused the full course yellow and down neutralising for the slow boards. But good to see he's all okay off the circuit now, and our race effectively neutralises here. So a fast start for Max Abrahart, getting in front of Sale at the front, chucking it up the inside, and maybe some time for Jensen Sale to deliberate here and see what the strategy is going to be going off in the rest of this one. And I would anticipate we would be going racing at the end of this one. The kart's been cleared away down at Cafe Corner, and I can't see any reason that would stop us. Yeah, the green flag is now go, which means they lead off one by one at the start of this one, and Sale immediately tries to hook it round the outside of Abrahart, but he's got to be careful on his inside. He doesn't get pinched by Finley Rhodes behind, who was having a cheeky little look up the inside, as you would on a race restart like this. Abrahart looks over his shoulder, is very anxious of where Jensen Sale is going to be placing his kart into there, and Abrahart comes out of that turn finding his way still in 2nd. Great defensive driving from Abrahart when he's under pressure there, needing to soak it up. I think one of the drivers at the rear of the field there having an issue with his engine getting back underway, but now Abrahart all over the back of Ethan Lloyd, chucks it to the inside. Look at that! On the brakes, little shimmy to the right-hand side, dive down the inside. Lovely move to take into first and into Cafe Corner. Aberhart leads for the first time in this race, so Ethan Lloyd and Jensen Sale behind. Jensen Sale points furiously to get on after Aberhart. Sale knows how quick Max can be when he gets into this position here. How is this one going to pan out? Are these three going to run away with it? Is it going to be a peeling away at the front individually for Aberhart? All will be revealed in the next 4 minutes or so we have left in this one. Aberhart with Coles Racing support behind him, powering him through. Ethan Lloyd for RCE and Jensen Sale, a privateer in this field who is finding their way through. Oh, and who's this that's pulled off the side? A chain guard issue here, I think, for Hamish Gordon. Now that's Hamish Gordon further down the order. I doubt he's going to be getting back out. If it is, it's going to be for some valuable data gathering or for testing. Look at that. Was that a move to the inside or a defensive move from Ethan Manzi? Manzi and Rhodes side by side going down into the Bruno chicane. Who's going to come out of the front of them there? Finley Rhodes holds on to fourth place. So all doing pretty well there to find some space for each other into the Bruno chicane. But now Max Aberhart, who was enjoying a slight cushion out of the front in the slipstream. Ethan Lloyd was closing right up, and in the slipstream is setting the fastest lap marginally by about half a tenth out there, and wants to push on, try and find a gap here on the inside of the chicane. Nothing doing. He decides to hold station for now. Plenty of time left on the clock. Don't want to take the lead too early in this one. Look at these two though, going into the Bruno chicane. That was Phillipson and Bart, I think. Oh, who's off to the outside there on the inside curbing? I was trying to sort of caught a glance at that towards the end, and I'm not sure if that was Stanley Jones on the inside or further down. Might have been Logan Stanley Jones. Yeah, he's got a mechanical flag. He's pulled off to the side, being asked by race control to come into the pits. Aberhart responds out of the front from the pressure from Ethan Lloyd. 45.4. Nothing to choose. Basically equal lap times. Marginal gains for Max Aberhart out front ahead of Ethan Lloyd. 2 minutes to go here at Shenington in our first superheat for Intermax of the day. And this is what it's all about for top drivers out at the front, isn't it? The ability to be able to not falter under the pressure like this, to soak it all up, the challenge from behind, the diving up the inside, the switching and ducking under that Ethan Lloyd might be trying each and every single which way around the 7 but valuable turns here we have at Shenington. Max Aberhart, interestingly, takes a bit of a wider line out through Cafe Corner. Another problem for a driver coming into the pits there. Lloyd nearly challenged on the inside. That's Oscar Wood that's peeled out of this one though. He's come through into the pits. We'll see no further action, although he's just been waved back out by race control. He's gone to the back of the field and won't see any further part of a dent in this one. But let's focus on these two at the front. Just over a minute to go for Intermax. Ethan Lloyd is all over the rear bumper of Max Aberhart. And I was saying for Aberhart, you know, the ability to be able to be not fazed by what looms behind him. So impressive for any of our race leaders that get into this position. They've got the pace, but only enough to match it out front. Lloyd is still not challenging yet. Aberhart must know that this challenge is going to happen on the last lap. Jensen Sale is kind of, I don't know if he's sort of throwing a hand up to himself going, what have I got to do to try and keep up with these two? The pace absolutely electric out there. Can't find that extra 0.3 of a second that Sale needs right now to close up. They're all lapping around about the same right now. All in the 45.4s, yeah, doing equivalent lap times essentially in each other's slipstream. In a bit of a train, you might argue now. But Max doesn't have the benefit of the slipstream. He's doing it all on his own. In the lead, looks over his shoulder. Is there a move? No. Lloyd decides to hold station for now. Is he going to leave it possibly to the final lap, the final corner, down into Wilkins? Or is he going to try and spook Abrahart a bit sooner, or find a gap that's just too good not to take? Oh, he nearly had to think about it. Coming into Hannah corner, and there it is, into Wilkins. Chucks it up on the inside. Abrahart will try and duck back under, but Ethan Lloyd has the apex covered. And Lloyd covers the inside once again, jostles over to the left-hand side, goes defensive. As you'd imagine, Sale now has had the opportunity to close back up to Max Abrahart. And Ethan Lloyd going towards the left of the track, coming back to take the racing line, to take the apex. Abrahart now, the chaser. Ethan Lloyd has got to be the one to soak up the pressure, but for not as long. Does Abrahart have an answer though towards the end of this race? There's only a few corners to go, and Ethan Lloyd would so dearly like to try and hold him off. He tries and poises underneath. Does Abrahart, but Ethan Lloyd, I think, is going to hold on. Oh, it was so close. Half a tenth of a second, the gap in the end. But Ethan Lloyd takes victory here for the second time this weekend. Had a victory in the first heat, and now has another one to add to his tally. And really sort of out of nowhere, matching his performance from Whilton Mill, where he was right up in the mix. Finished second at Whilton Mill. Rowrah, not really anywhere to be seen. Not the greatest of weekends last time out. But is very much on the pace this weekend. As he comes into Parc Ferme, brings his car over to the right-hand side. Would he give us any reaction? No, he's just, I think he's exhausted. He's a fist bump for the scrutineering down in there. Oh, there you go. There you go. As he's saying, going over to Ansel Murray, fellow driver in the Mighty Cadets, and debriefing there. So Ethan Lloyd doing pretty well in that race, and hopefully can carry that on for the rest of the weekend. Right, let's go from our Intermaxes into our next race. Oh, and you know what this is all about. You know that when Honda Cadets are out on track, it's going to be chaos in the best way, because this grid so far this season in 2026 has not disappointed. There have been plenty of drivers showing their incredible racecraft, their ability right throughout this championship so far. The likes of Archie Cannon, the likes of Luca Bicocchi, and all the rest of this field. Very competitive. Loveridge, though, coming back through towards the last half of this season. Great victory at Rowrah in the final, but don't count out the likes of Sawyer Henderson there as well, that's been racing plenty across the UK. Nathan Grech there you can see on the left as well. You'll see a chat with Nathan and his dad down in the Tim Parrott Motorsport team when we cross to the paddock show later on in the lunch break, which you'll see then. Freddie Drury as well, the Apollo team, very potent in this Honda Cadets grid in the Kart Championship. And Mason Becker sitting in third in the championship right now. He's a number 52 amongst this grid for the Project One team, and has just had a bit of misfortune in the last couple of rounds and has been getting caught up in some battles that he'd maybe want to try and avoid. Let's see if he can try and stay out of the wars in this one and, well, muscle his way to the front alongside Luca Bicocchi, Bailey, Jensen Culler and Freddie Drury. Let's get on to your starting grid for Honda Cadets to see where they are lining up, where they're going to try and find themselves posturing through. And on pole position, nice to see Joshua Bailey up there once again on the front row. Archie Cannon alongside though there, formidable as ever. He's second. Sawyer Henderson, followed by Freddie Drury. Nathan Grech Starts on the 3rd row of the grid and is growing all the more into karting in 2026. Nice to see that. Jensen Culler as well, who had a great end at Rowra, sitting there in 6th place. Edgar Ratton, Luca Bacocchi is in 9th, and rounding off your top 10 is Alistair Saunders. Jensen Fathers, who was 2nd in practice earlier on this weekend, he's there in 11th. Eric Grisbeck is 12th. Kabir Singh, Sutton Delaney, Ben Bowers, who's also on the paddock show later, you'll see a chat with him, is in 16th. Ollie Knox starts 17th, with Luke Hamill there on row 9 as well. Alfie Keeling, Tommy Burgoyne, Bainbridge, Seth Wright, Love and Finn Hollis. Rounded off by Bullock and Reggie Cook for our 26 Honda Cadets runners. Remember, this is our next standing start grid. So they'll get a final bit of tyre weaving into the karts and get as much heat as they can into their machines, and they'll stop on their grid slots. They'll be inspected by our race marshal down there, holding the green flag, walking through the grid. He's got a bit of a long walk, to be honest, with this amount of 13 rows to go back. Just making sure that everyone is okay and hasn't skipped their grid line there. There we go, just pushing a few people back so they don't take the mickey. I mean, it's for their own benefit, because obviously they don't want to get a penalty from the stewards for being in front of their grid box, getting a jump start, or all the such. Our drivers then, getting ready for this one. The green flag waves at the rear of the grid. Our Honda Cadets will be underway, and they rev their engines. And we are go into turn 1. Who's got a great start? On the inside there, Joshua Bailey bogged down a little bit, I think. That Archie Cannon got away into turn 1. And yes, indeed he did. Oh, Bowers round at the start there in Cafe Corner. What a shame. Starting in the mid-pack is going to be the case, though, if you are right in the middle of the sandwich of the grid. You want to try and navigate through that. Sometimes it's totally impossible to do so. And taking a spin round on the first lap there, wants to try and then regroup and get back up to the front. So Cannon, though, got out into the lead very early on in this race, but Joshua Bailey right there now in 2nd, not wanting to let him get away and give an inch. So onto the first lap. Cannon leads Bailey, Henderson, Nathan Greck is up a place. Into 4th, Freddie Drury, Jensen Culler, Archie Edgar, Saunders, Bacocchi, Ratton is your top 10 in Honda Cadets. And already looks over the shoulder for Archie Cannon. I think he shouldn't be too worried at this stage when we have our 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. And Luke Hamill from the Apollo team coming into the pits. Another issue for some of our drivers out there this weekend. Hopefully that can be rectified before we get to our next superheat in Honda Cadets today, as they hurtle down towards turn 1 again through Cafe Corner. And I've got to say, the Honda Cadets today seems like they've got a bit more grip, maybe just with the rubber and how much the track has evolved over the weekend. Seem to be getting into the apex a lot cleaner compared to yesterday on the Saturday running, and the back end of their car complying, not complaining as it was yesterday with a lot of our drivers through Cafe Corner. And plenty of grip on the inside of the apexes here through the Bruno chicane into the curbs. So not clipping these curbs. These curbs are high. If you get onto one of the curbs and down onto the inside of it, off the circuit, it's not going to be very comfortable for you or your chassis or your axle trying to go through there. Nathan Greck, look at this. Up to 3rd, started 5th place in this one, and is keeping his foot down to try and challenge at the front here. I've got to say that Archie Cannon's kind of had it a lot of his own way with Loveridge at the front of the field in this championship so far. but it's Cannon out in front, trying to make the most in this one. And leading the way. Doesn't have actually Archie Loveridge for coverage here this weekend in this grid, so a bit of a blessing in disguise for Archie Cannon whilst he can take the opportunity, but he's going to have the challenge from Nathan Grech here because he is on a real charge. He's up into second. He set the fastest lap of the race, a good 0.3 of a second quicker than Archie Cannon right now, as they squabble further back for second and towards first. Here now, Nathan Grech challenging into turn one. What's happened to Archie Cannon? He's dropped all the way down to 4th or 5th. Was that a move down into Pit Spend and into Cafe Corner? It's all switched at the front. And I'm pretty sure whilst I was saying Nathan Grech got to the front, he was at the front. Now Joshua Bailey for Project One is back to the front of the field. And Cannon recovering there, the inside on Freddie Drury, back into 4th. So there you go, there's the switches of the order. It's Bailey followed by Grech, Henderson, Cannon's in 4th now, Drury, Jensen Culler, Bikoki, Edgar, Ratton and Bradley Sutton. Vice champion is Archie Cannon in 2025 for the Kart Championship. Wants to try and go one better this season. He's doing it all right this weekend. It's going to extend his points tally over Loveridge if he stays as high up as he can to maximise the points out of this weekend here at Shenington. But Nathan Grech is trying to put pace to that, up in second at the moment, get some points on the board for himself. Joined the Tim Parrott Motorsport team and joined us from round 4 in Rowra, so we haven't seen a lot of Nathan in 2026. Has just jumped into the Kart Championship, and here this weekend has really grown into it. Rowra was a difficult one, not finishing inside the top 10, but here this weekend, P7 so far for Nathan Grech, P4 in the first heat, and here he is sitting at the front of the field in second, constantly growing into this race. 2 minutes to go, putting the pressure on Joshua Bailey, who equally had a fast starting season. I think missed a round in Rowra. He did, wasn't at Rowra, but now back on the scene is Joshua Bailey. And trying to take the win and victory in this one. Grech challenging round the outside though. Cannon's coming back through though. Cannon back to second. Nathan Grech will try and counter-attack on the outside, but doesn't have the pace to. Has to file back into the train, into the slipstream, and into the draft behind Archie Cannon. So Grech still up there on the podium though. And Josh Bailey, strongest result of a 3rd place so far this weekend. And Cannon dies to the inside. It's not going to be a first anymore. He's going to try and settle for 2nd. But Nathan Grech is going to try and challenge things here. Although he's been absolutely hounded from behind now when he fell down to 3rd. And it's all switched in an instant. So who is... It's now Cannon. Our pictures are breaking up slightly as they come down here into the hairpin. It's now Cannon, Bailey, and Luca Bikoki up into 3rd place. Luca chasing down his former Apollo Karts teammate of Archie Cannon, now for Tim Parrott Motorsport at the front. And Archie Cannon's now got to try and avoid any more skirmishes out there, if he can, on the final couple of laps here around Shenington. The straight line speed has been, well, pretty equal between all of our karts, and the Honda Cadets are so close in performance. There is really not a lot to choose between them all. But here comes Luca Bikoki We've seen him being in the action in the first few half of the season, first few rounds of the Kart Championship. And it's sort of starting to come back into the fold here. Meanwhile, Nathan Grech there trying to hold on as much as he can to fourth behind. And here is your top three right now doing battle. Who's going to finish where on the podium? Cannon's going to finish on the top step at the moment. He goes all the way to the inside of the track to be defensive behind Bailey and Bukocki. Under 1,000 metres to go for Archie Cannon, who's going to hug the inside once again. Bukocki's going to try and sweep wide and then cut back in, try and get a better run, but it doesn't really work out for him. Cannon and Bailey get out the corner well. Bruno Chicane now, to the right, hugging the apex. Coming through there, Grech still holding on to fourth. It's going to be a strong result for him if he finishes here in this first superheat. Bailey's having a think about it, wants to look to the inside. Oh, there's just not enough room there for him. And looks like these three are going to finish where they are right now. They come to the finish line. Cannon, strategic drive there, right to the end. Takes the win in the first superheat for Honda Cadet. Joshua Bailey in second. Luca Bukocki, a great finish from him coming up through the grid into third. And here they are, Interpark Ferme. Just outside the right of our commentary box, I can see them all filing in. Underneath our commentary box, actually, we're in the scrutineering building here at Shenington. And if I was to walk outside my door and essentially down a corridor, I'd basically see all the drivers coming through, and I'd see this man here, Archie Cannon, taking another win in the Kart Championship and adding to his tally already. There's Joshua Bailey, back up in the mix as well, where he belongs. Nice handshake and respect as well between him and Luca Bukocki. But for Cannon, supreme performance. Plenty of P1s to write home about this season. There's not been a round, apart from the last round at Rowrah, where he didn't get a P1. It was all P2s at Rowrah. He's claimed a victory here once again at Shenington. And let's go from this class on to see where our next race winners are coming from. And down we go towards Junior Primo. Jude Pudderfoot leading the championship for X-Kart, who has been formidable in the Kart Championship in 2026, but out the front of this one looks like it's going to be Harry Meyer Waldron for Jax Motorsport getting us underway. There he is, waiting patiently on the outside. I can assure you that is not one of the Fox Whiteley brothers. I honestly, it's a commentator's worst nightmare when drivers are wearing a different driver's race suit that they're borrowing from maybe one of the team in the awning. Of course, we know the Fox Whiteleys perform very well in the world of karting. And I know they lend their race suits to each other sometimes, but oh, guys, come on. Help me out, help a brother out. But I know from the race number, Mike Waldron there alongside at the front with Aaron Berridge on the left-hand side. And Berridge just, I don't know what you're talking about there, something to do with the radiator or further along. Further back you can see Jacob Underhill there in the 34. I don't know if Aaron Berridge has a bit of an issue there, worried about his engine or the radiator or something. Oh, and then a non-starter as well. The engine won't go for Lucas Esser. There we go. There's the on button. Gets underway. Let's get our grid, shall we?
for our Junior Max Primo first heat of the day. There is confirmation, Mike Waldron, Aaron Berridge on the front row with Lucas Esser and Dooling behind. Jackson Heath on the third row of the grid. Nice to see him up there in the mix alongside Evan Mellor. Toby Wortley, Jacob Underhill down there in 8th with our championship leader on the 5th row of the grid in P9 alongside Morgan Cooney, Jenkins and Nelson Taylor. Halewood Robinson, Thoman Evans, Odysseus Hole, Delanic and Restall down to 18th. And Bart Wykes, Dimolo, Kent, Jerry Duffy and Zane Perry. Nixon, Laird, Bailey, Everett, Cantillon and Orridge down to P30. And our final runners of Cora Moore, Jack Smith and Riley Linnell in P33. So a packed grid for Junior Primo this weekend, who are revving their engines in formation. Are we underway in racing? Yes, we are. We haven't had a full start so far today. Let's keep it that way and get into the action straight away. They come through Cafe Corner. They try and skirmish for position using all of the available racetrack onto the outside and leading us into the first hairpin, hopefully, is Harry Myatt Waldron. There he is. He's still in the lead. Yes, out front, the number 12. With Aaron Berridge. Close behind in second. Look at the ducking of the head already this early on in the race. Oh my goodness me. Where did that move come from? Quite further back there. I think that was that Dooling coming from an absolute mile back there to dive down the inside for third, or was it Jacob Underhill on Jackson Heath? It was so far away, I was trying to make it out from our camera point, but I mean, got on the brakes, I think kind of spooked himself on the brakes and then tricked himself into making a passing manoeuvre from about a mile away. But it worked though. So, fantastic move I think that was from Jacob Underhill on Jackson Heath to move up into 4th. I don't know if it's possible, but this time here on the last lap, right now, it's possible to see a replay of that move. That was incredible from Jacob Underhill. Just sent it from absolutely nowhere. Well, you've got to make it work. You know, make it work for you. If you outbrake yourself and it's got to ends up being what you wanted, then fair enough. Meanwhile, though, 6 minutes on the clock plus the 1 lap to go in this one for Harry Myatt Waldron. Currently sitting 12th in the championship right now. Has had a race victory so far this weekend. Actually, the previous heat yesterday took victory in that one. And in the rest of the championship, hasn't seen a victory until this weekend. So whatever Myatt Waldron had for breakfast yesterday and today, it's working out pretty well. Leading out of the front here at Shenington for the Jax Motorsport team in this Junior Max Primo Superheat first Superheat of the day. Berridge now coming under more pressure from Liam Doolin and Jacob Underhill. Still trying to keep up there with these front three. There they are. And there is Underhill coming through there. Technical foul, mechanical flag from Archie Thoman Evans further down the grid. He's going to have to peel off into the pits as per race control. Underhill gets passed by Jackson Heath there into Park Bend and into Cafe Corner. And Jackson Heath now up into 4th place, retakes that from earlier on. And meanwhile at the front, Berridge getting challenged by Dooling now. But nothing doing there for Doolin. Has to file back in for third. Oh, Archie's into the pits and, I mean, of course, would be very disappointed with, I believe, another retirement from one of the races this season. And I don't think it's the first time we've seen Archie having that kind of situation, and hopefully they can get on top of that for the rest of the run-in today here at Shenington. Well, these two are starting to battle with each other, you'd say, as the neutral, a bit too much, because Harry at the front is being allowed to run away with this one a little bit. It's built about a 6th to 7th, 10th gap now. 7/10 gap at the front, yeah, ahead of Aaron Berridge, who gets on the anchors on the very narrow line into Wilkins. Dooling though, trying to go up to the inside to then swoop in, take the apex for Cafe Corner, does that brilliantly and moves up into second. Trying to hold on to the position into Stratford and out of runway. They're finding a way round through the 7 or 8 or so turns here at Shenington, through the Bruno chicane, trying to hug that inside apex as best as they can. And the gap extends even more. It extends. It was extending by another 10th, but now Dooling has got up to second. The gap's actually closed down by a couple of attempts here. There's 2.5 minutes on the clock, and now Dooling's been released from Aaron Berridge, who's down in third now. Can Dooling be the one to close up to Mike Waldron and not have it all of his own way here? It's looking likely that there could be a last lap challenge if he keeps the pace on here, but then Berridge is starting to sort of come back towards Dooling at the same time, so it really is ebbing and flowing to and fro in here in Junior Primo. And a nice dive to the inside there. I think that was from Lucas. Was it from Lucas Esser further back? In the green. That was a nice move anyway into the hairpin. Now on the inside, taking the place. And find their way through. No, it was the 49. It was Joshua Robinson, sorry, a bit further up. So Joshua Robinson further ahead, making the move up through the field ahead of Jacob Underhill, that was. So Robinson finding the pace in this stage of the race. A couple of attempts quicker than our race leader right now. Down there in 5th is Joshua Robinson, ahead of Harry Mike Waldron. And on the outside, Cato Motorsport trying to find its way through. Morgan Cooney trying to find a path around the outside. There was no road there to be had though, and has to file back in. Find a way, another way around the drivers in front on another lap. 40 seconds plus the 1 lap to go here in the first superheat, a Junior Primo, and Mike Waldron is very so slightly ekes the gap out on Liam Dooling in second, but it's not changing enough, significantly enough. Further back here, you can see the battle on board down towards, I think this is sort of in down, it's in sort of the midfield really. Yeah, down towards 13th, and the likes of Zane Perry 12th and 13th further down. But this is Aaron Berridge there on your screen in the way. There's your front two going through now. There's Berridge, Robinson coming through, Jackson Heath, and then further down, I'm trying to spot the numbers. They're coming through so quickly. I do think it's the likes of Zane Perry and Cooney and Wortley and Ruben Jenkins down to sort of 12th, 13th and 14th. But there's Robinson coming through your screen. Look at these, all squabbling for position as well. That's Jude Pudderfoot going toe-to-toe with Lucas Esser, who's further down the order than he has been in the championship of late. And Robinson now is sort of leading this pack here for 4th, and that is all she wrote. Harry Mike Waldron takes victory here ahead of Liam Dooling, and Joshua Robinson onto the podium at the end of that one in 3rd. Berridge finishes 4th. Jackson Heath is in 5th. Underhill has to settle for 6th in the end, and Evan Mellor put a foot down in 8th, followed by Nelson Taylor and Jack Wykes in your top 10. There's your race winner, Harry Waldron, who's starting to finally make winning a bit of a habit for him. In 2026, he picked up novice trophies at PF International and Fullbeck in 2025. And Whilton Mill is amongst one of his favourite tracks. In Shenington, he doesn't mention, but maybe it'll be one fairly soon. So dueling there, and our race winner of Harry Waldron out front, and then Joshua Robinson onto the podium for Dave Edwards Racing there. Impressive display from him, coming up a few places through the field. Takes off the helmet, let it breathe. And all sorted for this race, doing all he can to find his way up through. And you know, what is Harry contemplating now? I mean, he's happy, right? He's just won a race. What do you think's going through his head? How on earth am I going to mount a title challenge with only these few races and rounds to go? Maybe that's going through his head. For the Junior Max Primo category, which is quite a significant lead. But Harry Waldron down in P12 at the moment. He's a cool 127 points from the lead in the championship. So a tall order to be anywhere near the front, and need a lot to happen in these final few races. But from Primo, we go on to our next category right now. And the first time of the weekend, we're seeing our senior Rotax drivers out there on the circuit. Well, for today at least, as we're bringing you live coverage with the Alpha Live team. By the way, it's a pleasure to be back here at Shenington once again. Myself, Jake Beach, bringing you commentary here this weekend with the Alpha Live team out on track. And there right now you can see number 32 of Riley Bishop in the X-Kart on the 3rd grid slot, alongside Lewis Sumner, fellow X-Kart driver in the X-Kart awning. And hoping for a good finish in this one alongside Harrison Crowther. That is your championship leader at the moment in Senior Rotax. Lewis Sumner further back, who he's having a chat with there, head of junior development at X-Kart. I don't know if he's got any words of wisdom to pass on to any of the other senior Rotax drivers, and just sarcastically, but you never know. And then going through here, the 84 of Elliot Dalton-Ayres, who I managed to have a bit of a catch-up with yesterday as he was waiting to find his way in to have a chat with the stewards. I'm not sure if it was anything really troubling, but was involved in a certain conversation, as are lots of our drivers here right throughout the grid. There's Connor Tubby on your screen there, you just saw, for Coles Racing, and further across here to Drew Preisner in the 91. It's your first year in TKC for Drew. He's currently sitting in the top 14 of the championship, 14th at the moment, and inside the top 15. It's a great performance from him in such a competitive field and championship it is. There's the 20 of Lewis Holt for the X-Kart as well. Matthew So there with the Jack Dex Racing team, also in this field. And so far in the championship, I think joining us for the first time this weekend, I believe, in the Kart Championship is Matthew Sosa. Good to see him. And then right at the back of the field there, I believe that's Melissa Adrian, who you just saw in the helmet further back. Yes, it is. number 48, and jumping on board in this season, and spent one of the rounds with Guy Cunnington racing last time. I'm not too sure if that was just for one round or whether she's back to being a privateer for this one. But our senior road tax drivers ready and raring to go, ready to go out. You can see Kai Newman there on the right hand side as well. The yellow flag is waving and it switches to green, which means our drivers can head out onto the grid. And talking of the grid, let's get you the starting grid for this one. And Joshua Smith is going to be there on the front row for Kiddix UK, and has been picking up wins aplenty so far this weekend. Harrison Crowther is second. Riley Bishop is third, with Lewis Sumner, George Cole and Dalton Ayres down to row 3. Then Benjamin Lee, Scott McDowell, Zach Kane, Rory Hinkley inside the top 10. Has been great to see him as a privateer thriving in the Kart Championship so far this season. Jamie Kirkbride and Ross Tyler follow him further behind. Max Sheldon Hayward, Kai Newman, Preisner, we saw on the grid before, Reese Bally and Christopher Hughes and Connor Tubby down to P18, followed by Lewis Holt, Lomax, Matthew So, Kelbrick, Eddie King and Braden Donahue down to P24. And then at the back, towards the rear of the field, Melissa Adrian in the number 48, and our drivers into formation, into the tram lines. And here we go, careering into turn 1 here at Shenington. Who is going to come out at the front of this one? And Joshua Smith has maintained a strong start, but being chased further behind by Harrison Crowther in the Coles Racing machine in second. Further behind. Coming down now, hurtling into towards the Bruno chicane. Full beans for our senior road tax drivers. Top speeds being reached of 60, 70 miles an hour at the top of the revs as they get down towards the end of sections here at Shenington. Plenty of straight to play with, and I feel like it's going to be a right old ding-dong between these two, between Joshua Smith and Harrison Crowther for the rest of today's action. So far this weekend, Harrison Crowther not being able to get a win on the board. He's looking to change that here and try and make his pedigree at the top of the championship right now stand for something further up. I think Melissa Adrian's made a few places at the back of the grid at the start of this one, towards the middle of the pack. But out front, it's Smith leading by Harrison Crowther, who have come across the line now, followed by Bishop, Sumner, George Cole, Dalton Ayres, Benjamin Lee, Scott McDowell, Zach Kane, Sheldon Hayward is 10th as they roar through Cafe Corner, past our commentary box, and down towards Stratford hairpin and out through runway onto the left-hand side of the track. Harrison Crowther, oh my goodness, that was a very, very on-the-edge defensive move there from Joshua Smith to hold on to first. I think just about shut the door in time. And again, parking the cart in the middle of the track, not giving Harrison Crowther the space to have a sniff down the inside, but there's so much pressure he's soaking up here. On our circuits of Shenington right now. And we journey down towards Stratford Corner once again, coming at them thick and fast, these corners in senior road tax. Plenty of torque to have at your disposal to take you around all of the 7 turns here at Shenington on this 1,000 or so metre layout. And Joshua Smith hustling it perfectly right now, not giving Harrison Crowther an inch back there in second, but 5 minutes down, 3 minutes gone in this race so far. Doesn't decide to go defensive this time. Can take the wide racing line. And on the same wavelength as they come through Cafe Corner once again. And no need to defend to the inside. Maybe there's been some hand signals in the meantime when they want to work together here, because they're not breaking away from, well, any of the field here. I mean, senior Rotax drivers absolutely nose to tail, right from, well, I don't know, 1st to 12th, maybe even further than that. Crowther's found a gap to the inside though. It kind of looked like Joshua Smith opened the door for him in some respects to give him the chance to lead in this race and take over the mantle. And now Joshua Smith wants to make life a bit easier for himself. Look at that shot there. Look, you see the marbles on the outside. They're coming through out of Cafe Corner. Full power. Accelerator pedal right down as far as it will go. And Crowther now going defensive, who has taken over the mantle of this race. I feel like Joshua Smith just wanted to give him the inside there, coming down into Wilkins and find a way through. And I'm not too sure what was happening with our feed there, but coming back through down towards the start-finish line, nothing much has changed between Crowther and Joshua Smith as they come through Cafe Corner once again. And down towards the first hairpin into turn 4. Oh my goodness, look at these two trying to jostle between each other. Crowther, Joshua Smith, it's a battle of the ages is becoming here at Shenington, and they've got to be careful they don't weave too much, especially in the braking zone, because they can get in some trouble for that. All hard but fair racing, I think, at the moment. And no need for any of race control or stewards to get involved right now. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. 2 minutes 40 of agonising patience and composure needed from not just Harrison Crowther, but also Joshua Smith doesn't let Riley Bishop up onto the inside. And I think that Joshua Smith just about got enough of a good run, but look how much they're being held up now. And Joshua Smith actually has gone to the lead ahead of Harrison Crowther out of the Bruno chicane. So it's a swap back to our original race leader. Crowther's dipped back to second now. Fancies maybe some slipstream from Joshua Smith to do the hard work again. And absolutely nothing to choose between. Still our top 10 drivers out there. We are completely nose to tail. And Harrison Crowther is trying to find a way around the outside. So is Riley Bishop. Sumner was trying to come down the inside there as everyone was trying to come back onto the racing line. Somehow they're all still pointing in the right direction here. The first Subi of senior Rotax today. And Harrison Crowther still trying to find that way through and hold on to the lead. But as we talk about so often, the strategy at a stage of this race here, when you're getting into the final sort of 2 or 3 laps, you want to be pouncing for that lead as late as possible. Leave the shock and awe and surprise on your opponent towards the end of things. And Crowther now up into the lead ahead of Smith, so he made that count either in the chicane or out of the second hairpin. How their race is going, battling along with opponents there. Where are we? How their race is going, battling along with opponents there. Where are we? With our race leader. There he is, Harrison Crowther. We're going to have 2 more laps. We just came across the line with 3 seconds to go. With our race leader. There he is, Harrison Crowther. We're going to have 2 more laps. We just came across the line with 3 seconds to go. Panning down. Panning down. Talking of panning down, Joshua Smith has fallen right down at the order into 5th. Crowther leads now with Bishop and Sumner in the X-Karts, and then George Cole, out of nowhere, has found his way up to 4th in the front part of this race. Who's going to take maximum points and the best place finish for the all-important final, to where it all counts later on this afternoon and in this evening for senior Rotax. We're on to our final lap now. The last lap board is out. Can Crowther hold on to this one? Or is Bishop and Sumner got a last lap answer and a last lap dash to see if they can make the difference at the end of this one. Where's Crowder? There he is, coming out of the hairpin, coming down into the Bruno chicane. There's Bishop, there's Sumner following behind. Joshua Smith still right there in fourth as well, challenging for the podium. Crowder, though, barring some miracle, looks like he's got this victory in the bag of what will be the first one of the weekend. It certainly is. Crowder comes across the line, takes the checker flag ahead of Bishop and Sumner, finding their way up the field. Joshua Smith getting unlucky 3 or 4 laps ago, down out of the Bruno chicane. And that is all she wrote at the end of that one. And our drivers make their way into Parc Fermé. And there is your race winner, Harrison Crowder, getting back to the front of the field, cementing that first place in the championship. Wants to keep on doing that in these final crucial couple of rounds. It's nice to catch up with him and Raura in the paddock show. Winning a super heat at Raura, coming 5th in the final. He wants to try and translate this form he's got here so far now this weekend at Shenington and carry it across. Just having a race debrief here, can we listen in? I didn't pick up too much of that, but I mean, all seems fairly friendly a bit. How about 2X Kart guides? I don't know if that's hand signal for punts up the inside or punts generally, I'm not too sure, but Bishop and Sumner chatting to each other, Downing scrutineering there in the main bases. They're on the top 3 in the podium positions for our senior Rotax. But we come from senior Rotax, and because we have such a packed grid for junior Rotax, we'll get on to our second heat of the day. So we'll go from senior Rotax on back to our juniors for next race coming up in a second, and groups A versus C. And just getting something in from Marshall's or race control. That we're going to be having a bit of a delay and a bit of a break in proceedings here because we've been going very well. It's actually not... Normally in race meetings we're behind time, but because the race meetings are going so fast, we're going to be having a bit of a break here between our next race, going from what we just had from our senior Rotax back to our junior Rotaxes. So whilst they're lined up on the dummy grid, it gives us some time to just collect our thoughts, and it's a rare thing. I'm not used to having this in the Kart Championship in 2026. It's normally so many sessions packed in together, thick and fast. But we'll come back onto our junior Rotax runners very soon. And whilst we're waiting, we can run you through a little bit of how junior Rotax is shaping up so far this season. And if you've been with us throughout 2026 for the Kart Championship, it has been a wild ride for definitely the top 3 in the championship. But even for all of our drivers there's Maximilian Braskov again in the 277. There is the last race winner of the last heat. You can see his eyes, well, I wouldn't say raring to go at the moment, but trying to stay focused there is Teddy Cooper. A rare look actually underneath the visor. We don't get to see that much. We're looking to add another race victory to his tally, but Teddy Cooper got some work to do if they want to close down the gap in the junior max category. 66 points behind at the moment, and Ewan House there, who has been an absolute class of the field in 2026, was part of the Coles Racing team at the start of 2026, moved over to Jax Motorsport, so you can see the Jax Motorsport livery on his car. There you go, you've got another teammate behind in Noah Moulton as well, and Braskov on your left. But I want to, and maybe Zach Turner isn't in this group, I haven't quite seen him yet, but leading the way at the moment in the championship is Zach Turner. The gap's 8 points to Rapini, and Zach Turner has had a roller coaster of a season. He's made hard work for himself by where he's found himself out there on the circuit. In that last race, he unfortunately got put to the side at the Bruno chicane. Cameron Tipping there on your screen for Cato Motorsport down in P27 in the championship at the moment. James Tate for Guy Cunnington Racing. He's inside the top 20 right now, but it's Zach Turner, Rapini and Ewan House, your top 3 in the championship right now. And then Jackson Lane there on your right hand side, moving up to the Project 1 car here. And Guy Cunnington Racing also on display for junior Rotax runners. Max Douthwaite was there on your left hand side, and also James Tate then just in front of him. And we've heard the whistle in Parc Ferme, which means maybe our break isn't going to be as long as we were thinking. I want to keep things on schedule here and not, you know, get too far ahead of ourselves. But whilst we wait for our drivers to get onto the grid, and we'll come to that in a second, you know, it's always good to be growing, learning and developing in karting. And not just in karting, but to car racing as well. Always good to try yourself, get in touch with the Jam Sport guys. Right, if we can get a grid really, really quickly, I'll try and take you through it as fast as I can before the start of our Junior Rotax heat here. And I don't think I'm just going to give you the top 10. Ewan House, Cooper, Moulton, Braskov, McVeigh, Waddle, and then Plowman, Tipping, Lane and James Tate. They're your top 10, and Claire and Douthwaite down to top 12. Here we go for Junior Rotax. We're about to get underway. They're into the tram lines, and let's see how much we're going to change between our top 10 in the next few laps and the course of the second Super Heat. We're underway for Junior Rotax once again. There's a driver really out wide, one of the X-Kart drivers, Isaac Jameson, wearing the X-Kart suit on the outside. Actually a privateer now in the Kart Championship. Found himself on the dirty stuff through Cafe Corner and wants to try and get back on track here. There he is towards the back of the field, punching the steering wheel, I think you just saw at the back of shot, but into this one. Oh, and who's round there? That's the machine of Jack Bowie, I think. Further down, the 269 machine taking a bit of a spin. So coming through turn 1 though, Ewan House is up into first place. Yellow flag though, a solid yellow flag for our drivers as they approach this hairpin here. Out from maybe the previous lap, not too sure what that's out for. Can't see any. I mean, one driver getting all too out of shape there on the outside coming out of the hairpin, but still a solid yellow flag as they come through into the second sector here at Shenington. There's a mechanical flag for Kevin Idle. It's got something to do with that, meanwhile, as Ewan House tries to defend his position from Teddy Cooper, retakes first, momentarily losing it, but back up into P1, holding off Teddy Cooper. Still the yellow flag out here as they come down into the hairpin. And I can't see what the issue is. Ah, the yellow flag's off now. Right, yeah, yellow flag's been cleared. Maybe race control were trying to find the button for it. I don't know how that stuff works. I'm sure they were keeping all the drivers safe. Out there and not safe to the inside was Ewan House there, because he opened the door for Teddy Cooper to dive on back up. Mechanical flag once again for Kevin Ivanov. He gets another one of them. He will be getting a black flag in this race. In all the stewards, he has to come into the pits when he gets that mechanical flag, as painful as it might be. Hopefully he has seen the mechanical flag board and the stewards trying to help him out there. Whilst Jackson Lane down in P8 sets the fastest lap of the race. Meanwhile at the front, Teddy Cooper looking over the shoulder for Ewan House. Laurie McVeigh there for Project One Racing. Upper place into third. Noah Moulton there in fourth. Braskov, Waddle, Plowman, Jackson Lane and Cameron Tipping towards James Tate. That's your top 10 right now in Junior Rotax. And Ewan House now trying to find his way back up into the lead here, with Teddy Cooper taking a victory in the last one, and now in this group getting to meet each other for the first time in today's race meetings. Down towards the Bruno chicane. Ewan House wanted the space to be there, but has to get on the anchors way more than he wanted to into the inside of Wilkins there. And across the start-finish line, once again, Ewan House decides to go wide, and Laurie McVeigh almost follows, copies the line of Ewan to try and gain some time. And now, I said, had to be careful, did Kevin Ivanov out there at the moment, as there's a challenge between Cooper and McVeigh. Ewan House has dropped a bit further down. Ivanov, meanwhile, has got a 5-second penalty for that mechanical flag that he seems to be ignoring out there at the moment. So hopefully that'll catch his attention. It's now Cooper, McVeigh and Ewan House on the podium right now, but closely followed by Moulton, Braskov, Waddle. All there really right now. They can see the 5-second penalties up on the board for Kevin Ivanov as they come across the start-finish line. Haven't seen what the issue is for Kevin Ivanov to pick that out, but oh my goodness, Ewan House on the brakes, up the inside, trusting other drivers around him to give him the room, and dives up the inside, back into second, recovering from the last couple of laps further down. Laurie McVeigh, meanwhile, has fallen down about three or four places. Yeah, he's down to fifth right now as they come across the start-finish line. So short-lived momentum there for Laurie McVeigh. It's back to being Cooper, Ewan House, Noah Moulton and Braskov. Now McVeigh and Waddle and Plowman and Jackson Lane out of the hairpin here. That is what is regarded as the Monza of karting here at Shenington. Really important to get the good traction out of the hairpins and get as great a run as you can, maximising your top speed by the end of the straight. Yellow flag is waving as there's a kart off to the left-hand side there at Wilkins. But once they clear that yellow flag, they're cleared to go racing again. Only a yellow flag in that final sector. And Ewan House can try and get on after Teddy Cooper once again, not have to worry about what's going on down towards the back end of the circuit here at Shenington. And kind of Teddy Cooper, half a second lead out of the front right now, has settled into this one here. Yellow flag still out, solid yellow flag. Waving as that kart gets cleared away on the left-hand side. Still not sure whose kart that might be. I don't know if Kevin Ivanov pulled off to the side there and couldn't make it back to the pits because of that mechanical issue. As they come through Cafe Corner now, Cooper there still with that buffer. There we are. That was Jasper Oakes, so separate issue to Kevin Ivanov. Jasper Oakes out for the Ultimate R team. It was causing that yellow flag down in Sector 3. So no further part for Jasper in this one. Meanwhile, further back towards the front. Oh, look at the gap. My goodness. Where has Teddy Cooper found that rocket ship button from behind? It's almost like he's found a massive boost, unless Ewan House was too busy defending Noah Moulton further back, and Teddy Cooper probably can't believe his luck when he looks over his shoulder. He's gained 7/10 of a second on that lap alone. And now going to be a very tall order for Ewan House to challenge this lead whatsoever. The two Jax Motorsport teammates of Ewan House and Moulton down into the hairpin, out of runway, into the Bruno chicane. There they are, followed by Braskov, McVeigh, Waddle. And looks like he's just got to keep his wits about him, Teddy Cooper, bring it home for a second victory here. At Shenington this weekend, and now on our final lap, it's looking all the more likely he's going to do that. Is there going to be any changes for position further back? Look at those two. It looks like it's going to be very close between one of the Project One Racing drivers further back. I think that might have been the likes of Noah Clare battling with Shea Hilton maybe, but Teddy Cooper's not going to matter about that because he's taken yet another victory ahead of Ewan House. Noah Moulton in the end finishing on the podium for a 2-3 for Jax Motorsport. Laurie McVeigh, Zach Waddle, Jackson Lane, Braskov, JJ Plowman, Tate and Cameron Tipping down towards your top 10 in that one. We had a few interruptions there with the yellow flags in that race, but to keep all of our drivers safe, that is the main thing obviously we're concerned about. Safety first, and of course our marshals and officials doing a wonderful job as they do throughout all of our circuits across the Kart Championship in 2026. No different here at Shenington, and getting our karts off the track, cleared away if they can't take any further part in the weekend. Looking at the skies, it's still quite overcast here. Could probably still have some drizzle throughout the rest of this one as Cooper and Ewan House debrief. And great sportsmanship really on show between our drivers across all of our categories, to be honest. There's great respect out there that I feel like the Kart Championship and the other championships they race in has really instilled in them, and great for their future racing careers when it might get a bit heated out there, but what happens on track should stay on track further out there. All right, we'll go from Junior Rotax, and probably with not much of a gap this time, to our Honda Cadets once again. So our final drivers of a packed Junior Rotax grid just making their way through Parc Fermé underneath us. If you can hear the engines in the background, that's literally because they're like right next door to me as they come on in. Meanwhile, a little bit further away from me, I would say a bit more than a stone's throw. I'm going to be that methodical. Our Honda Cadet drivers are getting ready to go out for their next race and find their way out onto circuit. And lining up there is James Murphy on the right hand side, putting the visor down, getting some final hand signals from the team. Cannon there took the race victory in the last superheat he was involved in. Can he repeat the same again in this one? Luca Bacocchi, his former teammate, behind him. And can we just actually, we're very close to I'm not sure what the dog sticker is for, but I love it. It's actually the first time I've noticed that. Look at that. Is that the dog from Up? You know, the one that's yeah. That's what my director's telling me what that was. What was that? A different breed. Okay, I've been told the dog from Up is a different breed. So, okay. Look, I'm just not up on my breeds. As long as dogs look cute and cuddly, whether they're in sticker form or in real life, there you are. And there are many animals in all these cars. Where are all these animals coming from? Will Luca Bacocchi have the conniving thoughts of a fox in this one to chase after? Oh look, there we go. You can see under the helmet. Oh no, he's back down again. Come and get a bit of fresh air in over the Shenington fields. Into his helmet, into his visor. We see a few of our drivers further back. And getting ready for this one. There's Reggie Dufficy there. There is Phoebe Shelton making their way out onto the track. And let's get you our grids once again for Honda Cadets. And there you are, confirmation that James Murphy is starting on pole position on the front row alongside him. Archie Cannon, your last race winner in Honda Cadets. Ah, there is Archie Loveridge. I was thinking he wasn't here this weekend. How silly of me, because of course there are multiple groups in Honda Cadets, as is the size of the grid. So Loveridge is going to be up against Cannon in this one, in this superheat. Drury, Becker, Culler is on the third row. Cooper, Ratton, Dufficy, Alistair Saunders, Phoebe Shelton and Eric Grisbeck is P12. First field, Sutton, Henry Colborne, who we'll catch up with on the paddock show at the lunch break, you'll see, alongside Ben Bowers, Ralph Ryder Birch and Luke Hamill in P18 wants a better end to his race in this superheat. McCarthy, Burgoyne, Mikowski, Seth Wright, Austin Dowd and Finn Hollis down to the 12th row of the grid. And your final runners of Charlton, Reggie Cook and Ada Wright. So we will get to see the battle not only between James Murphy at the front, starting on pole position, but we will get to see the battle between our top two in the championship, between Cannon and Archie Loveridge. And is he giving us a wave? Is there something wrong with his car? I'm not too. I'm hoping it's all fine for Archie Cannon. Well, they're lining up on the grid now, and he's not waving anymore. But it looked like he might have had an issue. Hopefully, there's not an issue, and it's all fine for Archie. I'm sure he'd have his hand still up if he was worried about getting away on the race start. We was just waiting for our final drivers on the grid there to come forward. A grid spot. They've missed a grid spot out through the back. A green folder gets raised this time. Not a green flag. The green flag has gone walkabouts. The folder will do. And we're away for this superheat in Honda Cadets. James Murphy gets a good start onto the inside, but will Cannon try and hook it round the outside? And that's exactly what he's done. Up into the lead. They're coming through past our commentary box, through Cafe Corner for the very first time in this race. And Cannon hugs the inside as much as possible. And then Jensen Culler, I think further back, or one of the fellow green karts, was hugging the inside a bit too much, finding some of the dirty stuff on the outside. Cool, that was also close. Further back down the field between, I think it was the likes of McCarthy possibly on the outside, battling with Luke Hamill or Burgoyne further back. Hard to see further back, but all our drivers still pointing in the right direction. And here we are then, Cannon followed by James Murphy. Cannon's jumped up into lead on that opening lap into the first corner. Loveridge is there on the podium in third, where he needs to be to keep bringing the fight to Archie Cannon in the Honda Cadet Championship. So far this season, Drury, Mason Becker, always there. He's there in the top 5 right now. Jensen Culler, Dufficy, Marcus Cooper, Ratton and Grisbeck are the top 10 right now as they hurtle down and out through the Bruno chicane. And Archie Cannon, once again, he's not going to have it easy on these first couple of laps, and why would he? James Murphy wants to change that immediately and try and put a dent in the momentum and confidence of his weekend. It's great to see James Murphy up there in the mix, and has been having a great old time of it here at Shenington so far this weekend, and has won both the earlier heats in yesterday's run-in, so knows what it's like to lead out the front, although he's staring at the back of Archie Cannon right now and wants to change that as soon as possible. Leading out front, Cannon bombs down into Wilkins with Murphy right behind. Loveridge is there as well. I'm sure not giving an inch in the 5 or so minutes we have remaining in this second superheat of the day for our Honda Cadets. Our Honda Cadets not using as much of the runoff there as some of our other drivers in our other categories in the weekend. Meanwhile, Sebastian McCarthy has got a contact warning where he's battling down in P18. Now has his card marked by the stewards and race control. Needs to have his wits about him. How he goes racing out there. He'll get confirmation of that contact warning when he comes over the start finish line of the gantry. It will tell him. But he needs to be a bit mindful about how they will find each other in the rest of this race. Meanwhile, at the front though, we've kind of got two groups of three in Cannon, Murphy, Loveridge, and then Drury, Becker and Culler out there right now. And Cannon doing all of what he needs to do at the moment, and so is Luca Bacocchi further back, or sorry, not Bacocchi, Freddie Drury further back. But he's just been passed by, I believe, Mason Becker, who threw it up on the inside. But it's still Cannon, Murphy and Loveridge in the front three, and then it is Mason Becker in fourth now, ahead of Culler, and Freddie Drury at the back of this one. There's been a lot of jostle and change for position on that lap. There you go. Drury's dropped down a couple of places as a result of all of what happened there. And coming out of Cafe Corner, Cannon once again spotting his braking point on the outside, doing a bit of a track walk. And yesterday evening at the end of proceedings, it's unbelievable how, when under your shoes, how sticky it can be, of all the rubber that's being laid down by all of our classes here this weekend at Shenington. And the more times they go around, the quicker this track is going to evolve. It's going to give them more grip to try moves like that. Loveridge trying the bit of space ahead of him, trying to take a wide line, duck back in and under, but not really giving him any advantage in the end, sort of negating any time loss he did for taking wide and then gaining it back on the exit. Mason Becker being hustled by Culler, by Drury still. And there's Cannon appearing like the Matrix on our screen there as Murphy comes through. And you're probably seeing fastest lap for two drivers on your screen at the left at the moment. You're thinking, how on earth is that possible? Well, they've set the exact same lap time, a 50.4 for both of our front two drivers. And the same can be said for Loveridge as well. They've all set identical lap times in the tow. So fastest laps really should be for the top three. They should all be lit up purple at the moment. Cannon, Murphy, Loveridge. Again, setting equivalent, near equivalent lap times out there at the front. There they go. Out of Cafe Corner through turn one, down towards the hairpin, and Cannon's going to get a challenge here on the inside, and Murphy and both Loveridge go through. And that's what happens if you open the door like that. One driver's going to follow through, sitting in behind, and you're going to wish you were a bit more staunch in your defence further on, but maybe Cannon believes that he can come back in this one. That's one driver that can't come back, and that's the 22 of Oliver Ratton, who's back in the pits, unfortunately. Won't see the end of this race. But Murfitt now there with Loveridge, and Loveridge has not really had the opportunity in this race to be challenge of the lead. He's been sitting there in third, letting Murfitt and Cannon squabble for the majority of this race. And now Loveridge can sense a race victory here in the superheat for his Ambition Motorsport team, and pick up a second race victory of the weekend after picking up a win in the very first heat yesterday, and can pick up his very first superheat win in just a matter of a couple of laps here. They come across the start-finish line again, and it is odd as even coming through Calf Corner. I always feel like to say that if I'm like, you know, proper Essex, or whether I've got to pronounce Calf prop, you know, like you go down the Calf, or is it Cafe? You let me know. What would you prefer me to do, Cafe or Calf Corner? I'm gonna stick with Calf Corner because it feels easier to say. It just helps me get through things without getting things joggled up in my head, as we're trying to keep track of the action at the front of the field as well. Murfitt holding on out front though. He's going to come across the line. He's going to see the last lap board, and he's got 1,000 metres to keep it on the black stuff in first place ahead of Loveridge. Where is Loveridge going to maybe try and chance his arm? Looks like Cannon's out of this one. Too far back now to make any dent in these front two, unless these front two get into a squabble that could be of advantage to Cannon. They come down into the Bruno chicane. Murfitt still out in front as they exit the Bruno chicane. Loveridge looking over the shoulder. Surely this is the chance to do it. He's going to try and sweep around the outside. Late on the brakes. Duck and under. Is there any door opening there? No, Murfitt has got that covered. He parks the car on the apex. He's surely going to hug the inside, so he can't find it. A gap on the inside for Loveridge, and Murfitt takes the win from Loveridge. Archie Cannon settles for third, and Loveridge can't add a race win to his tally. James Murfitt is the one that sweeps up in that one for Coles Racing, and in all of the heats so far for James Murfitt, that is 3 wins out of 3 here at Shenington so far this weekend. He's doing everything that he needs to out there to try and propel him up the championship, sitting in 16th in Honda Cadets right now, and this will do him the world of good if he keeps this up for the rest of this weekend. Archie Loveridge, meanwhile, he's sitting second in the championship. There's a 19-point gap between him and Cannon, and finishing ahead of Archie Cannon, that's going to help for the intermediate classification towards the final later on. All hard and fair racing between our top 3 here, as they are obliged to come into the main scrutineering bay, as is the result they've just achieved. Good respect there between Archie Cannon and Murfitt. Between Tim Parrott Motorsport now and Coles Racing. Murfitt doing the job that he needs to do here this weekend. And it's been a lot of, at the end of the race, just looking longingly out of scrutiny into the distance. I know they've got to wait for their kart to be checked and whatever else, but it's just it's taken it out of them clearly, racing around it. I mean, you know, if you've ever obviously been racing that much, and obviously in karting a lot, I'm sure you watching the Kart Championship and watching Alpha Live, you're all too aware, like you get that sort of feeling at the end of a race. If it's really drained you, taken out of you mentally, you're just sort of like your brain is just sort of recovering itself. So probably what a lot of the drivers are going to be doing throughout those final parts of their races. And I'm just seeing, just saw someone on a buggy coming into Parc Ferme and doing a fair rate of knots. I think it's impressive. Coming into Parc Ferme now. I mean, I'd like to get around like that. It'd be great. Right, anyway, I digress. There we go from our Honda Cadets to our next category right now. And we go back to Mighty Bambinos for our second superheat, but I think we've got another break now before we get to our actual lunch break. This is, as I say, very rare in the Kart Championship for 2026. So just while our drivers here are sorting themselves out here in Parc Ferme, I don't think you want to hear me blabbering on for 20 minutes about the lovely fields and scenery here at Shenington, as lovely as they are. When the action gets back underway, we'll come back to you, but we've got about a 20-minute or so break between our next race for our Mighty Bambinos. So on the other side, we'll see you then, and we'll get back to some racing action. Okay, so welcome back briefly. We are going to be returning to racing at around about 11:45, so it's about 15 minutes time if you're watching on the live stream here on Alpha Live for the Kart Championship, round 5 here at Shenington. So we'll join you back for racing just before 11:45. In the meantime, if you want to maybe improve your racecraft, then there's ways you can go about doing that. Well, hello, welcome back for our brief interruption here at the Kart Championship in 2026. Jake Peach here bringing you live commentary of the Kart Championship for round 5 at Shenington, and we're just waiting for our mighty Bambinos to get underway for their second super heat. There is Barella Stevens, who has been growing into this season and really starting to find her feet in mighty Bambino. And further back, you can see some of our other drivers throughout the championship. And you can hear in the background they're making sure that they're on camera and they know about it. There's Ayrton Uja back in the 21, and you can also see Max Tetlow on your screen there, the 24. Eli Parkhouse, who I was having a chat with Eli's dad yesterday, who's been very impressed and proud of Eli and how he's sort of coming into the championship fight. Very much putting the pressure on Luca P towards the end of the season. And only 30 points between them. Making those final tyre pressure adjustments. It's the only, you can only do it in this place once the green light goes. You can't touch the kart anymore. Hayden Castleman there on your screen for the RCE team. He's had a mixed result of fortune. It's a P1, a P5 and a P3 so far this weekend. Luca P, though, that's your championship leader, number 4, with Oliver Reynolds further behind in the 77. And Luca P right there is hoping for Ambition Motorsport. He can bring this championship home in obviously our youngest category on the grid, and has been right there throughout the whole season. And waiting to get onto this, what's become much more sunny spells at Shenington right now. And whilst we wait for our drivers to come out from the grid, let's get you your starting grid for our next mighty Bambino Superheat to get underway in just a second. So just trying to find. I know we can't bring you the grid at the moment. We'll get you that in a second. Just waiting for our race control to get them underway, and I think we can show you the grid now for Mighty Bambinos. Yes, we can do it now. So we're jumping ahead of the gun. EJ Dira wants to continue the know-how experience around here at Shenington this weekend in this second Superheat. Obviously won the first one and wants to continue winning ways. Starts on pole position once again. Aidan Castleman is on the front row as well in second. Eli Parkhouse there on the second row of the grid behind them in third. Luca P, the championship leader, there in fourth. Fourth place for the number 4. Max Tetlow is 5th, and Oliver Reynolds is P6. Now as they make their way out onto the circuit, Ayrton Ujla, Jules Nash is on row 4, followed by Ray Furdy, Max West and Sadie Cartmill, Jensen Harris down there in P12. And your final runner on the 7th and lonely row of the grid, Reggie Love. All right, back underway for some racing action after a bit of a delay in our schedule before. I say delay, we're not delayed, we're just letting the time sort of come to us, really. We were all above board, just moving swiftly throughout the race schedule this weekend. And you can see right down towards the back of the circuit, you probably think, well, why are they not going down that part of the track? It looks completely open. That's only for our gearbox go-karts that use the full length of the Shenington straight down towards the end here. And they'll come onto the start-finish grid a lot sooner in these categories because they'll have a bit less of a track to drive around. And they start on the grid here in just a second. They are one of our second category alongside Honda Cadets that go from a standing start. And can EJ Dira basically do a bit of a rinse and repeat, do the same as he managed to do, soar off into the distance for our previous Mighty Bambino Superheat. The green clipboard goes up once again in place of the green flag. And they are away and away in racing. The lights go out and we hurtle into turn one. Has EJ Dira got enough of a run to get to the apex first? On the inside at Calf Corner, he has, and finds his way into turn one, staying in P1 and chased all the more by challengers and drivers behind, trying to vie for position. And Luca P, look, he's not hanging about in this one. He's right up towards the front of the field, early doors, trying to get up there and challenge EJ Dira sooner rather than later, so he doesn't run away in this race like he did in the last one. So 8 minutes plus 1 lap, all of our heat races, and then 10 minutes plus 1 lap for our finals later on this afternoon, where it all counts and it all matters for our drivers. Luca Pede there sitting in third place then, so already up onto the podium. There is EJ Dira, Aidan Castleman, Luca Pede in third, Eli Parkhouse, Oliver Reynolds in fifth, Jules Nash, Verdi, Tetlow, Ujla, Max West, your top 10, followed by Paris and Reggie Love and Sadie Cartmill at the back of the field. But EJ Dira here, look, he's doing the same again. He's rinsing and repeating, or Luca Pede gets a bit of a tank slapper coming out of that hairpin there, and he gets caught up in all the traffic amongst Ray Verdi and Jules Nash and Tetlow and Usha, and now it's dropped probably right down from third place all the way to, well, I want to predict maybe 7th or 8th further down. That was an odd moment there. It's not really something we've seen too much from Luca Pede throughout this championship. As you can see, the heat haze here of the circuit in Shenington really starting to build now as we come across the start-finish line once again. EJ Dira still out in the lead. 4/10 of a second is the gap to Eli Parkhouse. But now EJ Dira hasn't... Well, look, I mean, like, the gap was looking like it was building into something pretty big and chunky like it was in the first race, and it doesn't look like EJ Dira is going to have it all the same way in this one now. Parkhouse and Reynolds are the chasers here, coming down into turn one, and Parkhouse would adore the chance to jump up as high as he can into the lead of this race to take away that advantage from Luca Pede for the rest of the weekend here. And find their way through around into Wilkins at the back end of the circuit. And EJ Dira now still out in front. But it's getting spicy behind between Parkhouse and Oliver Reynolds, and that's what EJ Dira wants to happen. He wants these two behind to fight even more as they come out, use the extremities of the circuit out to the left-hand side, using all of the available space and taking the racing line over to the right-hand side here and diving down to the inside. Reynolds goes into second ahead of Eli Parkhouse. So the podium switching around all the time, but for EJ Dira on the top side of the podium, he's wanting to stay there and get another win in the bag here at Shenington this weekend. And been great to follow EJ all throughout the Kart Championship in 2026. And before this weekend, no wins to his name in the Kart Championship. How that has changed, and the pendulum has swung in his favour here at Shenington, his home circuit this weekend, making the knowledge and the know-how pay off ahead of Oliver Reynolds and Eli Parkhouse right now. Tetlow and Castleman down towards 5th as well. And Ujla Lukapede can't find his way back up from 7th at the moment. There he is in the white helmet, still trying to find his way back. The trouble is, in an all-electric class like this, in Bambinos, in Cadets, once you fall down the order, and because the race sort of equalises out, all of the power units they have at their disposal from those mighty batteries are very equal in their nature as well. So there's not going to be too much of a differential in performance between all of these karts, which means it is all on the driver. And when they're so evenly matched, it's going to be very hard for someone where Luca Pede finds himself now about 2.7 seconds off the lead, just coming through your screen there, to really get back up and challenge with the likes of EJ Dira. But this is probably the biggest challenge of the race for him so far. They're 3 wide going into the hairpin, and EJ Dira just about gets ahead enough to get on the anchors and reclaim first and make sure he doesn't relinquish that lead to Reynolds on the outside, and Parkhouse, who was fancying a bit of a opportunity knock in there of those two maybe getting involved with each other and finding their way out on the outside. And here they come into Wilkins then, and EJ Dira just about avoiding the curb. You don't really want to be clattering that. It's really going to hamper your lap time and will give you a very uncomfortable ride over these very deep curbs around all of the circuit, really. There on the right hand side as you come through Cafe Corner, and especially down in Wilkins as well. But EJ Dira looks like he's got a bit wide out through Cafe Corner. He finds himself on the outside line, but he's not going to have the space on the inside to cover it. Oliver Reynolds goes to the lead then, and now EJ Dira has got Parkhouse all over the back of him as they come down into the Bruno chicane. Is that the last reply from EJ Dira, or can he find something in the tank to take it to Oliver Reynolds, our new race leader out there at the moment? Which for Oliver Reynolds, it would be an impressive race victory. Hasn't had a win since Whilton Mill. Won the final at Whilton Mill. And here he's hoping for his first win since then. But EJ Dira is going to have something to say about it, because he has been commanding the most of this race, the majority of this race. Up until now, Reynolds has only finished inside the top 6 so far this weekend. And now he's going to find himself taking the top step of the podium if EJ Dira has no reply in the next few and final corners of this superheat in Mighty Bambino. We've still got a couple of laps to go, about a lap and a half to go now by the time they get to the start-finish line. Luca P is still there in 7th, not making a dent in his progress in the rest of this race. And Reynolds is keeping his composure here, not being phased by EJ Dira, coming into Wilkins and around now through to the Park Straight and up towards Turn 1 to Park Bend. But look on the inside, be careful. I don't think he's close enough, but they look like Parkhouse are trying to find some space up the inside if he was going to have some magical electric boost that was going to just all of a sudden get him in the mix on that one. But he was topping out on his power delivery from his mighty battery. And we are now onto the final lap. Reynolds has got to make it count when it matters. Not put a foot wrong here in the final couple of sectors of this lap. Reynolds finds his way down towards the Bruno chicane. Gets that all correct. Finds his way on the outside. EJ Dira, though, he's still very much there. Is there any charge he can make into the final couple of corners? I think he might be settling for this one, although he's close right up there. Brilliant braking by EJ Dira. Is there any space around on the inside? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Oh, it's very close, but Oliver Reynolds just about keeps it by a 1/10 of a second to EJ Dira. Eli Parkhouse finishes third as they peel into Parc Fermé to the right-hand side of our commentary box. Max Tetlow, Ayrton Ujla, Luca Pede is in P6. Aidan Castleman is 7th. Max West is 8th. Jules Nash is 9th. And Rafe Verdi rounds off your top 10 in that one. Jensen Paris, Reggie Love and Sadie Cartmill for our second heat in Mighty Bambino so far this weekend. So not disappointing then, getting back out on track and with some more racing action. And Oliver Reynolds doing a great job there to take his first win in quite a while in the Kart Championship, and good to see him back on the top step of the podium. But it's getting very competitive in Mighty Cadets. It's all changing for Mighty Bambinos as well throughout this last part of the season, and tracks and strengths for certain drivers coming to the fold, and tracks they're more comfortable with, that they know more, that maybe they've practiced on more, they're more familiar with, starting to show as we go throughout the rest of our 2026 season. All right, shall we go from Bambino to our next dual grid here at the Kart Championship? And it's going to be Micromaxes underway once again, along with our Mighty Cadets. Our Mighty Cadets make their way out of the grid first, and it'll be swiftly followed by our Micromax drivers behind. And here you go, your starting grid. First of all, for the Mighties that made their way out, Harry Stinson is on pole position once again. Ansel Murray is there, always, alongside, in second, Heath Smith, Junior Wright, Henry Hales and Elliot Hitch. Followed by Logan Jackson on row 4, Arthur Thompson, Freddie Dye, Jacob Amis, Frank Pearson and Jax Wong. There your Mighties for Pierce Cornet, Arthur Barth and Handy Jarvis. Then in the Micromaxes, Darlow, Crawford and Ewer. Followed by Hatton, Drummond, Finley, Talbot, Seabright and Milo Taylor further down. And then Ewer, Lani Eden and Seth State Mackey for your dual grids for Micromax and Mighty Cadets. But our Mighty Cadets, first of all, coming into the tram lines. And here they go, down into turn 1. Harry Stinson looks like he's kept the lead, unless Ansel's tried to chuck it up the inside. No, Stinson has the lead coming through Cafe Corner, and Murray has to settle in behind. Meanwhile, here are our Micromaxes looking to get underway. Look for the aero suit of Sebastian Crawford in this Micromax field, being debuted here by him this weekend. Will it help him, give him any more extra pace going into turn 1 and finding up the inside? He nearly did, but Darlow is formidable enough, brave enough round the outside to retain the lead, and Jensen Darlow retains the lead in Micromax. Meanwhile, further around are Mighty Cadets. Stinson goes through, and Ansel Murray still behind in this carbon copy of a situation we've had so many times in the Kart Championship in 2026. If you're interested in the thoughts and the psychology of Stinson around this whole battle in Mighty Cadets, then you'll get to hear what he has to say all about it in the paddock show a little later on in the lunch break this afternoon, in about 4 or 5 races time. It's been good to come to another paddock here, and a long paddock here at Shenington, as is the nature of it, basically just being a very long track on an old airfield. And it was great to walk up and down the paddock yesterday, saying hello to everyone, meeting some new faces as well we've not had the chance to talk to on the paddock show so far in 2026. So make sure you check that out either on our Alpha Live YouTube channel or in the lunch break right here for you to watch whilst our action takes a pause for then. So coming through Cafe Corner rather, Sebastian Crawford building out that lead at the front. And finding his way in front of Hatton and Jensen Darlow. That move was done, I think, ahead of Jensen Darlow not too long after the first few corners on the lap. So Darlow must have been chased fairly quickly by Crawford, the fast charging Crawford behind, and getting into his groove now is Sebastian Crawford. As we've seen how dominant he can be in Rowrah last time out, and he's looking to do the same here this weekend, leading the Micromax Championship, showing why he deserves to be at the front of the field. And I mean, before now, it's not been the best of weekends for Sebastian Crawford, but it is getting all the more better right now. Missed the third round with us at Whilton Mill, but he's still leading the championship, as has been his dominance out at the front. There he is, ahead of Jensen Darlow, who has closed back in on him a little bit now. And maybe not going to have it all of his own way, even if he is wearing that aero suit, giving him that extra speed down the straight. Jensen Darlow seems to have found that extra gear out of nowhere and trying to make it pay. Just under 4 minutes on the clock plus 1 lap. Crawford there, coming down into the Bruno chicane. Out front are Mighty Cadets. They're still batting away are Stinson and Ansel Murray. Freddie Dye, I think, momentarily went up into second, but I'm pretty sure it's still Stinson and Ansel Murray, who's got plenty of championships to his name. Only races in electric karts though does Ansel Murray now. In the E10s, in the Mighties, of course, that you're seeing him in at the moment. He likes to have a smooth driving style, and well, before getting into karting, he used to be a gymnast, so he's good at being flexible in a race and adapting to things. Sorry, I couldn't resist. But 5 national karting championships to Ansel's name, including the likes of course, here in TKC, in the Mighties, in the Bambinos, at Super 1, the UK Kart Series as well. Knows how to win, but Harry Stinson showing that he also understands how to win as well. Oh, we've got a full course yellow, I've just noticed. The slow boards are out, and that's going to neutralise the race for both of our classes, as you can't obviously separate our two races when they're obviously sharing the same circuit. So circuit's been neutralised. Not too sure what has gone on, but this essentially means that the leaders of our race become the pace setter at the front. No overtaking, of course, and just got to keep line astern, one by one. They don't have to follow around like they do on formation laps 2 by 2. And during a slow ball procedure, the clock continues to tick down, so we don't have the clock pausing at all. And if it gets down to a place where it gets to 0, we could effectively have a last lap dash, but we'll see with the incident what needs to be dealt with and what needs to happen. I think I would hazard a guess, from what I can see from my commentary box, it's further down into the last sector of the circuit, down towards Wilkins at the back there. You can see a kart on the right hand side there. The officials on the right hand side. Around there, dealing with it. We're dealing with something, so I think as long as that can be moved in time and barriers and everything can be safely put back to where they need to be and officials are all where they need to be, we could have a last lap dash when we go racing again. And at the top left of your screen, we can see, if you're looking at the timing on the left hand side, you can see the yellow bar has switched to a green bar. So the next time Sebastian Crawford leads us through, he'll be taking them racing, but we've gone racing in our mighty cadets who come through and see the green flag and in through towards the second sector, towards the hairpin for Harry Stinson. Out in front still with Freddie Dye in between him and Ansel Murray. And Harry's not going to mind that absolutely one bit. Some more points on the table to help him out. And now our Micromaxes get underway. And somehow Jensen Darlow, maybe over the acceleration line, reacted earlier to Sebastian Crawford, and Seb Crawford now finds himself behind there in second, but you think he's going to have something to say about it. It's our final lap for our mighty cadets that they've commenced, and Harry Stinson has got it all to do. Meanwhile, on board with our Micromaxes, with Jensen Darlow being kept occupied. Can he keep them behind? Stinson there has still got Murray for company further back. I don't know how our Micromax is going to finish though. It's very hard to keep across both of our races, but it looks like Crawford's going to come in for second here after dominating. Oh no, of course, because they've got another lap to go around. No, yes, of course, it's our mighty cadets that are going to come round. Sorry, I do apologise, but two things going around at once. I'm not sure who could have crossed the line first. Here you go. This is our Micromaxers. Our mighty cadets have finished in the meantime. Harry Stinson has finished first, ahead of Freddie Dye and Ansel Murray. Let's go back to our Micromaxers though, and Seb Crawford has somehow found a way around Jensen Darlow. And got into the place he needs to be, but Seb Crawford, I don't know what happened there. He couldn't get on the power, and Darlow nearly found him round the outside. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's going to take it? It's Crawford. Is it Crawford? It is. Crawford, then Hatton, then Jensen Darlow in third. My goodness, that was really close at the end to try and keep track of all of that. That was an exercise. But we got there. Harry Stinson, Freddie Dye, Ansel Murray, your podium in Mighty Cadets, and your podium in Micromaxes. Somehow, Sebastian Crawford, by half a tenth, finishes ahead of Will Hatton and Jensen Darlow. Now, between second and third, between Hatton and Darlow, they finished with the exact same gap between them. From what I can see on my screen, so that must have been, I don't know how they're going to decide that. There's a photo finish. So possible photo finish between second and third, but for the race victory, Sebastian Crawford makes no mistake and takes that one home with him and adds to his impressive display and dominance he wants to lay down in the rest of the Kart Championship for 2026. Right, we go from the chaos of those two classes back to our Intermax. So if you just joined us, welcome to Alpha Live coverage here at Shenington in Oxfordshire, near Banbury, around there in the village of Shenington, which is a kart circuit here. It's been around since the 60s, the early 60s it formed, and there's been plenty of racing action over the years and supported many drivers that become household names up through the ranks, and sure no different for our drivers here who will be looking to make an impression on this race. Who is going to be lining up on pole? Let's take a look at your starting grid for our Intermax quickly. Ethan Lloyd's going to be there on pole position once again alongside Jensen Sale, Max Abrahart, Manzi, Rhodes and Adam Barr on the third row. Then it's Hamish Gordon, Dixon, Blackshaw, Logan Stanley Jones, Skeff and Phillipson on row 6. Then Dexter Petty, Sheldon Hayward, Fleming, Moore, Aaron Rigg and Jay Birmingham followed by Jamie Walsh, Daggerthor, Sigerson, Zach Andrew and Oscar Wood, rounding off your runners in this one. Into the tram lines. They wait for the lights to go out. And we are away and racing, and into turn one. Ethan Lloyd has maintained the lead. But Max Abrahart has jumped Jensen Sale once again on the opening lap and has found a way up the inside. Max Abrahart laying down a marker in this latest race, but Sale trying to keep with them to start with. In the first opening moments of this race, Finley Rhodes and Manzi there in 4th and 5th too, and coming through the Bruno chicane and down towards through the hanger corner and into Wilkins. They come out of it on the power straight away, back on it. Don't rest a second off the engine when you can build up maximum speed down towards into the hard braking zones of the Stratford hairpin, out towards runway, and then back to do it all once again towards the Bruno chicane. Here they come through into the Stratford corner, and plenty of track on the outside there to collect it, bring it back onto the racing line, keep it on the black stuff, and get on down to your next big braking point. But flat from there all the way through here, on the power and on the anchors right here and there. Again, the door opens for Max Abrahart. Just like that. He is ever the opportunist and always finds a way through. But Ethan Lloyd is always there to try and pounce back. Is not going to let him have his own way. I'm sure in the next 6 minutes plus one lap. We've seen Abrahart in this season at other tracks peel away and build sort of a 2 to 3 second gap and dominate almost out at the front of races. But if these three, or these two behind, if Lloyd and Sale can stick with him here, it's going to keep the pressure on him to soak it all up. He soaked up the pressure really well in the last race for a big majority of it. I'm sure he'll be able to do it again to some degree here. Although Ethan Lloyd taking the race victory last time out in the previous superheat, so Max wants to lay down a marker here. Not just psychologically, but obviously in the championship, the psychologically is a huge thing across a race weekend. These dominant forces going toe to toe in their respective category. All of these drivers are here to win, and Sale nearly won a space up the inside there on Ethan Lloyd, but the door closed, and Sale, ever the sensible driver, will never really go, at this stage of the race especially as well, never really go for a move that isn't really baked on. It's kind of like a bit of a ditch down the inside, unless it's obviously the final lap. You do, as a racing driver, you would go for that space if your race win depended on it. But we're in a superheat, for one, and secondly, if you're not convinced that the gap is there enough to open up, then why risk your race? Especially as these two will be batting out neck and neck, and then Sale can just watch this unfolding behind and let it all play out, and then come back to mop up whatever goes on between them, and hopefully can pick up the goods. That's the kind of strategy that Sale races with, and if he's in this kind of position, he does thrive in these positions if there is that opportunity to open up. Meanwhile, further behind, you can see some of our other drivers in the background there having a good old go. I think that was Jensen Skeff and Sam Dixon battling away further down the order. Abrahart, though, still with a lot to do here. You could basically attach a piece of string to these two, as is how close is the race in between them both. Onto the outside. using all of the track. Identical lines, but now we might start to see some obvious moves being made. Maybe some looks and reminding the person in front that I'm here to make life very difficult for you. You just need to remember that. I'm going to give you a bit of a reminder as we go around Shenington. So 2 minutes 40 on the clock, plus the 1 lap that we always have at the end of when time has ticked down. And Abrahart will be wanting to see that clock tick down all the more here. Who's not only been putting in impressive displays in the Kart Championship, he's also been doing it in the Ultimate Kart Championship as well, amongst some of the best talent in the UK. On show here at the Kart Championship as well. And Ethan Lloyd knows how to win a race, knows how to win a championship. He was the Micromax champion last year in 2025. Jensen Sale, though, has gone for it to try and rid any pedigree away from that. There's not much doing there, though. I was saying he's sensible to see when the opportunity opens up. That was a bit of a different kind of approach from Sale than what we normally see, trying to mix it up. Has he got the inside on Ethan Lloyd? Nearly, but again, has to settle back in behind. Doesn't want to lose any time to Finley Rhodes behind there in 4th, and Manti chasing along in 5th. But yeah, Ethan Lloyd has been getting in lots of practice before the 2026 season. He's obviously got the trophy of the Micromax Championship to bounce off of as well, and he's been able to carry into this season, jumping up into the more competitive and faster Intermax, and he's getting on pretty well with it right now. He just needs to try and possibly find a way to another race victory here at Shenington, or is Max Abrahart going to get in the way of that? Is Jensen Sale going to have his last remarks about this as well? He's not going to let them have it his own way. 30 seconds on the clock. There'll be 2 of the laps. Race control, by the way, given a 5-second penalty to Dexter Petty down in P12 in this one for Ben Follen Motorsport. They come across the line. 2 more laps after this. Is Ethan Lloyd gone for it around the outside? Gorday get almost so close. Max Abrahart was pushed into the curb, somehow had enough space to get out of the curb, and this is exactly what I was talking about with Jensen Sale. Here he comes, trying to find around the outside. Ethan Lloyd blocks his line. Now he tries to duck back and under, but they have to return to where they were. That was such a great opportunity for Jensen Sale, where they closed back up again and they lost their own momentum. Abrahart still somehow being able to make his kart wide enough in the braking zones. Ethan Lloyd almost clattering into the back of him, as is the shallow and narrow line that Max Abrahart's having to take here to go defensive. Look at Sale trying to sweep in and back round and trying to find a gap around these two. Nothing doing. Is he hooked on the inside of Ethan Lloyd there? No. Now, Lloyd, Abrahart, side by side nearly. No, they're shutting the door, but Lloyd dives up the inside. He's done it. He's taken the lead on the final lap here. Before we get to the end of the race, it's all coming down to the wire here in this second superheat. But Abrahart's back in front. Now Sale's on the inside. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. There's the gap, but Lloyd goes on the inside and Abrahart comes back through on the brakes. Wow! He retakes to 2 of them in 1 corner, and he's gonna win Intermax second superheat. Oh my goodness. Just when you thought Max Abrahart was out of that one, think again. Unbelievable counter-attacking move there by Abrahart at the death, and God, it looked like Sale was going to take the victory, and then it changed again and it all flipped on its head. And that is why, to everyone watching at home, if you are watching wherever you are around the world, this is why karting is as exciting as it is. Thanks to this driver here and the other drivers around him. Max Abrahart taking a victory off of Ethan Lloyd there, not letting him have all of the slices of the cake here this weekend at Shenington. There he is, just going to take his helmet off there. Just get some air in, there you go. Lovely work done. Bet that felt good, going back around those two. You feel like he wasn't worried though about that final corner. He knew exactly what he was doing on the brakes. And there we are then for Intermax, and Max Abrahart takes a victory, and Sale will be looking to try and get a piece of the pie later on this afternoon. Right, we go from Intermax onto our next category, waiting on the grid. And back round we go to Junior Max. Once again, we've got our third super heat, again, where certain drivers wouldn't have faced each other, as is the different groups of drivers that go out onto the circuit. Understandably, Junior Rotax, one of the busiest grids on the karting scene. And lots of drivers making their way up into maybe cars or other forms of motorsport, up the motorsport pyramid at this age and step of their career. Maybe the likes of Noah Moulton soon for him, for Maxim Motorsport. There you are. Or maybe Ewan House there in front, starting on the front row of the grid by the looks of things. Hasn't really phased too much when he's had some mid-season swapping around in the paddock, but I'm sure he'll be looking to add another great performance to his impressive tally so far in 2026. And talking of being on pole, let's get you a look at how they're going to line up then for this third super heat of the day at Junior Rotax. It's Ewan House on pole position, who's already got 2 wins to his name in the previous heats this weekend, the first 2 heats yesterday. Cooper Campbell-Lees is second, Noah Moulton is third, Rapini there in fourth, Laurie McVeigh, Zach Turner down in sixth. What a lineup that is in the top 6. JJ Plowman is 7th on row 4 alongside Toby Farthing and Jackson Lane, and Lewis Gilbert on row 5, and Noah Clare and Jay Walker down to P12. Shea Hilton, Harry Harvey, Isaac Jameson, Chloe Waddle and Kevin Ivanov, who had that mechanical flag in his previous race. Hopefully his car all stays together as much as he would like it to in this one. Charlie Quine in P18. Arthur Murphy is in P19, Adam Chirchek, Thomas Welsford, Harry Ward, Jamie Richards and Ellis Dealey in P24, followed by Jasper Oakes, Aston Brown, Alex Lazecki, Charlie Very, who is wanting to find his way, I'm sure, a bit further up the grid, as well as Clark Naylor and Alfie Forrester, alongside Elijah Hartley, Benjamin Jones and Larry Price. Those are your 33 runners then for our next Junior Rotax race, just waiting to make their way out onto the grid. And for the pre-grid gate, that's really hard to say really quickly, pre-grid gate to open up for them to make their way out onto the 1,000 or so metres here around Shenington. But they start up their engines and the gate opens for them. As if by their command, they are let loose out onto the Shenington asphalt. And here we go once again then for our drivers to have another chance to make an impression. And Cooper Campbell-Lees just momentarily going around the outside of Ewan House there. It's all mind games, all fun and games out at the front of the field. And I'm sure plenty of them to come in the next 8 minutes plus 1 lap. We're going to the tram lines. Are we away in racing? We're happy to go. Yes, we are. And Ewan House is into turn 1 and away. But it's a Jax Motorsport 1-2. Noah Moulton has jumped up into second at the start. Cooper Campbell-Lees has fallen all the way down, and I wondered why we weren't going that fast, because it's a full start. So we're going around again. It's our first full start of today, actually. And to be fair, we haven't had many of them at all. I think this is the first one of today. So very impressive from our drivers that have been getting the racing underway all fine. I just did think some of the junior Rotax grid towards the back of the field had not really found its way as much as the race officials and the clerk of the course would like. And obviously all of our drivers need to be 2 by 2 as close together as possible to make it a fair grid start and race for those further down the order, like Charlie Berry and Thomas Welsford in this one, and Jamie Riches and Kevin Ivanov. And there you go, look, the field bunched up much closer together this time. So once again, it's Cooper Campbell-Lees alongside Ewan House. We're the tram lines once more. Are we away in racing? Yes, we are. Ewan House comes across aggressively to cover that inside line. Noah Moulton's challenged on the outside by Cooper Campbell-Lees and shows him the grass on the outside, and the outer touches of the track, and Cooper Campbell-Lees as a result has kept that. It's given a chance to Laurie McVeigh to get up the inside of Noah Moulton for third place onto the podium, and there you go. Noah Moulton, I think, has dropped back down to 5th or 6th out of all of that. So it's a 1-2 for Ewan House and Noah Moulton, Ewan House and Cooper Campbell-Lees. Noah Moulton has fallen further back. It's Laurie McVeigh in third as they come across the start-finish line. Rapini's there in fourth for Kinnick Chouquet, JJ Plowman. Noah Moulton's fallen down to 6th place like I thought. Zach Turner in 7th. What can he do? We know he can carve his way through the field. Watch out for him coming from 7th. Watch out for that lovely move to the inside. Beautiful on the brakes from Rapini to go up the inside of Laurie McVeigh onto the podium for third. Can these two, though, build enough of a gap out in front now, ahead of Rapini, to try and break away? Or is Rapini going to bring everyone behind with him? And these two here out front are not going to have it all of their own way. Coming through into turn 1 and through turn 2 and out towards Cafe Corner and towards Pitts Bend. I think Ewan House, you can see, was pointing forward in the direction there, and Rapini gets repassed by Laurie McVeigh, although they're now side by side going into the Bruno chicane. Rapini holds on to third, momentarily lost the place but gained it on the exit of the corner and knew exactly what he needed to do. But this gap closing up all the more here. Rapini's ducking his head as much as he can to try and stick with these guys, but not much he can do at the moment. These two out front, very quick at this stage of the race. Meanwhile, Zach Turner with the green helmet, there he is, up onto the podium in third place. And said it wouldn't be long before he was trying to carve his way through the field, and he's trying to go for third here, but he's going to have to wait another couple of corners because Rapini is not going to give him the space or the opportunity on the inside. There they are, Rapini coming through. Turner, McVeigh, Plowman, Moulton, Jackson Lane, Gilbert, Noah Clare, all the way down to your top 10 of 33 drivers in this grid. Zach Turner up the inside in Wilkins, goes onto the podium and now has 5 minutes at his disposal to try and close the gap to these two at the front, which is around about a second and a half, just over. But Rapini, you know, is going to be right there with him. Go with Zach Turner, setting the pace out in front in third. And possibly going to drag this group forward. Oh, there's a battle between those two further back. Was that between Jackson Lane and Noah Clare into the Bruno chicane? That was a really nice battle to see. Hopefully it all came out okay. And now Zach Turner's starting to drop Rapini in a world of his own in third. And will want to make these front two a group of a front three. He's got some work to do though to reel them in. He's found around about 3 tenths on that lap as Zach Turner. As they come down into Stratford hairpin out through runway once again, he looks over his shoulder. He sees a little bit of a buffer that he's got. That'll give Zach the confidence to chase on after Cooper Campbell-Lees, you would have thought, out front here. But Ewan House knows all too well about the challenge that Zach Turner can pose when he's in this kind of position. I think he thrives in these kind of situations when he's trying to chase down after what seems like an impossible gap. Zach Turner has a habit of making the impossible look very plausible indeed. The second gap now between Turner and Ewan House out front. The gap's come down by another 2 tenths of a lap. 2 tenths of a second, rather, on that lap alone. And Rapini now has probably got to try and cement that 4th place, because it's going to be quite hard to hold on to Zach Turner. He's still trying to keep in the slipstream the best that he can, with McVeigh and Noah Moulton behind, down to P6. But there you go, Turner's setting the timing screens alight. It's the fastest lap, a 43.3 is a 1/10 and a half quicker than our race leader's best lap in Ewan House at the moment, and the gap is down to less than a second now to the race leader. He's found another 3 tenths on that lap, has Zach Turner. Meanwhile, some moves going on further back down the order between Lewis Gilbert and Noah Clara. JJ Plowman down towards the likes of 7th and 8th and 9th place positions. Here around Shenington, you can see Zach visibly reeling them in. He's used half of his allotted time for when he was in, oh my goodness, on the brakes, just about collected it, did Lewis Gilbert. But he's going to open the door as a result of that mistake to JJ Plowman on the inside. And we'll have to settle for that. 2 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap. Well, this is further back, trying to skirmish up the inside. Oh yes, wonderful last-ditch braking move from Laurie McVeigh to get ahead of JJ Plowman down there in 6th position. How is Ewan House and our front leaders getting on? Well, Zach Turner looks like he's closing right up in the braking zone. Look how much time he gained there. It's now a three-way battle, I would say, for the lead, with House just got that final bit of work to do. He's closed on that lap by about 3.5 tenths of a second. Mathematics tells you that if he keeps this up, he's going to have all the chance in the world of getting right up front. But it's one thing to catch, as we always say, another thing to pass and overtake. And he's got not just Ewan House to get to, he's got Cooper Campbell-Lees in front of him first of all. He's got to hope for a bit of a distraction between these two here at the front as Zach, and he could get to the front. But Ewan House doing all he needs to do right now, keeping it on the track, staying fast enough, dropping Rapini there and further back to Noah Moulton. It's these three here, and how many times have we seen in Junior Rotax a conclusion like this where it's all coming together and shaping up to be quite a tasty conclusion to the race we have before us. Our 3rd superheat of the day in Junior Rotax. Zach's the closest he's been ever, and he finds the gap up the inside on the brakes on Cooper Campbell-Lees. He's dispatched of Campbell-Lees very efficiently indeed, and now we're on to the final lap. Zach's timed this perfectly to have around about 800 metres or so left from here to try and challenge Ewan House into the final stage of this race. Ewan House goes defensive. Zach Turner is going to have a better run off the corner as he took a better racing line out of there into the Bruno chicane. Zach Turner on the outside, he gets punted off to the left-hand side through some contact, whether it was deliberate or not. Ewan House tries to shut the door and stays defensive, and Zach Turner gets catapulted onto the inside over the curbs, and he's just probably going to hold on to second place here. Yes, he is. Ewan House defends from Zach Turner, former teammates at Coles Racing, and they're going to come into scrutineering here, being the top three. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be a friendly reception, because it looked a bit of 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, maybe a few of the neutral, but you could also read it in other ways as well. Right, here we are in Parc Ferme. Most of Parc Ferme's been very diligent so far this weekend, so far today. The helmet's going to come off. And Ewan House here, your race winner. Zach Turner was trying to throw it around the outside. There he is with the green helmet coming into your shot. Yeah. Thankfully, not too much going on there. I'm not encouraging anything like that, but you'd understand that emotions run high on the last lap, literally a few corners before. Right, well, we'll go from our Junior Road Tax impressive win there for Ewan House and on to our next race today. And we go from our Junior Road Tax machines to our Honda Cadets. We go back to, and just as we hear our Road Tax machines coming back into the pits, making their way round through Parc Ferme. I think that was Eric Grisbeck you were seeing on your screen for the Honda Cadets on the grid. Meanwhile, we pick up another one of our Honda Cadet racers here for Coles Racing. I think that's James Murphy, isn't it, in the 88? And then further down for there, I'd sort of missed that number. I know Mason Becker is behind there at the 27 of Sawyer Henderson, who actually, looking at his results this year, first in the first round in one of the super heats and picking up a victory as well at PF International for Sawyer Henderson. So some victories throughout some of the race weekends, but wanting to put a victory on the board here as well. And that's your 95 looking to make their way out. Nathan Grech. Now keep your eyes on him, because he was up in the fight in the last Honda Cadet race he was involved in, up in sort of second and third, and had to settle for fourth in the end, alongside the likes of Loveridge and Cannon in other races, and Joshua Bailey there on the front row. But these two groups facing off against each other. Some drivers won't have met twice yet in this one. They're going to be maybe meeting each other in these two groups coming together for A and B. Joshua Bailey there, and Sawyer Henderson Racing. Look, he's got his own little decal on the front. Look at that. I love that. There's all these little details I miss. I don't know how I don't spot them. I feel bad. And then our Alpha Live crew doing a fantastic job there to point out the most important details. How cool your kart looks. I mean, that's what really matters, isn't it? On the right-hand side there, you can see Paul from Ambition Motorsport just giving a final G up to Archie Loveridge for his fellow driver there on the grid. I'm talking about courts, it's not tennis. Here we go for your starting grid though. Here for the latest super heat for our Honda Cadets. James Murphy, Joshua Bailey on the front row. Loveridge and Sawyer Henderson on row 2 with Becker and Nathan Grech, the fast charging Nathan Grech here this weekend on the third row of the grid. Marcus Cooper is 7th alongside Archie Edgar, Reggie Doversey, Luca Bacocchi rounds off your top 10 with Phoebe Shelton and Jensen Fathers in P12. Finley Firstfield, Kabir Singh, Henry Colborne, Keen Delaney and Ralph Ryder Birch, and Ollie Knox is on row 9 towards row 10 for Sebastian McCarthy, Alfie Keeling, Maximilian Mikowski, Ethan Bainbridge, Austin Down and Alfie Love, followed by Edward Charlton, Oliver Bullock and Ada Wright. It was good to see the Jensen Fathers contingent last night. We went and had dinner in a nearby village here to Shenington, and in walks in Jensen Fathers and Co. to join us. Clearly, we both have good taste with our choices in the evening. Wherever you went, however you spent your evening yesterday, I hope it's a good one. We don't have the World Cup sort of keep us busy now. If you're a football fan, we've got plenty of motorsport racing action though to keep us busy. If you're watching, qualifying in the F1 or other racing series around the world, thank you for jumping on board with this racing series today. Alpha Live bringing you live coverage of the Kart Championship here at Shenington. We're in the penultimate round. The green board / green flag, makeshift one, goes up at the back of the grid from our race official. Standing start for our Honda cadets once again, and they are underway. How will James Murphy and Joshua Bailey fare into turn 1, and Archie Loveridge getting away well to hold on to third place too. James Murphy holds on to first place ahead of Joshua Bailey. Looks like they've all retained where they started at the front of this one, and unless anyone can pull any moves into the first hairpin. There is a move though. Nathan Grech immediately trying to find his way up through the field. I think he might be up to 4th or 5th now. There he is, the 26. The 26 rather, 95 going through. My eyesight fails me. The 95 going through. The hug in the chicane. There you go. There is your top 4. Murphy, Bailey, Loveridge and Grech. Sawyer Henderson's fallen down to 5th because Grech, I think, passed him for 4th place. So come across the start-finish line, and there you go. Henderson's fallen down to 6th at the start of that one. Beautiful shot here, capturing how early on the power they are out of that turn there, using all of the power underneath them in their Honda Cadet machines. And a complete... Oh, bless you. Someone sneezed on the camera there. I love the background noise there. I hope you can hear them at home sometimes, because it just gives like a bit of the atmosphere of what it's like to be here at Shenington, on which has been a mixed kind of bag of conditions throughout the day. Sunny intervals, I would say, if I was a Met Office employee, but I'm not, so I'll just say it looks a bit cloudy and is a bit sunny. There you go. It's as good as your forecast is going to get from me. My forecast is all about the racing though. I'm trying to keep you across all of our action round here at Shenington throughout the weekend. And they're all making their way out of Cafe Corner now, and our race leader will be down into turn 1 and more, much further than that, out of the second hairpin now, down towards the Bruno chicane. This is how much they're getting on with it at the front, the likes of Murphy, Bailey and Loveridge still. And Nathan Grech, all 4 of them sitting there in each other's toe, whilst James Murphy does all the hard work at the front and make sure that he's doing everything he needs to stay out in the lead. But Nathan is maybe just trying to get some clean air over the front of his Honda Cadet, or whether he's just taking a bit of effort to try and get up to the front of these guys, as is the pace that they're setting out there at the moment. There's no gap between the front 3, probably about just a cart whip gap between Loveridge and Nathan Grech. Beautiful seeing our carts miss the curb by inches so they can kiss the apex and carry the perfect racing line through into turn 1. It's still Murphy, Bailey, Loveridge and Grech. Joshua Bailey pointing ahead towards James Murphy. Doesn't want a challenge from Loveridge behind. He can sense that maybe the impatience is starting to build. And this is going to be prime position for Nathan Grech, who's setting the fastest lap at the moment. Albeit by absolute minuscule margins, by a thousandth or a hundredths of a second out there, as they are completely nose to tail, these front four. And I'm sure it's going to stay like that, unless Joshua Bailey fancies a sniff down the inside at a time of his choosing, and that isn't going to be yet. A bit too early in this race still to try and maybe go for any ambitious lunges on the brakes up the inside. Out of Cafe Corner once again, and there's the chasing group then. Sawyer Henderson quite a way back from the race leader, 3.2 seconds back. I would say maybe about 2.8 seconds away from the back of this leading group of Nathan Grech. Still a sizable margin to try and close down here. So it's sort of best of the rest of Sawyer Henderson, Mason Becker there in 6th, Luca Bacocchi in 7th, and Edgar Cooper, Jensen Favers is rounding off your top 10 right now. But your top 3 here really giving it full beans and not leaving an inch out there on the circuit right now. Using all the power they can down here at the straights of Shenington and getting as good a run as they can out of the corners here to give them the best top speed towards the end of the straights. And just noticing that Nathan Grech is starting to struggle to hold on a little bit to these 3 at the front, as is the closest maybe of their draft and the slipstream that they're using. But getting out the corners, it doesn't seem that Nathan's maybe got the same straight line speed to be able to close in on them, just ever so slightly peeling away from these guys now. Nathan's going to have to hope to have a move in front of him play out and then sweep on in to take all the plaudits and try and get in on the action. I'm sure these front 3 are all too aware of that though, that they need to be mindful that they don't give up this prized trio they have between them right now. And getting to that stage in the race here, minute and 40 seconds on the clock, where you're going to have to start thinking about how you close out this race. Murfitt, very happy to stay where he is, of course, but knows surely there's going to be a bit of a sniff of a challenge in the not too distant future. That's what you race for. You're going to go for the gap. You're going to try and lunge it around the outside. You're going to send it maybe into Cafe Corner. He's pointed to Loveridge once again. This is the chance in these final remaining stages. He feels that now maybe is the time to go. Bailey is hugging the rear bumper of James Murfitt as much as he can. Down into Stratford Corner, out through to Runway, and down towards the Bruno chicane here, with the mounds around the outside of the circuit, guiding the track along and away and around 1,000 or so metres our drivers have to contend with here at Shenington. Loveridge, again trying that duck and under to see if the space is going to open up, but it's not looking likely, and Grech really dropped back now from these 3. He's going to have to settle for 4th, but still really strong result and performance here. By far, probably way above what he was expecting as a novice and a privateer to be up there. Only recently been involved in the Tim Parrott Motorsport awning, but here back at the front, there you go. There's the move. It's been made. An attempt of a move has been made anyway. Joshua Bailey went into the lead momentarily, and now Murfitt looks like he's going to regain that lead back out of the Bruno chicane. He is. There's Nathan Grech behind. But James Murfitt's still got a few corners to hold on to this. Loveridge is there on the outside as well. And he's going to go deep on the brakes. He's going to try and cut back through, but there was no momentum for him to build into. And taking the victory in a lap's time, it's looking like it's going to be James Murfitt. Can he hold on for one final lap here that we're on to for Honda Cadets here at Shenington, the 3rd Superheat of the day? Bailey tried to go early. Loveridge tries to go around the outside again. That's not really a move that's working for him, but he doesn't really have a lot of other options at the moment to get round these two. Murphy staying stubborn, staying strong, holding on to the lead out there. Goes very defensive to the inside of the circuit. Takes the apex, takes a very, very shallow line on the inside. Couple of corners to go. Comes out onto the start-finish straight, puts his foot flat to the floor, and Bailey nearly steals it on the line, but Murphy has just enough. And when I say just enough, I mean he has 100th of a second's gap between Murphy and Bailey at the end. He takes it by a whisker in front of Loveridge in third on the podium. Nathan Gregg as well in fourth place. Luca Bacocchi in fifth. Mason Becker, Sawyer Henderson, Marcus Cooper, Reggie Dufficy, and Finley Thursfield. Rounding off your top 10 in that one. And there is Loveridge for the back then, at the back of that one, in the back of the podium, in third. Murphy pushing his car up to the front of Parc Ferme. And again, not going to mind with that race victory underneath him. Joshua Bailey as well. Plenty of respect still around in our Honda Cadet class. Really nice to see that. There you go, all between them. That's what we like to see. And Loveridge on the left. Any debrief to go on here, do we think? Or, I mean, it all looks very calm, doesn't it? Not too much to write home about, I'm sure, there. All right, let's go from our Honda Cadets then. We're racking through our heats fast for this first session of today. Let's get on to our next one. And we go to Junior Primo now for their next instalment here at Shenington this weekend. And getting ready on the dummy grid, making sure that everyone is in position. That's Aaron Berridge there. Liam Dooling behind once again, trying to take the challenge, take the fight. He had that victory at PF International earlier this year. And lots of straights on that circuit. Seems to be suiting him pretty well here, starting where he will be for this latest heat. Further back, more of our drivers. Jacob Underhill, there you can just see behind in the 34, who I'm pretty sure in one of the early races outbraked himself, but in the process of doing so into Wilkins, absolutely sent it up the inside of the driver and sort of then ended up doing a Herculean overtake that the other driver had to sort of give space for, because he was then all of a sudden entitled to the corner and then found his way up a further place. But in this one, back to where he is on the grid. There's the Cosmic Kart and privateer of Lucas Esser. The Cosmic steering wheel and the stripes feels like he's from the US. I don't think there's any American connections. Looks cool all the same. Looks really nice. All the liveries look great for whether you're in the factory team and in Jack's Motorsport as well. Wherever you are there, Harry Myatt Waldron, who before too long had not had a victory in this season so far, but he got here to Shenington this weekend and it's completely turned his fortunes around now with the Jack's Motorsport team, and the pace is really showing well here at Shenington this weekend. We're just waiting for our drivers then to make their way out onto the track. Just think taking a 3 or so minute break here before we get onto our next race. There's the 71, just going past of Toby Wortley. There's Jude Pudderfoot, though. Your number 14. He's your championship leader right now, and it's not been as much as he would have liked it so far this weekend. He's getting that encouragement there from the X-Kart team, but really needs to be careful he doesn't give up too much of the lead that he's built for himself over this weekend, or over the previous weekends, and trying to build over this weekend. Charlie Halewood there in the JWR, looking ready to go and waiting to get out onto the circuit. Archie Thoman-Evans. Now, this is a very crucial race, I feel like, for Archie, because he was out in the previous one. He had to come into the pits last time out, and it would be good to see him batting up there and kind of repeating his performance of how it finished in Rowra. He was in the top 5 towards the end of last weekend, and his best result of the season, did it in the final as well. Had a really great end to his weekend at Rowra, so wants to try and keep this momentum going. Doesn't want to have these things, these niggles and issues getting in the way. That was Hakeem. That's Hakeem Bart there, the 31, coming through. Was he doing rock, paper, scissors for something? I don't know what. Just like, are you making lunch when you get in? Like rock, paper, scissors before they go off the grid. I'm pretty sure I saw a game of rock, paper, scissors going on there. And then there's a 66 on your right there. Jacob Kent, privateer within the Junior Primo field. Going further down the grid, you can see the 88 there of Arthur Murphy. Who has moved up from Honda Cadets in 2025 into Junior Primo this year. Finished 5th in the championship, did Arthur Murphy last year in a very competitive Honda Cadet grid. And finally, the engines fire up. I was wondering how long we were going to be, much longer we would be waiting for our cars to go out. But here we go. Let's get you a grid for the latest instalment of Junior Primo. And having a great weekend so far. Harry Myatt Waldron is on pole position once again. Aaron Berridge there in second. Second row of the grid is Lucas Esser and Liam Dooling, followed by Jackson Heath and Evan Mellor. Toby Wortley, Jacob Underhill there on row 4, alongside your championship leader Jude Pudderfoot on row 5. Morgan Cooney, Ruben Jenkinson, Nelson Taylor, followed by Charlie Halewood. Joshua Robinson, who I'm pretty sure found his way up onto the podium in one of the last heats. Archie Thoman-Evans, Odysseus Hull, Oscar Delanic and Rebecca Reestall, followed by Bart Wykes, Dimolo, Kent, Duffersey and Perry, and Nixon, Laird and the rest of our drivers coming through around on the grid into the tram lines. And we are away and racing into turn 1. Can Harry Myatt Waldron hold on to the lead into turn 1? Looks like that is the case. Lucas Esser up into second. He's jumped Aaron Berridge on the start. That's not what we want to see, though, for that driver. Morgan Cooney didn't have the greatest starts for Cato Motorsport. He found himself on the inside of turn 1, and there he is, coming to the back of your picture now, trying to catch up with the rest of the field that has roared away onto this first lap into the Bruno chicane. They're finding their way around there just about, and down into Hanger Corner and into Wilkins for the first time in this race. Harry Myatt Waldron building away ahead of Lucas Esser. Berridge now going to do his best to hold on and put that disappointing start behind him, with Liam Dooling trying to go with him as well. Harry's building a great gap though out front already. It's around about half a second, but Lucas Esser trying to draw him back in and try and put a stop to the dominance that Harry is kind of building here in Junior Primo, and beginning to do so this weekend. 4th in the very first heat of the weekend, then second also, then the second heat yesterday, finishing first, as well as picking up a victory in the previous superheat for Junior Primo. Harry's doing everything right now. And what he needs to do, goodness me, two drivers getting a bit caught up with each other there. Was it two Coles Racing drivers getting very close to each other there? I think that might have been the likes of Foreman Evans and Ruben Jenkins. Yeah, further back down towards the middle of the pack, coming through Cafe Corner just a little bit before. And I've been saying the back of the carts, when the less grip's been laid down throughout a weekend, it's very susceptible. Maybe the setup they're going with as well to get better straight line speed here at Shenington this weekend. They're sacrificing that rear stability for better performance down the straight. And through these corners here, well, you maximise the kart to get you out the corner as quick as possible and get on the gas down towards the heavy braking zones, into the hairpins, into the chicanes. That's the priority here for Shenington. If you can get in the toe as well, like Liam Dooling is now on Aaron Berridge, that's going to do you the world of good, punching a hole in the air as your rival in front of you. And hopefully we'll gain some lap time from it. Dooling is now challenging Berridge quite substantially. The challenge between first and second is not quite there, and there is the challenge coming off very successfully for Dooling. He's up into third. There's a yellow flag, meantime, I think, waving in the final sector. Jackson Heath down in 8th though, all the while that's going on, setting the fastest lap out there, showing he's got the pace. Bumped into Jackson's mum in the paddock for the very first time yesterday. It was nice to bump into, well, I'm trying to get used to and meet as many of the drivers as I can that come into the Kart Championship in 2026, but always nice to see all the teams and drivers around in the paddock, and when I can talk to them about moves like that. Charlie Hailwood up the inside of Jackson Heath, who I was just mentioning, unfortunately, has found a way around. A beautiful move to hold on to things there. Oh, and here we go, look. Lovely. Where are we? We're at a Cafe Corner now, I think. Where are we? In one of the race officials out there on the circuit. The marshals doing a fantastic job to keep things moving and swift here at Shenington this weekend. The Kart Championship has been busy at Shenington recently. We had the Shenington Kart Racing Club with the Super Prix last weekend. A few drivers here in the Kart Championship, as we see a move from Jude Pudderfoot around Jacob Underhill there, moving up through the order. Jude is finding his feet in this race, pardon the pun. He's finally getting there and finding his rhythm here at Shenington once and for all. Ducking his head down, trying to get pace out the corner. Meanwhile, Harry Myatt Waldron is building his gap out of the front, and Lucas Esser doing his best to keep that gap under a second, but he's got Liam Dooling right behind. Joshua Robinson coming into Wilkins there though, with an absolute army behind him, trying to get past him. 4 P9 right now. We've got Nelson Taylor, Jenkins, Wykes, Hailwood, Perry, Wortley, all in that group right here, chasing after Joshua Robinson and going like the clappers down into Stratford Corner and out through Runway and down towards the Bruno chicane. Valuable positions all over the place here throughout the grid. These are the most valuable ones, and on the brakes, just about collecting it, was Liam Dooling. That has got to be one of the overtakes of the weekend, equal to that of Max Abrahart at the end of the Intermax race we saw earlier. Fantastic move, screwing in under brakes, just about collecting it when he got there at the apex of the corner. And lovely move to move up into second place. And now Lucas Esser has got to stare at the back of Dooling's Junior Primo machine and try and get back past again, and do that here. Maybe into Wilkins, but Doolin know he needs to put up defence for at least the next few corners, as is the challenge will be coming back at him. It's now a Jax Motorsport 1-2. That's not going to be a 1-2 for anyone. That didn't look very good for the 88 as Tyler Orridge, who is sadly out of this one and having to come into the pits and settle for a disappointing result in Primo. Put that behind him, unfortunately, now. But Drew Pudderfoot, by the way, up into 5th. He's found that place ahead of Jacob Underhill. He's now got around about 6/10 of a gap to find to Aaron Berridge in 4th with 44 seconds and a lap on the clock. It's going to be quite an ask for Drew Pudderfoot to put any more of an impression into this race further up the field, but I'm sure he's going to try and do it. There he is, just coming through your screen there. He's chasing after Berridge. The gap is kind of closing a little bit. It is closing down. I think it was about 6 or 7 tenths. It's now down to 5/10 of a second, half a second to chase down. There's Doolin though, looking over his shoulder. Understandably, Jacob Underhill is trying to get past, trying not to get past, rather, by Jackson Heath, who was trying to go down the inside. Into Wilkins. Liam Doolin, I think, has built enough of a buffer, but still looking over his shoulder, anxious to the fact that they could all evaporate very, very quickly indeed. On the final lap now, Harry Myatt Waldron is absolutely on a charge in this race. A second ahead of Liam Doolin. There, coming through your screen right now. There's the visible gap. And barring some strange supernatural event, I think that Harry Myatt Waldron is going to take victory here in Junior Primo once again. But who's going to finish 2nd and 3rd? Looks like it's going to stay as it is. Couldn't find any extra performance on the brakes, could Lucas Esser. And it's going to be a podium. Harry Myatt Waldron dueling Lucas Esser. Finishes 3rd. Berridge and Pudderfoot. Good recovery from this weekend so far, up into 5th. And into Parc Ferme they come straight away. Onto the scales. And that is not Fox White. There's not one of the Fox Whiteleys. It is Harry Myatt Waldron coming onto the weigh scales, with Liam Doolin following after. And Lucas Esser on the podium as well. All the rest of the drivers have to find their way around the main scrutineering bay. The top 3 go inside the building. The other drivers go around the building and meet up with their mechanics at the end of the race to debrief and whatever else needs to happen. Get prepared for the next one. And getting from our Junior Primos, the final heat of the first session and first part of the day here at the Kart Championship in Shenington. It's Senior Rotax. So, Senior Rotax, our final one before the lunch break. Our final race to get underway to influence where they are going to be starting for the final and their respective finals in their classes for the last sessions and all those important points to go into the remainder of the Kart Championship in 2026. It's getting towards crunch time now, and every single race matters to give you that best intermediate classification to get you up as far up the grid as you can for the final, having a consistent weekend, not putting a foot wrong, and making sure you're up there to make it pay when it counts. And don't go anywhere after this final race of this first part of the day. We'll have the paddock show, as we always do, for the Kart Championship, and across many of our championships on Alpha Live. We get a peek into the paddock and catch up with some of the drivers, some of the mechanics, some of the team owners as well, if they're privateers as well. Maybe some of the families come down to support them as well. You get a good flavour and selection of that on the paddock show today, as we get into a really crucial time of the season. But let's get your grids, shall we, for Senior Rotax as they make their way out onto the Shenington racetrack. And Joshua Smith is going to be there on pole position with Harrison Crowther trying to do some damage there from second. Riley Bishop, Lewis Sumner, two X-Karts alongside each other on the second row of the grid. George Cole and Elliot Dalton-Ayres on the third row with Benjamin Lee, Scott McDowell, Zach Kane and Rory Hinkley, your top 10. On the sixth row, Jamie Kirkbride and Ross Tyler down to P12. Max Sheldon Hayward, Kai Newman and Drew Preisner and Reese Bailey down there in 16th, with Christopher Hughes and Connor Tubby in P18. Lewis Holt, Oliver Lomax, Matthew Sows, Sam Kelbrick, Eddie King and Braden Donahue in P24. And then Melissa Adrian trying to recover once more at the back of the Senior Rotax grid. Getting underway now into the tram lines. Are we a go for racing? Yes, we are. Harrison Crowther challenging around the inside instantly, trying to find a way around Joshua Smith, but there was nothing doing there. Joshua Smith had it covered, and Harrison Crowther has got to settle back into the wake behind and pivots under braking. Did Joshua Smith to close the door firmly shut because he knew that Harrison Crowther could sniff a chance up to the inside. Got a great run out of Cafe Corner, and even still now, he's not wasting any time in this one, is Harrison Crowther, and neither is Lewis Sumner, who's dropped his X-Kart teammate, Riley Bishop, for dead, a little bit further behind. And they cross the timing line officially for the first time, and it's Smith by Crowther, by Bishop, by Sumner, Zach Kane, Scott McDowell, Sheldon Hayward, Elliot Dalton-Ayres, Jamie Kirkbride and Ross Tyler. But Harrison Crowther is going to nearly be passed for second place. I think he's just about held on to it. Oh, look at the pointing he's doing. He's not happy about being challenged for second there, because he knows that they cannot let Joshua Smith stroll off into the distance here. Harrison Crowther points to his helmet, says to Riley Bishop, think about it, mate. We don't want to be gunning this early and causing a gap that we cannot attain later on in the race. Across the start-finish line, 6.5 minutes on the clock. Joshua Smith has a quarter of a second gap to choose between him and Harrison Crowther. A bit of a buffer to work with now. Have to be a bit more desperate on the brakes to maybe get a bit closer. Extract all the performance you can get out of your Senior Rotax machine coming through the Bruno chicane. And through Hanger Corner and down towards Wilkins. We stay as we are. And the chance for Joshua Smith to just look over his shoulder there. So a bit of a frenetic opening couple of laps. They come past our commentary box. Foot flat to the floor. And on to the next sequence of corners once again. Can they drive it a bit better this time? Will they need to drive it a bit worse to defend from drivers behind? Is it going to be racecraft over other things? I can just see peeling into the pits Melissa Adrian. She's really not had the best of weekends. Oh, so gutted to see her back in the paddock. And just something not working out on her kart. She's just outside the commentary box here. And as our leaders come through turn one right now, Joshua Smith still in the lead ahead of Harrison Crowther. Do hope that Melissa can bounce back with a chance to be involved in the last few races, but it's going to be a very difficult weekend from here. Meanwhile, for Joshua Smith and our leaders out front, there they are, and Crowther and Joshua Smith here have dropped second and third a little bit. I don't know maybe if I'm not sure if the X-Kart teammates, I don't know if sort of Bishop deliberately kind of took his foot off the gas a little bit in the last couple of laps to allow Lewis Sumner to close back up to him. They can then work together in the slipstream, have a better chance of getting after these two. I mean, I'm no magician, I'm no mind reader, but I mean, it's a valid theory, right? It would make sense if they can also get Zach Kane in on the case. It could be a 3 X-Kart challenge to try and get up amongst it at the front of the field. And Zach Kane starting to come towards his 2 other X-Kart teammates in Bishop and in Sumner right now. Joshua Smith, Harrison Crowther across the line once again, as you were. Round through Cafe Corner using all of the exit on the outside. Joshua Smith uses a bit more of the racetrack over to the white line than Harrison Crowther, keeping it a tighter line as he came out of that section there. And down towards our first hairpin on the lap through to the Bruno chicane. Both already hugging that apex really well, not giving an inch of lap time that you're leaving out there on the table. And down into Wilkins once again. And around with 3 minutes to go. Just got to keep it in the right direction. It becomes almost a method of endurance really at this stage when you're leading in the race with this long to go. It feels like there's an age between you and the end of the race. There's an issue for one of the karts which you've seen coming around our commentary box out there, and our camera was maybe trying to pick that up there as they come round. I think it was the 36 of Eddie King who has found his way out this one. Yeah, that's the exact cause of that, and he's actually caused a full yellow. We've got a slow boards out, full course yellow, so any of the gap and the lead that Joshua Smith was trying to build completely neutralised now. And the reason we've gone to full course yellow, as you can see on your camera, the kart's coming through here behind this camera position, looking the other way. We've got some white barriers that would maybe stop obviously some of the karts in the instance happening if they get punted off to the right hand side. Way too dangerous to allow racing going when you've got a kart on the peripherals of those barriers. So we neutralise the race and we try and get the kart cleared away and make sure everything is as it needs to be, so we can continue racing at full speed safely once again. And is there another driver in the background there off the side? Oh no, the official's just clearing that same kart off the right hand side. I thought a second driver was out of it. I would have felt gutted. Those clouds though behind, I'm just seeing in the background of that camera shot. I mean, that doesn't look too clever, does it? Not due any rain from what I can see on our weather report from earlier on as well when we looked today, but you know, all can change very, very soon. I wonder if we're going to get a final lap of racing here, and we will be in for a treat if we are, because the strategy that Harrison Crowther might have been employing up to now would probably go out the window before long. It'd be good to get racing again, but I'm not too sure. It's going to be quite tight, I think. Yellow slowboard still out. We haven't seen green yet. And the clock is ticking down. There's still time left. And we're still on the slowboard. So we haven't gone green. We haven't gone racing. So I think, we're heading for a last lap dash, whilst our marshals and our officials out there on the circuit get everything cleared away. They're not happy to go racing quite yet. There's that stricken kart on the right hand side at the back of your picture there as the drivers are coming through. So the clock's ticked down, which means there'll be a 1 lap dash towards the end. Don't say this isn't good entertainment, because this is why we watch motorsport, isn't it? Everything on the line, on the edge, whether it's touring cars, whether it's karting, whether it's rally, whether it's Formula E, whether it's motorsport, whether it's GT3, any of those formulas. Please don't deny us a finish. This is basically what you watch motorsport for, but we're still seeing slow boards out, we're still seeing yellows. And I'm not sure we're going to be going green here. No, we're not. The green flag hasn't gone. We're on our final lap. And we're finishing. We're finishing under a full course yellow, so it's a real shame. That's a real shame. We could have had a really exciting last lap of action there, but as is what the marshals and officials need to do out on track. Safety must come first, and Joshua Smith then is going to take this one. He's going to take victory because he can't be overtaken into the final corner. Joshua Smith's going to win. Harrison Crowder is going to be second. Riley Bishop and Lewis Sumner and Zach Kanan are forming a X-Kart trio to try and challenge our front two in that stage of the race. They're going to finish down with third and fourth and fifth, and Scott McDowell and Elliot Dalton Ayres and Sheldon Hayward and Reese Bailey and Drew Preisner rounding off your top 10. So they'll come across the line, and because the pits are just after the first corner into Cafe Corner, they'll go peel in, and that'll be all she wrote. Although, some drivers have carried on and they haven't gone in the pits. Everyone's very confused as to the process here, and I don't know why some drivers carried on for an extra lap there around the circuit. But so Joshua Smith, Crowder have gone in. There's your race end. Just to confirm, the race is over, and we've got a collection of drivers that didn't really get the memo of coming into the pits then, making just another cool-down lap around here at Shenington. So I promise you, when they come around this time, that they'll come into the pits, and that'll be done. At least I think that. I don't control them, obviously. I'm just talking to you about what's happening before my eyes. Let's hope that Joshua Smith gets the memo this time. There are red flags out right now, so hopefully all our drivers will get the message and they'll peel in to the pits, and indeed they do. So there we are. Here they come. There's your race winner by default through the full course yellow. Harrison Crowder in a de facto second as well. 4 points for all of our drivers in that one, because we've gone past three-quarter race distance, so there's not going to be any. There is a bit of confusion here though as to why we didn't go racing again. But anyway, look, there you are. That's it for the morning. It is done and dusted. We'll have our finals later on, you know, with our categories like Honda Cadets and Junior Rotax that have big categories. Then we're going to have some repostages for another chance for the drivers that have fallen by the wayside here this weekend to get into the final, their last chance saloon here for the Kart Championship. But for now, until we see you on the other side of our lunch break, it's been Jake Peach bringing you live coverage and commentary here. We'll see you after the paddock show coming in just a moment, and well, this that might get you interested in getting into car racing. Welcome to the penultimate round of the Kart Championship here for the paddock show at Shenington, just outside Oxford and Banbury, an old airfield from the Second World War and grounds of the likes of Nigel Mansell back in the day as well, his stomping ground when he was getting going. It's Jake Peach here, take you around some of the Shenington paddock once again. We're just going to take you into scrutineering in a second to meet how that process works, because we've not really shown you that so far this season, but just to bring George, cameraman, to the side of the track. This is where they'll come in post-race into the dummy grids area thereby, and this will be the area where they'll remove their tyres, give it back to the tyre bay, and this here you can come down. Shenington is kind of the Monza of karting, as it's referred to. And if we come around here, you probably get a very close view, George, of some of the cars coming through in Honda Cadets right now. This here is sort of turns 2 and 3. You've got the start-finish straight just round the corner there into the turn 1 for the start-finish round here, and navigating these chicanes and just, well, getting these right. They're so crucial. They look basic, but you need to get a good run off the corner to then have the top speed to go further down. And it's that trade-off this weekend, as you might have been watching in the heat so far this morning, for the finals later on, if you're catching this during the live racing, as we've got some right now behind us. It's all about maximising that exit speed and the trade-off in the setup between getting that straight line speed or getting out of the corner quicker and being on your teammate. So whilst we've got the time, whilst we're waiting for the Honda Cadets to finish, we're going to come into scrutineering and meet a guy who, well, pretty much has got one of the toughest jobs here for the Kart Championship across all the weekends, but especially this one as well. We'll come into the scrutineering bay here. We'll try and get a word with Dizzy. Here we go. Here he is. He's free for a few minutes, so we're going to just interrupt him more. Dizzy, hello. Welcome to the Paddock Show.
All good, pal. Good to see you.
All good. How's it going here at Shenington this weekend? And really, the first chance we've had to chat to you all of this season. How has it been this season?
Yeah, no. So we're constantly busy here in scrutineering, and we do have 4 scrutineers that help us out all weekend. And normally it's pretty relaxed atmosphere in here, but every now and again we have to really enforce the ruling, and we have a book. And this is the rule book, really, and it gives us everything we need to know, and this is for the road taxes. So we enforce these rules to the letter, and then the other side of my job is keeping an eye on the safety of the car, making sure everything's correct, and the helmets are safe, the suits are safe, they've got the right boots on, and mainly we're here to have fun. We want people to enjoy the sport, but then it's got to be fair. So.
And what are the common things that will come up that you're always, nailing down on?
So we've just measured the clutches, for instance, and they're a wearable part, but as they wear down, they get faster and faster. So we have to make sure they're in the tolerance that we work in. And I will advise a customer, your clutch is getting low, it needs changing. But if it does not pass, he will not get advised, and it is a flat line disqualification.
And as you say, this job is about having fun, it's about having a relaxed atmosphere, but it must be really hard having that line between when you need to be tough and when you just want to,
Yes.
make it an easy experience.
Yes, it's definitely one of the hardest jobs in the paddock, as I said. I treat everyone how I want to be treated. So then when I have a problem, most people understand that I've been really fair with them all year. So normally we get round it, but every now and again it does get heated. And you just have to stay professional and stay relaxed and try and remember, they're a customer and we're here to support them. And we want to help. We're here to help, not disqualify.
And when you've not got this pressure, you were telling me earlier, you like to have a bit of fun out there yourself sometimes at your local track?
Oh yeah, I often get myself to Whilton Park and have a little bash round in an old road tax. And it is a bash round because I end up off the track half the time, but I still enjoy it and we still like having fun.
Good. That's the main thing that we have to always remember. We're getting to crunch time of the season, so I don't think the work's going to calm down anytime soon.
No, today has been a very high pressured day. There's been a lot of people telling tales on each other. But we're getting to the bottom of it and we find out what's gone on. It might take us a race or two, but by the end, we'll have a definite answer for people.
Dizzy, thank you very much. Well, literally now, look, we've timed this perfectly, so now the Honda Cadets are coming, so we've got to get out of here right now. The paddock politics, they continue, they're rife, so George doesn't get clobbered by a Honda Cadet behind. Let's make our way out of the post-race grid now, where our drivers will be coming in once again, and some drivers, as you can see here behind, not as happy as some others. Here's Archie Cannon here, the 55, who left the Apollo team earlier this season to become a privateer and is still right at the front of the field. Archie Cannon, one of the fastest drivers, and just you can see Ben Bowers there in the 28, just climbing out. Had a great end to the race in Rowra in Cumbria, up in the northwest of the country. So yeah, all of our drivers coming in there. Let's make our way down this part of the paddock this weekend so far and try and see who we can catch along the way. Do you reckon we can nab Joe? Can we nab Joe? He's walking away. No, he's busy. He's going to be watching another race. He helps oversee the championship. I wonder why he didn't want to stop to talk to us. I'm not putting anything out there. I'm just suggesting, merely. No, he's a busy guy. He keeps everything ticking for the Kart Championship. It's been an exciting one in 2026. We're going to come down to some of the M Sport awnings now. Actually might be a good opportunity to talk to the Aurum Racing Engines van here, if there is someone in there, because obviously they're one of the main parts of a weekend. Engine is one of the key things to keep things ticking for our drivers. I'm just trying to see if I can grab a word. Are you free?
I am.
You're good. We're on the paddock show.
Okay.
For here at Shenington, and just thought you could maybe give us a bit of a whistle-stop tour of how vital you are to some of our drivers' weekends.
Well, yeah, of course.
Do you want to come on down? Is that all right?
Can do, of course.
Is that all right?
Yeah. Get close to the camera.
Yeah, that's it.
Sorry, you might see my hairline then. Yeah, so of course we supply a lot of engines to a lot of drivers, hire packages, as well as just sort of our own owner packages as well. So we'll have a combination of owner drivers come and ask for advice and settings, and what we need to do, and then obviously we have rental packages for some of the teams as well, where we provide obviously engines, carbs and exhausts. So yeah, we're quite heavily relied on by a lot of our customers.
And how much can a driver tinker with, improve, maximise performance out of this part of the car legally on a weekend?
The driver?
With the driver or just the team, the mechanic? Obviously the engines are sealed so they can't change anything inside, but are there little things you can work with the engine to give you an overall better performance?
Yes, of course. So they can obviously play with the jet in the carburettor, they can play with the air screw. There's obviously a clip and needle position on there as well. And then obviously they've got the sprocket as well, which is quite vital to what gearing you've got on for the engine performance. So there is a number of things that they can change, team or lad and dad, that make a massive difference.
All right, we'll let you crack on. Thank you very much for explaining that to us a little bit. Key part of things at the Kart Championship. Obviously just one of the ways that a team can get their engine supply sorted, as well as, of course, all the other parts that go into a machine all weekend. Here's the podium where our drivers will be hopefully standing on the top step very, very soon the rest of the weekend. And hopefully it's number one. And our viewing gantry here on the corner. Let's try and see if we can maybe pay a bit of a visit down this part of the paddock. Oh yeah, hang on a minute. Yeah, who's this? Hello.
Hello.
What's your name? Oh my God.
You saying hello, King?
Hello, King.
King Cooper. It's Cooper's dog.
How old is he?
He's 14 weeks.
14 weeks? What? He looks way older than that.
He's a little pup.
Who's a good boy?
He's a little pup.
You enjoying the racing? Oh, he's leaving me. Enjoying the racing?
Race.
He's saying you're boring.
Oh, he's eating my mic.
No,
Good boy.
No.
King is the icon of this paddock show. No one's going to beat it now. Let me see if I can try and grab a chat with Henry. Henry, you got a second? Yeah, you're right. How's it going so far in Shenington this weekend?
Awful.
Awful. Oh God, the look on your face. I didn't want to ask. I wanted to check.
Yeah, it was going pretty bad.
What's been the things that have been in the way for you this weekend? Hopefully you can overcome in the rest of it.
Yeah, I got third in the first heat, but then on the last lap going into the first hairpin, Ben Bow was locked up. I hit him, and then he spun while he was locking up, and then I got a 10-second time penalty, which put me down into 20 seconds. So, not great.
Is it kind of a feeling that sometimes it is a little bit racing, or obviously, you know, we let the stewards do their talking, but it's sometimes just a bit unfortunate when you get sort of caught up in those moments?
Yeah, I just like, yeah.
But look, more positive things. You know, Honda Cadet's been very competitive all year. Apart from this weekend so far, have you enjoyed driving in the class with, you know, really great drivers?
Yeah, it's quite fun. Especially when you got when you can keep up with them and the cart's handling well, and yeah.
All right, well, best of luck. I know we caught you at a bad time, but we're wishing you the best for this round and the last round as well. So thanks for stopping, Henry. Thank you very much. We can check in here with the Cater Motorsport Holding. I don't think there's much going on because the action for the day is all calming down, but you can see all of the carts up on the trolleys and some of our obviously junior road tax machines being looked after. There's Ivano's machine here. Who else have we got? I think this is Cooper Campbell Lees' machine here. And Cooper's been very much up there in a lot of the season so far, and has sort of grown into the Kart Championship throughout 2026. But not much going on in here, so we'll leave the KO Motorsport awning as everyone else comes back, and make our way a bit further down here. Our SD Racing guys on the side, who we had a chat with at the last round at Rowra. Seems like an age ago we were in Rowra now, but Cole's Racing Team as well. Junior Road Tax has been out on the track here at Shenington for some of our heats. Getting on the paddock show. Did you catch that? I think you did. And just trying to see if we can maybe catch into what's going on here, and some of our drivers in our Mighties, maybe. I don't know if they've got a minute. Maybe we can jump in. Elliot, you want to have a chat? Go on out. Oh, you got all the gaming sorted. Is that what you're doing between races?
Yeah.
Yeah. What you got? Nintendo Switch and.
Nintendo Switch 2.
Nintendo Switch 2? Oh, sorry, I'm a bit behind. That's fine. Talking of being behind, I don't think you're too behind. You're doing pretty well in 2026. How much are you enjoying being here at Shenington this weekend?
Well, I was pretty enjoying. So in Heat 1, well, not that bad. So I finished 6th.
Yeah.
And then in Heat 2, kind of good, but I finished 6th again, and then that's basically it.
And then for the rest of the season, how much do you sort of fancy being up towards the top of the, well, very competitive grid, isn't it? Because we're getting to that point in the season where everyone's really figured each other out. And do you feel like you've got an advantage in some way over some of your other rivals?
Yeah, I'm hoping that at the end of the season I can get like a top 5 in the championship.
And then go from there. We'll see what we can do. Thank you very much for stopping, Elliot. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Harry, do you want to have a chat? Sure. You're looking cool. I mean, look at this. Look at these shades. He knows what he's doing. You should be on a catwalk, not on a racetrack. But back to the racetrack, and you and Ansel Murray at the front of the cadet class. It has been a spectacle all season, and first of all, just to mention on Ansel, it just must be so much fun out there. I know obviously it's very tight and tense when you are racing, but to have someone that equal to you, how amazing is it to be racing alongside someone like that?
Yeah, it's good, but it's not just Ansel anymore. There's people like Freddie Dye coming up, and Elliot's coming well, but it's just pretty rough out there now, and it's pretty dirty as well, but that's just racing.
How have you sort of grown more and more into the all-electric? Because obviously, you've nearly had a whole season with it now, and you've raced a little bit in petrol karts as well before. Is this, have you been purely electric?
We did a few rounds of petrol, but we had like 4 DNF. No, what was it? I can't remember.
DSQs, DNSs, DNFs, something.
We just didn't finish any races in one weekend. Everything was just going wrong, and then I just got fed up with it, so we're back here.
Well, look, the gap at the top of the table, not that you need me to remind you, is very close. I think it's something like 5 points, which is absolutely nothing to choose between you. But as you say, there are more people coming through the field. And we're heading back to Whilton Mill. How do you fancy sort of the last stages of the season?
Yeah, last Whilton Mill, I think we just had an unlucky round, and it was playing in Ansel's advantage because he's in the team and they're always there testing. But I think we'll be strong this time at Whilton. It's 7 points after today we have with drop rounds, so I think we'll be all right.
Harry, thank you very much. Best of luck for the rest of the season, and we'll be keeping an eye on things and the whole grid, as you rightly pointed out. Thank you very much for stopping. So that was really cool. I haven't had really sort of a chance to catch up with Harry. A really competitive, mighty cadet grid throughout all of the season. Let's try and get down towards some of the rest of the teams. As Jensen Darlow was just in there in the Jack's Motorsport awning. We caught up with him in Rowra, having been in that really cool YouTube video that's been going around. And maybe we can have a chat with Nathan. Nathan, yeah, this is yours, isn't it? Yeah, Nathan, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I don't think we've spoken in 2026 so far. How have you been finding the Kart Championship? Tell me all about it.
Good, I've just started. It's a good start for me with my novice plates, trying to drop them, doing lots of series, just doing well.
Can you tell me a little bit about your car and sort of what you sort of really trying to get out of it the most as we get towards the sort of later rounds?
Trying to get some podiums and just drop these novice plates.
And how are you finding Shenington? Has this been a track you've visited regularly, or?
Sometimes, just yeah. Mostly fullback and PFI.
Yeah, the PFI is always the one up there, isn't it? But this track's kind of seen as a bit of a, they call it a Monza, for, linking to F1. There's lots of straights. It's about getting a good run off the corners. How has the straight line speed been this weekend?
Amazing, in my opinion.
Yeah. Is this Dad? Yeah. Yeah. Let's come and have a chat. How proud are you of Nathan at the moment with what he's doing?
Oh, today he had I think it's the best drive of his very short career so far, right? So novice, I think first drive 14th to... No, first drive was 14th to 6th. Wow. First heat, second heat, 14th to 4th. Yeah. So epic drive, can't ask more of that, right? So.
No, that's an amazing performance to be going straight into there. And how have you found it as the mechanic on the other side and trying to sort of get the most performance out?
I've only been in it 4 months, to be completely honest. So it's a lot of information. Getting there. It's good to be in a team that helps you out, right? So we started alone, very tough out there, especially in the Hondas. It's really close grid. All these tiny little details matter.
It's a competitive class, isn't it?
It's ridiculous. It's very competitive. So it's good to be in a team where, especially like yesterday in practice days, everyone tries different things, and you find the right place. And then it's good to have a fast driver, right? So you gotta have a fast driver for it, right? To make all it matter. But yeah. Finding it good. It's enjoyable, it's stressful and enjoyable.
And to be in the Tim Parrott Motorsport guys, you said coming into a team has sort of really helped, take maybe some of the pressure off, or just having the comfort, maybe having done it yourself over a few races. And how has that sort of helped you get into that next gear?
So we started privateers. The moment we did the first weekend, I think first weekend was actually a UK Car Series, but with the first weekend with Tim Parrott, and it is literally a jump from here to there, like with the help you get, the assistance, they've been in it years, right? I've been in it for months.
You're doing a good job though, by the looks of it. You both are.
Yeah. So compared to someone that's been in it for God knows how many years, and me being in it for months helps massively. It does. So a team definitely 100% recommended.
And it feels like, you know, great progress going from 14th to 6th, and for a novice as well. And I guess for you, Nathan, you want to try and be finishing in the top, trying to sort of remember the table at the moment, but finishing in the top 10, 15 maybe, and then build on that into next season.
No pressure, honestly.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's great to chat to you both. Thank you so much for stopping, and best of luck with this bad boy for the rest of the season. All right. Thanks so much, guys.
No pressure.
So it's really cool to chat to Nathan there, and some drivers haven't really had the chance to really catch up with for the rest of this season, or even just in the earlier rounds, and trying to get down to some other the ends of the paddock, because there are so many different awnings here. We've got all of our teams, and obviously Tim Parrott is starting to help Nathan there to take that next step up, but we've got Craft, we've got Ultimate R down towards this end of the paddock, and maybe we can get a chat with Ben Bower's team. Who wants to be public enemy number 1 for Ben? Ben, do you want to come on out? I don't think we've caught up so far this season. I don't think we've caught up with Ben at the moment. Oh, he loves it. Come out here, Ben. Come on. You all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'll stand there. We're here at Shenington. Is this like number 1 top rank for track for you, or is it somewhere in the middle?
It's probably the second ranked track.
Okay. Not bad then.
Yeah.
And I want to talk to you about the end to Rowra for the Honda Cadet race, in last round, because Honda Cadets we know is also always very, very close, but I think you took advantage on the last lap. If I remember, there was unfortunate, I think it was Mason Becker and a couple other drivers that got caught in that train, and you were there to pounce. How is that in those last sort of couple of laps? What are you thinking, trying to sort of take those opportunities in the last lap?
Well, I'm just trying to make my way following everyone who's ahead of me. Whoever makes a move ahead of me, I just follow them through and then I just keep calm and I don't really think of anything.
And getting to the point where you are now with karting, how many sort of years have you been doing it?
I think it's around 4 or 5 years, yeah.
And how much you join the Honda class, because they're all so equal, aren't they? It's all on the driver.
I'm finding them really fun because anything can go wrong with the Hondas. Like, one thing wrong with it, you're all the way back, and it's just fun to race. Everyone's tightly packed.
Do you know the 2 things I love about watching you on the coverage is, number 1, I know always where you are because the colours always stand out, and number 2, you always seem to be charging through sort of at the end of the race. So how are you feeling about the last couple of rounds? Obviously we're sort of in the midpoint of Shenington as we're talking to you right now, and then we're going back to Whilton Mill, which you had a good race out I think last time as well. So how are we feeling about the last 2?
I'm feeling excited. I'm just going to try and get good points for the championship. I'm not really in it, but I just want to get a trophy, really.
Yeah. It's tough up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've got the likes of Archie Cannon, Loveridge up at the top, and Jensen Culler in the last round as well, and then yourself was there. So, yeah, just going to sort of just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good thing. All right, Ben, thank you so much. Great to catch up with you for the first time this season, and best of luck with the rest of it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. So I'm not sure if there's anyone else further down here. Some people trying to be baited into the paddock show, and then are getting strict no's. I don't want to be on camera. It's fine. But actually, I'm just trying to see if there's a race out right now, and we've got Ben Follen Motorsport at the end of the awning. But this is quite cool because this is the end of the track that you probably won't see too often down here. This is sort of into the last third sector, and if we really get our shift on here, we'll be able to catch some of the drivers as they come through in Senior Max. So this is probably the most twisty part of Shenington. You've got the hairpin down at the other far end of the circuit, and then this is probably the most to contend with, and then it's full beans, another chicane,
and full beans again. So it's really just trying to get that power out the corner. This is obviously a really another great perspective of this part of the track. But we've come right down to the depths of Shenington here, and I'm not too sure how long we've got left of the paddock show. We're probably just trying to get an idea from Government Shore. Maybe a few minutes, 20. We've got about 5 minutes. All right, so if we try and walk and talk, and I do my best backward stepping here, we can hopefully make our way down towards the other end of the paddock, and I'll try and guide George as we go along. But yeah, we're really getting into that crunch time of the Kart Championship this season. We've had so much talent coming through that are racing in lots of other series as well, and really an accessible championship to let in a lot of drivers that are racing in the likes of the Ultimate Kart Championship with the Road Tax Max Challenge. We've also got people racing in the British Kart Championship as well. The likes of Max Aberhart, J.M. Prakash have passed through the championship this season. And then you've got the likes of obviously Zach Turner and Ewan House that are leading the way up in junior road tax, and always a great battle between those guys. And it's going off in there in the zip racing awning, so coming past through there. But yeah, it's really shaping up to be a really fantastic finale. We'll just get around there. And one that it's always going to start getting to that stage of the season right now, where we're going to go back to a track where we've raced already this season. There's going to be strengths and weaknesses, and are going to try and maximise every single point in the season so far. Watch so you don't get knocked out by this kart coming through here. One of the Coles Racing guys. Oh, and there's a bit more action in Kato Motorsport now, and actually maybe might be a good chance to just nab a word with Kato eating a donut. We must. What donut is this, Kato?
I don't know, my good lady Dolores has just bought this from me. I think it's lemon.
Lemon? Okay. Yeah, there's lots going on there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's like Bob Marley's favourite thing, isn't it? It's got jam in it.
Top banter all weekend here at the Kart Championship. I'm interested from your perspective. I know you've got your own interest with Kato Motorsport, obviously, and you've had some great drives. I mean, right from Warden Law earlier this season. We're getting to that crunch point in the season now, as you crunch on your donut. Generally, as a fan of karting, as a fan of the Kart Championship, what have you made of the season up to this point, and what's going to be the differences, obviously, apart from points, in these final stages that you've seen over and over again?
Yeah, I think it's a great little championship. You've got to keep it smooth, you've got to keep it calm. If you're in the top 3, top 5 of the points, you've just got to keep accumulating points. Even if you have a bad heat, you've just got to do the best you can just to keep them points up.
Because that could be so easy at this stage to just have that bad result.
Yeah, you can have a local kid come in and wipe the floor with everybody because he knows the track and how to drive the track, and he can take a lot of points off the championship leaders. So, you know, we'll see. It's all good. It's all good.
And back to Whilton Mill, it's our only double round of the season. Is it a track that, you know, is a favourite in here, but amongst the paddock as well?
All the tracks that we race at this year.
That's a political answer.
We do like and enjoy all the tracks that we go to. Whilton Mill is good. We go there quite a lot as part of again, abuse. Yeah, we go to Whilton Mill quite a lot throughout the year, so we do a lot of testing there. Be nice to go back to PFI. But, you know, it'll be what it'll be next year, you know, whatever they put on the calendar.
Well, we're already thinking ahead, but, you know, not too long ago, I mean, around about when we're doing this now, a round and a half to go from when we're watching this right now, or maybe for everyone. So, yeah, thanks. I'll let you crack on with your donut.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well, you're holding a cucumber there, that'll do. Thanks, guys. Stop in there. I'll just watch it back. Going into all of the rest of our... No, I'm not doing bum whack here on the paddock show. That is not going to happen. I'll get in trouble. Right, I think we're going to finish the paddock show with... Just come here. You all right? Yeah. How we doing?
Good, thanks. You?
We're about to finish the paddock show, so you got here a bit late, but it's gone all right for you so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gone fine today.
And doing the business out there, you're at top of the championship at the moment, so hopefully can sustain that.
Yeah, we're top of the championship at the moment. I hope we can sustain that lead and hopefully pull a gap for the end of the season to make it more comfortable of a lead so we can win the championship. But yeah.
All right, well, Max, I was going to close out the paddock show, but as you're here, would you like to say goodbye to our lovely viewers? You've been watching the paddock show, and if you say something like, thanks a lot, we'll see you for the next round.
Thanks a lot. We'll see you for the next round.
What he said. Hello everyone, welcome back to coverage here of the Kart Championship at Shenington. My name's Jake Peach, bringing you live commentary and all of the action here with the Alpha Live team in Oxfordshire. We're at the penultimate round of the Kart Championship. We've had all of our heats this morning, and now we get into crunch time. We get into the races that matter, into our finals. Although some last chance saloons, as I like to call them, in our repêchages that we have with our drivers in some of our categories, as is the length and breadth and how many people are in some of our categories, to give them another chance. And looking at things going forward for the rest of our afternoon, and talking about the rest of our afternoon, weather-wise, it's been a bit overcast in the first stages of today. However, you just saw from our weather there, and looking out and around here at Shenington, it doesn't look like we're going to have any of that kind of issue of a spot of rain. We had one downpour in one of our earlier heats that nearly caught out some of our drivers in Micromax and a Mighty Cadet race earlier on, dual grid race, but they managed it well, and I don't think they'll have to worry about any of that going forward. And our team's getting ready then on the dummy grid for the first repêchage of this afternoon. And it's going to be a chance for our junior road tax drivers who weren't so fortunate to be getting through into the positions that they wanted to be high up the order, to have a sniff at being in the main final later on this evening then for junior road tax. And top 4 drivers, as always, from our repêchages in the Kart Championship will make their way through to the main final for junior road tax later on then, and they'll be placed towards the back of the grid in the main race later on. But a good chance to see some talent in the junior road tax field we might not get to see maybe near the front sometimes, for whatever reason that might be. And maybe some of the first season for people with junior road tax still finding their feet in such a incredibly competitive category in junior road tax, kind of the peak point for a lot of drivers, as well as senior road tax as well, but definitely junior road tax equal with that. Let's get you a grid, shall we, for the repêchage. Thomas Welsford is on pole position. Adam Churchek is second. Zach Jennings, who we weren't sure whether he was going to be here this weekend, still suffering some pain with his ribs from an incident at Rowrah. He starts on the second row of the grid in this. Jack Bowie, Chloe Waddle is on the third row alongside Larry Price. Ellis Dealey, Ashay Nagura, Bertie Hodgson, who was up there at Rowrah last weekend. Lazecki is in P10, Aston Brown and Harry Ward's P12. Then Hartley, Forrester, Naylor, Ralston, Oakes and Benjamin Jones. And then Samuel Yeadon, as we look like we'll be going racing, even though I'm seeing false flags, false start flags behind. And yep, as I thought, we're not underway and green racing. We are going round again for another formation lap. And there's me thinking I needed to rush through the grid. And sod's law, we were going round to not officially start the race. We're going to do it in just a second or two. But if you've been with us in the Kart Championship in 2026, thank you so much for all of your support so far. It's been a fantastic championship with so many thrills and spills. Oh, and that's why we have a false start there, because one of the drivers who was going to be making their way around to the start grid didn't manage to do it on the formation lap. So I think that was one of the Kiddix UK karts. I'm just trying to see who that might have been. It might have been Ellis Dealey. But are we going to be underway now and into turn 1? Thomas Welsford on pole. We are away and racing into the first corner. And everyone trying to find their way through there as best they can. Thomas Welsford did just that and is still holding on to the lead. Jack Bowie in behind. Or rather, I think Zach Jennings has actually, jumped up into second place. So Zach's got the jump on Jack Bowie with some quick changes at the start. And might even be Chloe Waddle actually that's up into third. So I think Jack Bowie's dropped down quite considerably on that first lap, at least a couple of places. We'll have it confirmed as we come across the start-finish line to trip over the timing lines and give us the full picture for the first time on your left-hand side. And there you go, as I thought. Jack Bowie went all the way down to P11 on the start there, so really not great whatever came of the first few corners. Thomas Welsford, Zach Jennings, Chloe Waddle, Larry Price, Dealey, Nagura Hodgson, Ralston, Aston Brown and Alfie Forrester. They're your top 10, but what we care about, and as I always say with the repechage, is those top 4 positions. Whoever gets into those first top 4 positions gets through to the next races. So this right here on your screen is where it's all at. This is where all the action is at. If these two sail off into the distance out front here, Zach Jennings and Thomas Welsford, you've got to keep your eye on Chloe Waddle, Larry Price and all the rest of the chasers behind in the next 6 minutes or so round here at Shenington. So leading the best of the rest right now, there is Chloe trying to get challenged up the inside from Larry Price. And those 4 are fine. Then further back, it's Ellis Dealey who's going to be the next challenger to these two, although these two still having a great battle despite it being third and fourth. And once again, I don't understand it, because then you let drivers in like that to have a pop. Ellis Dealey is up into 4th place. Larry Price falls out of those golden 4 positions as they come past our commentary box and through Cafe Corner for the first time in our afternoon, or the second or third time in our afternoon session rather. They will try and find their way through and chase on after the prized 4th position now, and it's first and second look pretty sorted to me as they come out of the Bruno chicane once more, and they come down into Wilkins, hugging the apex, clipping the left-hand side and finding their way back towards the start-finish line, clipping over for another lap once again. Chloe Waddle, Larry Price has gone back up to 4th. And you've got 5th and 6th hot on the heels there now, so this group here is going to be very enticing indeed to see how it'll all pan out. What a move round the outside from Larry Price on Chloe Waddle to cement his 3rd place on the podium. That's going to affect how the rest of the group is now handling itself and feeling in the rest of this race. Meanwhile, Zach Jennings and Thomas Welsford enjoying the time of their lives out in front, like Jennifer Warnes and Bill Medley together in a duet. That's a very old reference for a certain portion of the audience. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Anyway, moving on. I don't know where that came from. Zach Jennings there on your screen. Going through Thomas Welsford. There's Larry Price. Now here's the gap. Here's the gap back to 4th. Chloe is the rear guard for this golden position. And look, they're pointing after going for this place. Ashay Nagura is going to be the first challenger of that. He is in prime position. These two sorted. Off they go into the distance. Larry Price setting the fastest lap pace out there at the moment, setting the timing screens alight with the purple pace. And Chloe, for the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which is a long time around here, especially when you're in a position like this. She's got to hold on to the position. Oh my God. Ashay Nagura fancies going a bit further forward with Ellis Dealey. And those two have got to be careful, because one of them's got to agree to be the forward runner in this, because otherwise they're not going to have a hope in hell's chance of getting after Chloe. You might as well kiss it goodbye. These three now look cemented. It was Jennings and Welsford looking just cemented, and Larry Price now getting in on that sort of guaranteed act up front. And there is Chloe Waddle then, with all the pressure on her shoulders. How much she would love to make it into the A final here this weekend. In the previous rounds, it's kind of been sitting in just under the top 20, just above the top 20 in the first round, just under the top 20. So to make it into, I think what I believe will be she's had one final this year. This will be her second final of the year. If she can make and get into it, although she's going to be challenged by Ashay Nagura just as I'm talking about her. Chloe Waddle there trying her best to become the first and second time rather she'll be into a main final for Junior Rotax this year. But Ashay Nagura has got something to say about that. These three at the front absolutely got it in the bag and just out for a nice Sunday drive right now, unless they want to have a bit of fun towards the end. They've got a 4-second gap to play with, well, some Jack Jennings has, from the front, but there is really no need for them to battle away here unless they just want to have a good old scrap for good time's sake. That's the gap there. An age we didn't even see the previous group coming back forward through there. Oh, Zach fancies it though. Zach fancies going back to the lead in front of Thomas Welsford, who had regained the place for not too long. And Larry Price looking around the outside, thinks better of it, lets Welsford carry on, concedes back into P3. And there is fourth place. There's Ashay Nagura and Chloe Waddle. Let's try and follow fourth place. They come through into the hairpin now, and Ashay Nagura still ahead. This is the battle. This is the one that counts for these final positions, and Ashay Nagura looks like he is stepping on it as our leaders come through once again. These three have got it. They're coming across for the final lap. Let's see where fourth is going to work out here. Right, we're sticking with these guys, Jennings and Larry Price and Welsford. These three are sorted. They're going to book their place in the final. There is fourth though, behind. That's the final position for the repechage. And just about to come through your screen, Ashay Nagura and Chloe Waddle chasing behind, but Ashay Nagura looks like he's built about a 6/10 gap from the timing I can see on the left-hand side. Zach Jennings, oh, getting up on the back. Oh my goodness me. Thomas Welsford, in the end, takes victory because Larry Price and Zach Jennings got caught up on each other at the end there. They've all just about got through. I mean, goodness me. I don't think that was part of the plan, finishing that race and trying to find a way through on the inside. But Ashay Nagura takes the final paying position for the repechage. Our top four drivers there, Welsford, Price, Jennings, Nagura, make it in to the main Junior Rotax final. Unfortunate for Chloe Waddle, so close to make it into a second final of the year. But not able to convert it and be and holding off. The challenge from Ashay Nagura behind. So that's that repechage of our Junior Rotax runners. We, of course, do that because we have such a big grid for our junior road tax runners. Let's see which 4 drivers can make it out the repechage for our Honda Cadets. And here has become a glorious day at Shenington for round 5 of the Kart Championship, where all the points are really starting to matter. These repechages, because I think that kart's seen better days on the right-hand bumper there. It's been in the walls this weekend. But they're getting ready to go out for their final chance to be involved in proceedings for the rest of this weekend. And for our Honda Cadets, I heard a stat going around the paddock during the lunch break that in the lap times, not as in the spread of the grid, but in the lap times, there was only about 0.2 of a second difference between first place and the top 20 of the Honda Cadet field. There's Alfie Keeling hoping to book his place in the main final for Honda Cadets very soon. Yeah, and that gap of 0.2 of a second across lap time difference between all the drivers just shows you how close and competitive this is right throughout Honda Cadets. There's Austin Dow opposite us there, and the thing I love about Austin Dow's car is there's like, it's got sort of the cartoon lettering of his name on the side pod bit. It's really nice. I like it a lot. And Alfie Love behind in the 19, looking at there for Tim Parrott Motorsport, ready and raring to go out. Didn't do too bad at Whilton Mill. He was right up there in 8th position, and looking to bounce back a bit strong here on your screen right now. The 36 of Edward Charlton, who has managed to be in the top 10 at Whilton Mill in the final, and looking to be in amongst the act once again. And here, ready and waiting to go out. All of our drivers look into the green light there. The gate is open for the pre-grid, and let's get you our grid of how they're going to line up for the repechage in Honda Cadets, and their last chance to get into the A final later on this evening. Alfie Keeling, Maximilian Mikowski, Austin Dow is on row 2 alongside Alfie Love. Reggie Cook and Ethan Bainbridge is 6th. Followed by Oliver Bullock, Edward Charlton, Finn Hollis and Ada Wright, with a magnificent 10 trying to become the most magnificent at the end of this. And the top 4, the Fantastic 4, will go through towards the back of the main Honda Cadet final later on, and this is their chance to be in on the act. But they will, like every Honda Cadet race does, start from a standing start and come down onto their grid slots. They'll meet the marshals at where they need to be, at a much smaller grid obviously at the moment for this repechage than the main race earlier, but plenty of space to have fun with this one. The green light, we get approval from the green flag waving with the green clipboard at the back of the field. Our drivers are underway, the red lights go out, and it is a great start off of the line there from Maximilian Mikowski, who I believe got the jump on Alfie Keeling there at the start. So nice jump up to the start for Max, and into the first turn here, getting the braking all sorted out and getting close to the apex and doing a great job in this first sector. And now coming down into sector 2 for the Bruno chicane. A move around the outside there. Was lovely to see that bravery from, I think that was Bainbridge or Oliver Bullock, I think maybe further back. And no matter where the places are, if you can make your way up through the grid, anything is possible. And I think that was either Reggie Cook. Oh, no, I think it was Reggie Cook. It was Reggie Cook further back in that Orlando-esque livery. And you couldn't miss him a mile off. And you know he's coming when he's trying to overtake you. But here at the front then, Mikowski with Keeling and Austin Dowell sort of growing into this race as a 3 now. Further back you've got Alfie Love trying to chase on after, and then Bullock is sort of the next group with Cook, Bainbridge and Ada Wright. The field's starting to spread now. But out front, our top 3 drivers keeping well in touching distance of each other here. And into Cafe Corner they go once again, hugging the apex. And coming round using all of the circuit on the left-hand side, over to the left-hand side, pulling it in for the apex here at Stratford Corner. Out to use all of the track again on the left-hand side for the runway section, and down towards the Bruno chicane. And get as close to the curb as you can without clipping it and hopping on over it, because it's not going to do any favours for stability underneath you in the suspension of your Honda Cadet machine going forward. And Mikowski taking much more of a straight line out that corner than his rival Keelan behind, who was trying to maybe spot a little tiny gap up the inside or just take a bit of the racing line. But actually, smart driving from Mikowski. If you don't put steering lock into the track then, and you just drive straight, you're going to obviously scrub less speed off and still go in a direction that you need to. Small, smooth inputs required from all of our drivers to negate any time loss. Make sure they're sticking on the straight and narrow and taking the right path. Mikowski is building ever so slightly of a gap here. And Keelan and Dowell were sort of nose to tail, but that almost equalises when they come into the braking zone. And down once again into Cafe Corner. They roar past the commentary box. And the commentary box there pretty just much about just behind where that camera was positioned there. It's got a great perspective, great view, and the same for you as well. Alpha Live bringing you live coverage here from Shenington. If you're friends and family watching from home, or you're looking to watch some more grassroots karting, where it all starts for some of our drivers in the UK and where they'll go on to maybe in Europe internationally, you can maybe say you were here first. You saw a certain driver cutting their teeth here in the Kart Championship on a very competitive stage, and a pleasure for us to be able to be just a small part of that and bring it to your front rooms, wherever you are, in your living rooms, in your kitchens, on your tablets, on your TVs, on your smartphones, wherever you might be watching us. It's always great to have you, and always great to see great overtakes like that. Beautiful. Oliver Bullock getting challenged by Alfie Love up the inside, and then we'll try and hang it around the outside. And I think just about did that. Yeah, there he is, towards the front of this group then. And this is where it's going to start to matter, because this is for 4th place. Alfie Love and Bullock, these two here, or even these 4 drivers, back down to 8th place, could all be in with a shout here. And they're all in the mix. So what has Alfie Love got up his sleeve in the next 2.5 minutes, plus the extra lap? We'll have to try and hold off. It doesn't seem like he's got the answer there, because Oliver Bullock goes up into the golden 4th place, comes across to cover the inside and sort of cement the move, get it done and dusted. And He arrive on the scene down into Wilkins, and it'll all be pretty much sorted out unless there's a gap on the oh my god, on the inside. It finds the curb. It finds space from somewhere. I didn't think there was the room for Alfie Love, but he found it, and he goes back up into 4th place as well. There's a pendulum swing, a to-in and throw-in between these two. It's been clean so far. We want to see it stay that way. Now Reggie Cook's getting in on the act on Oliver Bullock though, and wants to become the next main challenger. And a challenge around the outside from Oliver Bullock now. Is he going to follow into the braking zone too much? Doesn't look like it turned out too badly for Alfie Love. Still there, Bullock on the inside though, into the chicane. Alfie Love retains the lead on the apex. He's holding on by every single fibre of his motorsport being at the moment. And he's using every trick in the book, defending like his life depends on it. Like his repechage depends on it. A place in the final. But look at this, Reggie Cook up the inside of 2 of them, out of nowhere. What a move. No one saw him coming down the inside. And just sitting patient, waiting for everyone else to mind their own business. Reggie Cook is now up into 4th place. The final position on offer here for our Honda cadets. And he's made that count when it mattered. It has been great to see him getting into, hopefully, this next stage of the race. And I don't know where this pace has come from. He's clearly had a lot of pace to give, stuck behind all of those drivers, the likes of Love and Bullock before, and now he's just been completely unleashed to go on after and cement this 4th place. Looking back earlier this year, he's enjoyed a top 10 finish in Honda Cadets back at Whilton Mill. Wasn't so lucky to be involved in the final in the first 2 rounds, and back at Rowrah. We didn't see him at Rowrah, so back on it here at Shenington. And on the penultimate lap here, there's your front 3 who, well, I've just got to keep doing what they're doing, and they're going to be guaranteed a place in the final Honda Cadet race of the day. And on our final lap now, here's these 3 just having a nice time of it out there, getting in some what's kind of practice almost, really. Unless someone wants to go for the glory in this, I really, once again, I feel strongly about this. I don't see the point in anyone trying to fight any position here. But how far back is 4th? A long way back. Let's see how 4th is going to finish. Reggie Cook looks like he's got a bit of a gap, to be honest, around about nearly a second. So it looks like Reggie Cook's going to keep 4th. These 3 are going to take the podium for your Honda Cadet repechage. Coming across the line now. They're sorted. They're in the final. Who's going to finish 4th? We wait for them to cross the line, and it's going to be an absolute, unassailable victory in terms of getting into the final position for Reggie Cook. He takes the all-important final place for the repechage and into the A final for Honda Cadets. Commiserations to our other drivers. Alfie Love, Oliver Bullock looked like it was going to be one of them at some point. And Ethan Bainbridge, Ada Wright, Edward Charlton, sadly missing out towards the end of that one. Just coming through on the weigh bridges, making sure the minimum weights are all where they need to be. There's a very happy Maximilian Mikowski. Who stops his Honda Cadet engine and says, that'll do for now. We'll power that up back later, see what I can do in the A final. I'm very happy to see all of them up there. And all of our 4 karts have made the repechage into scrutineering here making sure they're all above board and doing what they need to do. And look, you can see how happy they are to get through. And why wouldn't they be? Nice to see that. Really nice to see the beaming smile on Max's face. And look, they might not be up there with the likes of Cannon right now. They might not be P1 every weekend, but these races are an opportunity to give you feelings like that, give you the confidence and actually build into a season more, maybe build more into your karting career. Like, this could be the next step for someone like Max on your screen there and the other drivers that got through to build on into the next stage of their career. Meanwhile though, our next final, our first main final of the afternoon has underway and out for their formation lap. So let's get to it. And our first final of the day for Bambinos, whilst we wait for them to come around on the grid and form, let's get your grids and how they're looking to start this one. EJ Dira looking to take his first final win in 2026 in the Kart Championship and the first one of his career, alongside Eli Parkhouse, Aidan Castleman. Luca Pede has recovered to 4th. What can he do from there? Max Tetlow, Ayrton Ujla is in P6. Oliver Reynolds is 7th. It's 777 from row 4. Jules Nash, Ray Furdy, Max West, Sadie Cartmill and Jensen Paris, with Reggie Love at the back of the field. Now this, if EJ Dira, who has made it count all weekend so far, if he can just do what he needs to do, convert this pole into a win, it could be one of the greatest moments in his karting career so far. This is a track where he started. He's getting a final pep talk from his dad there, who I managed to catch up with on the lunch break. And I said, I wish him the best of luck. It's so nice to see drivers that find their feet at a certain track and getting underway. How's it all going to pan out for our mighty Bambinos? Is EJ Dira going to pick up his first win in his final of his career? We're off the line and EJ Dira gets away well, but he's got company straight away on the outside. Is he going to be challenged into the first turn? No, he holds firm from Eli Parkhouse, who has to settle back into second place. But there's the intent straight away, not only from Eli Parkhouse, who is trying to challenge EJ Dira, but also from EJ Dira, that he's not going to just let a driver round the outside with an opportunity like this, which he hasn't had in his career so far. He could convert a solid weekend into an incredible finishing result at the end of this one. But as we know with finals, there is even longer to get through, and it becomes even a battle of endurance, more so than our heats earlier on. And Luca Pede, if he's got anything to do with it, he has recovered through the grid this weekend. He's leading the championship so far, and he's only one place behind from leading this race. Luca Pede ahead of Eli Parkhouse, up into second place. For our Bambinos, they come across the line again. They come through Cafe Corner and up towards Pitts Bend and towards the first hairpin, which is a prime overtaking spot, which EJ Dira knows he's hugging the inside line. Luca P's going to try and hang it round the outside, as well as Eli Parkhouse. And there might be a gap on the outside there. There's nothing doing though. EJ Dira stays resolute. And we carry on into the clutches of the rest of this race. And this, goodness me, is going to become an almighty performance of endurance, of stubbornness, of strength, of resilience, all of those qualities needed when you've had essentially the championship protagonist all over your back for the whole race. He's been there all of this year, has Luca P, but this is EJ Dira's moment, and we're going to see how it pans out over the next 8.5 minutes. EJ Deera's got to hope from behind that they kind of distract Luca a little bit and need to get into second place here, but he's kind of broken away enough that Luca's not going to be challenged too much yet. And we've seen it time and time again with the likes of Luca Pede and Eli Parkhouse for the leads in races, or even the likes of Castleman up front as well, or Jules Nash, who took victory at the very first round at Warden Law in Sunderland this season. The challenge is always a mountain to climb. EJ Deera just looking over his shoulder just to check how full his vision is behind of another rival, and it's 100% full. No let up whatsoever at the back right now. And I can't think it's going to feel any different for the remainder of this race, although you'd like to think that EJ is settling into this one a little bit now. He's hoping that maybe Luca wants to just take a little bit of a breather. And then, of course, might expect a bit of a challenge later on in this race. But don't forget, you know, the tyre pressures that our drivers go with. We always talk about it, don't we, in this level of karting especially. They run different tyre pressures, and it could aid them at a later stage of the race when they've gone through especially a longer race like we have in the final, or they could have the tyre pressures there ready for them to give them a fast charging start to make a high impact at the start, but then might fall away later in the race. Or purely it's all on the driver's capability and mental physical strength of how they're going to keep everything in the place they want it to be. EJ Deera had built a little bit of a gap there previously, and it was closed up quite considerably by Luca into that turn. Max Tetlow, though, meanwhile, whilst we're keeping an eye on that at the front, has got up into third place. You can see him right there on the back of Luca Pede, and this could be EJ Deera's knight in shining armour here and could really help him out and try and distract Luca Pede here from the challenge in front, although that hasn't really worked because Luca is just keeping his eyes forward, not too bothered from behind. Even though he did just look over his shoulder slightly, he's aware of the threat that's coming from Max Tetlow. Luca Pede's dad, Ed, you might have seen, does a lot of driver coaching in the world of Porsches and races himself, and has clearly passed on the genetics down to his son Luca, who has put in a fantastic display over 2026 so far. Not just here, but in other championships as well, but especially in this championship so far. And EJ Deera doing a good job here to wind the clock down. Try and see this race out. It is must be nail biting for the families of both these two drivers, maybe the front three drivers, of how they're going to feel. But EJ has dived into the world of karting. He's really, like a lot of drivers that I talk about, has really grown into this season so far in 2026. And here he is showing the peak of that performance, the peak of that momentum at his home track in Shenington. And I find it fascinating. We've actually got to Shenington this weekend, and we've kind of seen a lot of drivers that we've become accustomed to seeing at the front at certain other tracks, and here at Shenington it's just become a completely different ball game. I mean, not to put Luca down, but before this final session here this weekend, he's not been up towards the front. He's been getting caught up and bogged down in further back in the midfield of this Bambino grid, and Shenington has kind of just sort of changed the status quo a little bit and asked some questions of some of the drivers that we've been getting used to leading the races and being in control, being dominant and knowing how to see out a race win. And the formula has very much switched in other drivers' favours here this weekend. 3.5 minutes to go. EJ Dira on the outside. He's let Luca Pede on the inside. Oh, and he might get swamped for 4th as well. EJ is going to try and hang onto it on the inside. I think he's tried to move across, though, and shut the door. He's just about held on to 3rd there. So he's got the chance to still, be well in this fight. And Tetlow goes to the lead now. Where has this pace come from? Fastest lap pace in the last couple of laps, but he's been sitting pretty behind there. And now Max Tetlow goes to the lead. We haven't spoken about him once yet in this race. He's coming on through, and he's punted EJ Dira down a 3rd. Luca Pede is there sitting in 2nd, and Max Tetlow wants a piece of the action himself. So far this season, podium at Rowra last time out, in the top 10 in the 2nd round at PF International. But Luca Pede is going to take a possible race victory away from him because he goes around the outside. EJ Dira on the inside. This race is really coming into its own now. Is EJ Dira going to get back up into 2nd? No, he has to fall back into 3rd place. Now Luca Pede has got a huge gap out in front of him. If they don't get onto this in the next couple of corners, they're going to get Luca a free pass to a race victory that really he's been doing so well to hang on to in 2nd place, but has not really looked likely throughout this weekend so far. And EJ's just got to collect himself here, make sure that he finds a way to get through, and somehow he's found a way past Max Tetlow. Close racing, wheel-to-wheel racing. He's found his way up into 2nd. He's not giving this one up. He's right in the mix behind Luca Pede now. He gets a little tap from behind, under braking from Eli Parkhouse as they make their way towards the Bruno chicane now. This one is far from over, folks. If Max Tetlow can get up towards the front, if he gets a race win, 3rd place has been his best result so far this year, but now he's fallen down towards 5th in this pack. It's all changing in the blink of an eye. EJ Dira is really hot on the heels now. The race is starting to come back towards him. Maybe the tyre pressures are in his favour a little bit more here. Maybe he's found that extra gear that he needed to have in the tank. It's Pede, Dira, Parkhouse. Ayrton Ujla is up there into 4th. Top 5 being rounded off by Max Tetlow, who I think just made a pass up the inside to try and go ahead of Ayrton Ujla back up into 4th place. But here we go. Things are really hotting up now. Only a couple of laps to do it. EJ Dira, if he's going to win this one, he needs to find the perfect place to make that decisive move on Luca Pede through the Bruno chicane. We're going to have our final lap in just a moment. I don't think they're going to have a chance for 2 more laps. I'm not sure who it's going to favour more. Does Luca prefer that? Does EJ Dira prefer that? He's right on the bumper. He's almost pushing him along for Luca himself. EJ Dira doing everything he can. They're going to see the last lap board. Who's going to take victory here in Mighty Bambino? Here we go, 1,000 metres to the side. Luca hugs the inside. Hugging his rear bumper is EJ Dira, who has been winning, making it a habit here at Shenington all this weekend. But where is EJ going to find a spot up the inside on this final lap? Luca, understandably, comes right over to the left-hand side. EJ Dira follows his line, sticks in the slipstream, but he's got a good run off of the corner, out of the hairpin. Is EJ Dira alongside enough to swoop what will become the outside of the Bruno chicane? He's done it round the outside. What a move from EJ Dira. It wasn't going to be easy for him, but Luca Pede is now down in 2nd. Max Tetlow is coming back at Luca though. Max Tetlow is into 2nd now. Tetlow was leading the race at one point. EJ Dira has just got to keep it in a straight line. He's going to do it. He's going to come round the final kink, and he's come back from the brink. EJ Dira takes his first final victory of his career at his home circuit in Shenington. What a drive from EJ Dira to come back through and take the top step of the podium. What a well-deserved race and well-driven race that was. coming back through at the end. And that is how you round off a weekend in style. There you go. I'll wait till Dad comes over and gives him a big pat on the head. There's a big thumbs up. He's a cool customer. I mean, getting out of the car, Luca P behind. Well fought race there. That was a well-timed move into chicane. Great respect between those two. We love to see that. But EJ Dira then, who takes off the neck rest, and now debrief between these two starts of what was all going on. Wonderful. Really, really, really nice to see that. And Luca P still getting a fantastic haul of points in second for his championship challenge. But let's just confirm those provisional results for you then for our Bambinos. Luca Pede. Oh, it says Luca Pede first, but that's definitely not right. EJ Dira definitely won that ahead of the rest. I think the rest are right. And Max Tetlow, those results aren't correct on your screen. It was Dira, Pede, Tetlow, Ujla, Parkhouse and Oliver Reynolds, Nash, Castleman, West and Verdi. All right, we'll go from our Bambino final on to our next final of the day. Playing tricks with us there. Right, we'll get on to our Micromax final for this afternoon, and no dual grids to worry about. They get their own racetrack now and won't have to fight with the mighty cadets. Sebastian Crawford is there on pole position alongside Will Hatton, Jensen Darlow, Ralph Ewer, Jensen Drummond and Benjamin Finley is on the third row of the grid as well. Sebastian Talbot, Lucas Seabright, Milo Taylor, William Ewer and Lani Eden alongside Seth State Mackey on the sixth row of the grid. And that's going to be your Micromax runners making their way round towards the tram lines. Sebastian Crawford with the new aero suit on display this weekend on your right hand side off of pole position. Here we go into turn one. We are away and racing, and Jensen Darlow was hot on the heels behind there. A dive to the inside. He's put Jensen Darlow to the side. He's out into the lead. And I think Sebastian Crawford has fallen way back down the order. Yeah, right there at the front of the field. It's been a fantastic start for Will Hatton from Craft Motorsport to get himself up into first place. Also making their way is Ralph Ewer up into second. Sebastian Crawford got some work to do then to regain where he started on this first lap. And across the line they will come now and will confirm all of those position changes. Will Hatton, Ewer, Crawford, Jensen Drummond, Benjamin Finley, Jensen Darlow, Milo Taylor, Lucas Seabright, Talbot, William Ewer, and Lani Eden and Seth State Mackey towards the back of the grid. But here we go. For around 10 minutes of wheel-to-wheel action between our protagonists at the front and who knows, the driver that could come through towards the end of this one. And an unlikely winner, maybe, of Micromax so far this year in 2026. I was talking about how Shenington, for all of our classes, not just Micromax, has changed the game for a lot of drivers. And this could be the same here for some of our drivers in this race. Will Hatton is kind of, if I'm honest, not been really near the front this weekend. I mean, I'll read you through his timeline for Shenington so far. Down towards the back, P17, 17, P16. It's been down towards the back of the grid with the dual grids, essentially. And now here he is at the front of the field battling with a race winner multiple times this season in Sebastian Crawford and holding on to his own. And right on the bumper though, Sebastian Crawford now starting, I feel like, to find his feet in this one. But Will Hatton, 6th in the championship. Some valuable points could be on offer here. Some strong points finishes throughout the Kart Championship so far. Back in Rower, finished P5 in the final. Was unlucky to have some issues at Whilton Mill. Finishing the top 10 in our first round. The second round though, not lucky enough for Will Hatton. However, here, he could be on for his first race victory in Micromax in 2026. All he's got to do is do what EJ Dira did by the end of this one and could equally pick up his first win of his career. Ahead of the likes of Sebastian Crawford. There's a gap on the inside though. I thought that Sebastian Crawford might go for it up the inside, but there's plenty of time in this race not to risk that. And very smart driving there from Seb to maybe hold off for the moment and try and find another way through. There comes that move though. Will Hatton must have got a bad run off of the Bruno chicane, who went down to third momentarily, then on the brakes comes back up into second ahead of Ralph Ewer. So Crawford leads Will Hatton now, and then Ralph Ewer is in third. Drummond is fourth. Jensen Darlow down there in fifth place. Benjamin Finley down to sixth. Seabright Taylor, Sebastian Talbot and William Ewer down towards P10. Hatton though, absolutely not letting Sebastian Crawford run away with this one. He's had a taste of the lead so far, and I think just like EJ Dira had the stubbornness in his previous race, I can sense that in abundance here as well for Will Hatton out front, who's maybe going to spend the next couple of laps just to learn the body language of Seb's kart in front, how he places the kart, where he positions, where those weak spots are, if there are any, at all of the few but critical points here round Shenington, and also kind of putting the pressure on psychologically to force your rival out in front into a potential mistake. But Sebastian Crawford's now just got to have his mettle about him, and then, I mean, he points to his helmet and then points forward and says, don't let the drivers behind get back into this race. But it seems a bit of a self-indulgent call, to be honest. Sebastian Crawford will pile on into the lead. Meanwhile, Ralph Ewer comes back into second place ahead of Will Hatton. So kind of taking in turns here to chase after our race leader and try and put a dent in his confidence, which must be sky high right now throughout 2026. For Ralph, it's been a mixed season because he's only joined us since Rower last time out at round 4, so all to play for. Here this weekend, and right up in a place where I'm sure he's loving to be right now, up there in the midst of the front runners of the field. So 4 minutes to go on the clock. Many a time has Sebastian Crawford been in a position like this, but he's also been in a position like this and then sailed off away about 2 or 3 seconds up the road. He's not having it his own way at the moment. Oh, getting very on the edge of the curb there was Will Hatton. Where is he gone? Did Will Hatton drop it out of the chicane? I'm just trying to see, because we just cut away from it at the edge there. In third place was Will, and now look at the gap behind, and then Will's not in sight. What happened to Will? I think he got caught up on the curb. Did he spin round? He's now down in P8. I'm just trying to spot him, and there he is. Oh my God, he's fallen all the way down the grid. And he was right up there in the race lead. So, unfortunately, a taste of the race victory for Will, as looking like it's gone in this one. And now it's Sebastian Crawford and Ralph Ewer, who would equally, if he can conquer the challenge of Sebastian Crawford in front, would be taking his first win in the Kart Championship. And rubbing salt into the wounds, I feel, for Sebastian Crawford, who has just got to keep it going forward, finding all of the right defensive lines here, and not giving an inch to Ralph behind. Get slowed down. Oh, it's all too close for Sebastian Crawford there. Looked like he'd overcooked the corner, braked a bit too late, nearly let Ralph up the inside, but has enough to carry on down through the hangar corner, down into Wilkins. Get on the brakes. Sebastian Crawford there, cool. He's again struggling to get the kart stopped. I think he is really trying to eke out the brakes as late as he can. And they come across the line once again for another lap. They come past the commentary box and out down towards Pitts Bend and towards the first hairpin on the lap. Great overtaking spot, as we've seen already through today's action. And Ralph sticking with him here, absolutely well and truly in this one. Jensen Darlow, meanwhile, is on the podium right now. Two Jensens, third and fourth, back to front of each other. Milo Taylor throwing it to the inside there on Benjamin Finley. I think that was nice. We picked that up through the Bruno chicane towards the end. But Crawford getting on the power once again, out of the final corner and across the line with exactly a minute on the clock. Judging by the lap times, they're going to get 2 more laps. We're doing about 49.8 right now. Could even get 3 more laps here, as is the time we've got left. There is the gap, though, between our front runners and the rest of the field. And here is the S-plate of Benjamin Finley trying to make a move around Milo Taylor. And not going to find any space, I don't think, around the outside. No, has to file back in. And there was Will Hatton coming back through, fallen all that way down from the race lead. It has been a really unfortunate fall from grace at the start of this race for Will Hatton. But our front leaders have come across the start-finish line. They came across the line with plenty of time, with about sort of 10 to 12 seconds left on the clock. So this is the penultimate lap for them, and Sebastian Crawford just can't put a foot wrong here. He's just got to keep it in the right direction, get it across the start-finish line, and Ralph Ewer there, who is setting the pace. He's done his best lap around about a tenth and a half quicker than Sebastian in front of him. Here comes the charge from Ralph Ewer then. We're about to cross the line for one final lap. Can Sebastian Crawford hold on to race victory here and add another one to his tally, or can Ralph Ewer get in on the act and have a P1 next to his name and his record by the end of this one? They'll go up towards the hairpin. Here comes the charge from Ralph Ewer round the outside. Is there any grip there? He'll duck back under on Sebastian Crawford. He finds the inside. He'll have the inside for the Bruno chicane. Is he going to do the same as EJ Dira in the last race? No, Sebastian Crawford somehow stays in the lead there. Surely a last-ditch effort down into Wilkins here. Sebastian Crawford forces him to the outside. Is there any gap on the inside there? Sebastian Crawford defending brilliantly to not give him an inch. Ralph Ewer tried his best. If there's going to be a drag race, is he going to do it? No, he celebrates before he gets to the line confidently. And he just about retains the victory there ahead of Ralph Ewer. Jensen Darlow finishes third. Jensen Drummond, meanwhile, finishes fourth. Benjamin Finley, fifth, and Will Hatton to sixth. Milo Taylor, Lucas Seabright, Sebastian Talbot, William Ewer, and straight up and out of his car was Sebastian in his brand new aero suit, and maybe, just maybe, that made the difference this weekend. You can kind of make it out because it's quite dark in the scrutineering bay underneath, but there you go. It hugs more tightly to the driver and it's giving this extra aerodynamic performance. And that challenge for Crawford towards the end there, he was right on the edge of things, but he had every answer to the challenge that came in from behind. And another race victory to add to the collection for Sebastian, who is top of the Micromax table, is on course to become the champion in 2026. But it's been a flawless 2026 so far. There you go, the suit's completely different. Look, you'll see it come off here actually. It's skin tight to the driver. Round one, a near clean sweep for Sebastian Crawford at the start of the season. Second round, did pick up as many wins, but he's back to winning here at Shenington. Right, let's get on from our Micromaxes on to our next final for the day. And this is a class I always enjoy because the fight at the front between Stinson and Murray goes on. It is like the Rosberg and Hamilton of this world. I'm enjoying seeing it, but I'm also enjoying seeing our other drivers finding their way into this championship alongside Stinson and Murray. They are the first two to lead us away into this one. I'll take you through the running order as we get into it. Stinson comes to the outside to cover off Ansel Murray as we go for 10 minutes of racing plus the one lap. And Murray holds on to second, but he's getting challenged from behind. Oh, and a driver off to the right-hand side, getting the braking all wrong, going down into the gearbox section of this Shenington circuit, and thankfully there was a little bit of runoff for him to take around, but he's ended up going the full distance and right down the end towards there in the braking zone. Not too sure who that was, and just trying to pick up who's found their way into third place. I think, is that Freddie Dye in third, challenging now? It is on Ansel Murray, trying to find a way up the inside, and he's done just that. Harry Stinson leading the way then. Freddie Dye has become the filling in the Harry Stinson and Ansel Murray sandwich and saga that has got very close so far this year. But the likes of Elliot Hitch and Heath Smith, Henry Hales, all capable of being up here in the chance to have their place on the top step of the podium. But Stinson, as we were hearing in the paddock show, talking about this duel that's been going on all season so far in 2026. He's wanting to extend his gap at the top from 5 points currently between him and Ansel Murray, and Ansel Murray has got to be careful he doesn't lose too many places in this race and lose touch with the front of the field, though he is getting a big challenge from behind, with Henry Hales setting the fastest lap of the race. And there, to the inside, I believe, Murray fallen back down into 4th place because Heath Smith, I think, has gone up into 3rd there. There you go, confirmation coming through. The white helmet of Ansel Murray. Further back, there's Stinson, there's Freddie Dye, and there is Heath Smith. Then you have Ansel Murray. Ansel Murray getting challenged equally, though, from 5th place, from Henry Hales, who was setting the pace out there to come across the line. Henry Hales still got the fastest lap pace right now. And they come through out of Cafe Corner once again to make their way onto the next lap. And you say about Stinson, you know, and going out into the lead and cementing down into a place, either him or Murray this season. But Freddie Dye is right here, ready and waiting to take a victory for himself here at Shenington and find his way through to the front of the field. And for Freddie, it would be a first race victory for him in 2026 as well in the Kart Championship. And it's a strange thing that's happening here at Shenington this weekend. It has become a bit of an equaliser of performance and ability for our drivers out there this weekend, and playing to the strengths of some drivers, to others not so much. And as the drivers grow into the season more, they get more used to the mighty machines underneath them. It's bringing out some of the talent we haven't had the pleasure of maybe seeing at its full potential earlier on in the season, and now starting to come to the fold here. And the new Harry Stinson and Ansel Murray duel becomes the Harry Stinson and Freddie Dye duel here right now, with 6 minutes to go, using all of the track on the outside like it's a racing sim game to use all of the track to gain as much time as possible and get a better racing line through those first 2 corners and around the rest of the circuit as well. Stinson and Dye then charging out in front, and Ansel Murray's getting a little bit bogged down behind Heath Smith. Can't find a way through on the pace, maybe just quite happy to sit there right now. We've seen Ansel Murray come back through the field plenty of times. And did I see a move on Ansel Murray just there? I think I did. Henry Hales has gone up into 4th ahead of Ansel Murray. He's now down to 5th place. It's going from bad to worse for Ansel Murray in this championship fight. Stinson is continuing to grow his gap at the front of the field. If it stays like this into the final rounds, these points and totals are crucial at every stage of the season, but none more so than now. Coming through your screen, there's your top 5, and then back to 6. Elliot Hitch is chasing after Ansel Murray now, but there's a bit of a gap between him and Murray, so probably not going to be phased too much. The worst that can probably happen for Murray is towards the back of these 5 drivers at the moment, where he currently sits right now. Stinson, though, across the line once again for another lap. And they come past our commentary box using the white line on the edge. And powering up towards Stratford Corner again. Into the hairpin they go. And out the back and towards Bruno Chicane. Hugging the inside, hugging onto the curb as much as you want to. You probably don't want to really touch the curb though there, because it is incredibly unsettling, the curbs around here at Shenington. They're not really your friend. You kind of want to keep it purely on the straight and narrow, on the tarmac, and keep it out front and forward. But these two though, I mean, they sound like rockets with the wheel noise going past. And I know there is certain feelings about, you know, all electric machines, but I mean the racing it's given us right now and the equal power that, you know, they have to the Micromaxes. And the final we had previously. It's proving an amazing spectacle right here of just incredible racecraft, strategy, and thinking right throughout the race, and thinking he wants to try and dive down the inside. Oh, that was half a look, wasn't it, from Freddie Dye on Harry Stinson. Harry Stinson, though, manages to hold on to the lead here. He's pointing ahead. Oh, as if he's pointing ahead so he could take the lead, or whether he didn't actually see him coming up the inside. He's let Freddie Dye go, though. Freddie Dye is your new race leader for the first time, and would be picking up his first victory of the Kart Championship in 2026 if we carry on like this with 2 minutes to go. But something tells me that Harry Stinson will not want it to finish like this, having led so brilliantly for the first portion of this race down into Wilkins. Maybe he wants now Freddie Dye to do the hard work, get tucked up in his slipstream, recharge maybe mentally a little bit, and then go for that final charge on the last laps we have here at Shenington this afternoon. Whew, getting very close on the outside there, and using all of the circuit. Freddie Dye over to the left. Don't feel like there's much of a challenge at the moment, but Stinson surely is going to sense that opportunity. Freddie Dye pointing forward again as well. They know that they can't get into a fight unless they've got enough of a gap and a buffer, because Heath Smith, who's setting the purple sectors at the moment around Shenington, will be there to pounce, as is how equal these karts all are. You can't give your opponents behind an opportunity to jump in. Less than a minute on the clock. Who's going to the inside here, though? Ansel Murray watches on meanwhile and collecting the kart on the exit there. Freddie Dye got a dose of oversteer that nearly caught him out, but he just about managed to pull it together and getting on the power as soon as he could. Ansel Murray can't take advantage of the battling going on between Heath Smith and Henry Hales at the moment. He has to sit back in fifth for now, though. They hug the apex as they come into the Bruno chicane. Does Freddie Dye and Harry Stinson. It's shaping up to be a grandstand finish. Plenty of people watching on the grandstands. Harry Stinson finds a gap on the inside. It looked like the door had closed, but it opened again. Stinson goes on to what is not going to be the final lap, because there's still time on the clock. Freddie Dye looks like he's going to go back through, though. And I'm not sure if Stinson pointed him back through. They're side by side coming out of Cafe Corner. Freddie Dye is going to assume first place as he runs out of road. Does Stinson coming out of that section of the track. He pulls in behind into the slipstream, into the draft. These are crucial corners for Harry Stinson's championship. Ansel Murray is also now up into third place, coming back at the grid at this stage of the race. On the outside, Stinson tries to find a way through on Freddie Dye, tries to go to the inside. The door was closed this time by Freddie Dye. This is going to be the final lap as we cross the finish line. And just 1,000 metres or so for Freddie to protect his lead and possibly take his first win of the Kart Championship in 2026. But Harry Stinson is going to do everything he can to stay on the back of Freddie Dye, try and duck around and under and to the left, to the right, try and find a space around the outside. He's on the outside, making him look over his shoulder. Stinson trying to go around the outside to have the inside for the Bruno chicane. There's not space there to do it. The final chance is going to be to dive down the inside of Wilkins. He hasn't spotted him on the outside. He keeps looking over his shoulder. He's going to try and force his way up the inside. Now it's going to have to be the outside. Freddie Dye defending for his life. Is he about to take his first victory of the Kart Championship this season? Is he going to do it? Oh, it's so close. Freddie Dye does it, though. He takes victory here at Shenington, and Stinson has to settle for second. Ansel Murray recovers back up to third place on the podium to reduce the gap deficit between those two. Stinson still, importantly, for his championship title fight, though, ahead. And look at that beaming smile you can see under the helmet from Freddie Dye. He's done it. He's taken a race win. He's doing all right in the championship, even though he hasn't had a race win. There's been consistent finishes in the finals this season. Round 1, P5. Round 2, P6. Round 3 at Whilton Mill, P5. Round 4 at Rowra last time out, on the podium third. He's now upgraded that to a race win here at Shenington. And he's gone to take the top step on the podium. Congratulations to Freddie Dye. Really great to see that. And, you know, the spoils are being shared somewhat in this category as you get towards the end of the 2026 season. All right. Thrilling as ever. I'm sure it's not about to change because we go on to our next final for this afternoon. And here we go. It's just about to get a bit more louder. Hang on, I'll start that again. It's about to get a bit louder because that makes grammatical sense. Thank you, good England, for just as the Alpha Live team ridicule me for my perfect English. Shakespeare would be proud. We are waiting for our next final to get out onto the grid for our junior road taxis. And there they are, Teddy Cooper, who has been a class above the rest so far in junior road tax so far this weekend. Been a bit fortunate for other drivers, a couple other drivers behind having some misfortune, but it's quite interesting that he actually looked over his shoulder there and looked directly at Zach Turner in the 275. He should also be pretty wary of Ewan House, who's looking like he's starting on the front row here for this junior road tax final. Also taking part in the British Kart Championship this season in 2026. Cooper Campbell-Lee's behind there. And plenty of drivers in this junior road tax grid, including the likes of Maximilian Braskov there on your screen, who can bring a formidable challenge. Noah Moulton also in the mix. The likes of Zach Waddle behind as well. A full 36 kart grid for our junior road tax final. Let's get onto that grid and get you through it thick and fast before they come round into the tram lines. And starting on pole position for this one will be Ewan House, Teddy Cooper alongside Cooper Campbell-Lees, Maximilian Braskov up there. An incredible performance to be on the 4th grid slot. Laurie McVeigh, Noah Moulton is on the 6th grid slot. Followed by Zach Turner, Waddle, Plowman, Rapini down in P10. Lewis Gilbert tipping in P12. Tate, Farding, Lane, Shea Hilton, Noah Clare and Jake Walker. Further down towards Douthwaite, Harvey, Jameson, Charlie Very, Murfitt, Charlie Quine, and Whitehead, Ivanov, Kelly, Mayu and Stansel Wilson and Riches, and the rest of our drivers as we get underway and into turn 1 for our junior road tax final here at Shenington, the penultimate round of the Kart Championship. Ewan House is keeping the lead into the first couple of corners, through Cafe Corner, up towards Stratford Corner, towards the hairpin, gets on the brakes. Cooper Campbell-Lee's being challenged by Laurie McVeigh on the inside instantly. Oh, and there's a coming together further back towards the back of the grid. I think there was a Coles Racing machine involved there. I'm not too sure who was directly involved. I don't want to portion the wrong blame or the wrong people I was pointing out. But already, Zach Turner up from a few rows back is up to 3rd, and Ewan House in the lead with McVeigh, Turner, Campbell-Lees falling down to 4th, Teddy Cooper falling down to 5th, Braskov falling down to 6th. You can notice a trend here. Some drivers have become a key benefactor of this one so far. Gilbert is in 7th and a dive to the inside there to retake Second place from Zach Turner, from Laurie McVeigh, Lewis Gilbert, Noah Monkton, Ryan Rapini and JJ Plowman are your top 10 right now. Ewan House is being given an absolute country mile out in front. Oh my goodness, Zach Turner, I don't think he realised he was about to catch the inside curve. Just about caught his car so he didn't career into the rest of our drivers on the grid there of his, not really of his own doing, you wouldn't really know much about it, but he just about caught it. He sensed the instability underneath him, and on he goes, sitting there in third place with Laurie McVeigh in front of him. But look, he wants to get on with it. Zach Turner is an impatient driver, and I mean that in the best way. He tries to take action straight away and get in front and on after the rest of the race lead, because Ewan House, he knows, he can see, he can sense, he's seen this happen so many times before. He's been in the driving seat to drive away into the distance so many times before. Ewan House has got around about a 1.3 second gap as we come across the line. There you go, precisely that. Good guesswork, Jay, as the gap there between the two. Ewan House is in the lead, and Zach Turner is about to come and chase him because he's just got past Laurie McVeigh at Cafe Corner. Here comes Campbell Lees though. Oh my God, he nearly went into the back of Zach Turner there. Just about got out the way, and now these two are signalling to work together with each other, and it's Ewan House followed by Zach Turner and Campbell Lees now. McVeigh has fallen further behind these guys, down into fourth place. So much has happened already, and we've only had 2 minutes on the clock. Welcome to Junior Road Tax, folks. Hold on to your hats as we get into the final stages of the Kart Championship in 2026. It's only going to get better from here. Zach Turner hustles it through, as does Campbell Lees and the rest of the field. The likes of Braskov also getting on the steering as well to make sure he stays pointing in the right direction. They're so late on the brakes. Late on the brakes there as well was Teddy Cooper, jumping up the inside of Braskov. Oh, and there's a car out. The 299 of Jake Walker down towards the back of the field. Hopefully that's out the way of causing any trouble. I see yellow flags briefly waving in the third and final sector coming down into Hangar Corner. But I think it's all fine, and we've basically sticking with most of the course being green, so shouldn't disrupt the flow of our race leader too much. Ewan House, 1.4 seconds lead now, ahead of Zach Turner, and Campbell Lees there behind, following along. Ewan House, Zach Turner, former teammates. They know each other well. They know and have had many battles with each other, not just this season, but in the past, and under braking, try not to lock up too much and get it stopped as late as you dare into the final couple of corners into Wilkins, and then flat out through the rest of it, getting hung out to dry on the outside there was one of the drivers. I think it was the 246 of Ashane Nagura, maybe it was one of the others, maybe Oliver Hutchings. I'm not too sure who was on the outside there, but was very close and hung it round the outside, trying their best. 6 minutes on the lap for Ewan House to see this one out. Teddy Cooper goes ahead of Laurie McVeigh for fourth place, points ahead straight away to progress forward. He's setting the fastest lap of the race right now, out there in front. And Laurie McVeigh, we wanted to try and get back on that before too long. And see if he can make amends for this and back up towards the front. Campbell Lees is starting to drop away from Zach Turner now. Zach's almost being given the opportunity out front to flex his muscles. and try and push on forward in this race. Chase on after Ewan House. The gap's come down slightly to our race leader at the moment, who, I mean, in every single round, apart from the last round, has had a victory in one race or another, whilst JJ Plowman gets a contact warning for his moves. Further down the order at the moment in P16. Yeah, Ewan House is formidable. He has been on it all of this weekend, once again, towards the front of this field. And getting further towards the front of the field is Teddy Cooper, slowly but surely. Now finding another place, this time on Cooper Campbell-Lees, up to the podium and pointing ahead straight away, because they know these two out front, Turner and House, when these two get away, it is quite the ask to get back after them. And trying, oh my goodness, as I think that was that Plowman? And it was falling down the order, Isaac Jameson and JJ Plowman coming together in the last couple of corners there. I saw the camera pan to the left, but I wasn't quite sure what was going on. Understandably, there are yellow flags waving in Sector 3. Whilst we try and deal with that, that might affect things for Ewan House slightly, as one of the karts comes into the pits. In this junior Rotax grid, Jamie Riches has fallen foul and into the pits here. I think Isaac Jameson wants to get back racing, get his kart going again, but I don't think the race marshals are going to let him do that. So yellow flags into the final sector. That's going to be interesting towards the final stages of this race. Zach Turner has found 4/10 on Ewan House in the last couple of laps. The gap is now down to 8.5 of a second. It was about 1.4 seconds. Meanwhile, Braskov is coming through the field there, getting a place on Campbell-Lees, who's falling down through the order one by one. Unfortunately for him. But it's going to be interesting to see how long the yellow flags are down at the final sector and that kart gets moved away, because that could really hamper a challenge on the final few laps here for Ewan House. Well, good for him, but for Zach Turner to try and get past Ewan House out of the front. Ewan's got all the answers though right now. He's holding enough of a gap out front, not losing too much time, responding on this lap, only losing around about 0.5. That's enough. It's enough to play with at the moment to get towards the end of this one. Can Zach Turner find that extra gear that we know he is capable of, that we know he's got under his locker? There's the gap. There's third place on the right hand of your screen. Teddy Cooper, followed by McVeigh and Braskov and Campbell-Lees. They're your top six down back towards Noah Moulton. You can see on your screen coming through there in P7. That's this group. You've got the group of the first two, and then third down to seventh for Noah Moulton. There they are coming through. Minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Time is ticking away for every single points paying position in the top 10 right across the junior Rotax grid, but none more so for Zach Turner, who is trying his best to reel in Ewan House at the front. But is it going to be enough by the end of this race for our race leaders? There they go through on your right hand side. Meanwhile, there's a jump up from Campbell-Lees, I think back ahead of Braskov. There's Zach Turner. Let's stick with these two in the conclusion of this one. It's 0.5 second now, the gap. The gap is coming down between Ewan House and Zach Turner out of the front. 30 seconds to go between them. Where are our front two drivers going to come out in this one? There's Cooper Campbell-Lees. There are our front two drivers. You can see Zach Turner visibly closer. Ewan House cannot put a foot wrong on this penultimate lap here, and on the final lap that's about to come his way. Zach times these strategies and moves to a T. Is he going to strike at the perfect moment? Is Ewan House going to find that extra bit of something he needs to do to stay ahead? He didn't find much time on that lap, only about 0.03 of a second. They all come through Cafe Corner. for the penultimate time. Teddy Cooper breaking away from Braskov now. Looks like the podium is all but secured out front. Noah Moulton trying to find a way past Laurie McVeigh. And the clock has struck 0. The next time they come across the line, it will be the final lap for our junior road tax drivers here at Shenington this weekend. Here's all your drivers further back, down towards Braskov. Here's your front two though, going through. There's third, there's Teddy Cooper. How is Ewan House gonna hold on to this one ahead of Zach Turner? Has he got this one in the bag? The gap has come down by another 0.2 of a second. It's all going to come down to the wire here. Zach will get on the brakes as late as he can. Ewan will try and match that and also get on the brakes as late as he can. Into the Bruno chicane. No mistakes here as they find their way through. Has Ewan House got enough in the tank? Is Zach going to be able to launch a move into the final corner? He gets on the brakes as late as he dares. He's just not close enough though. Ewan House has just about looking like held off Zach Turner, and he takes the win ahead of Zach Turner. For first and second, Teddy Cooper is third, Braskov is fourth, Laurie McVeigh, Campbell Lees, Very, Noah Moulton crosses the line, Jackson Lane and Lewis Gilbert are 9th and 10th. And that nearly, very, very nearly, was the end that Zach Turner was hoping for. However, Ewan House had built up enough of a gap. He was driving well enough to take the race victory in the end. And for the championship, sitting in third right now. And that is going to do him the world of good with Zach out front. Ewan House, the gap to Zach is 28 points. And after that race, it would have closed a little bit more. But Zach will still be leading the charge. It would just be slightly less of a buffer. Ewan House could do this, and it needs to be a lot that needs to happen in the final round at Whilton Mill. But that is all she wrote for Junior Road Tax before we go to Whilton Mill for our final episode at the end of the season. But still plenty of episodes here to see out today. Let's get on to our next final. So we'll go from Junior Road Tax to Intermax, and our final here at Shenington this weekend, which again is, I'm a bit biased with certain classes. I try not to be, and then I sound really unbiased because I say that every single class is competitive and has got great talent throughout it. Of course it has, right across the Kart Championship. And there is a driver who wants to disturb the status quo of the likes of Sale and Abrahart batting at the front, and Alfie Phillipson being up there in recent times. Ethan Lloyd sitting 5th in the championship at the moment, looking to take a race victory here. And really capitalise on what has been a fantastic weekend for Ethan Lloyd, again sort of coming into his own in 2026. But there is Max Abrahart, who knows how to defend a race victory. He did that in the last Superheat, and will be probably needing to get those tactics out once again. Ethan Lloyd, who looks like he's going to be starting on pole for this one, Micromax champion in 2025, will want to try and make that count here. Further back just on your screen there, or Sam Dixon, privateer driver, well in the mix here as well. And towards the back. In our Intermax grid, Finley Roads there, the 1-2-1 on the right-hand side, looking ready to go, as all of our drivers are. Let's get your grids then for Intermax and our final showdown here at Shenington this weekend. And it looks like this. Ethan Lloyd is on pole position. Can he convert a win, a first final win of 2026? Max Abrahart is there in second place. Back in amongst the action on the second rotor grid, it's Jensen Sale alongside Ethan Manzi, Finley Rhodes and Sam Dixon on row 3 as well. Adam Bart, Freddie Blackshaw, Hamish Gordon and Jensen Skeff round off your top 10 for our starting grid. And then on row 6, Alfie Phillipson, currently third in the championship at the moment. Hasn't had the best of weekends here so far. Can he get back amongst the points? Dexter Petty, and the big points at that, is in 12th, by the way. Felix Sheldon Hayward, Logan Stanley Jones, Sam Fleming, Andrew, Aaron Rigg, and William Moore down to P18. Jamie Walsh, Jay Birmingham, Dagathor Sigerson, and Oscar Wood is in the final 22nd position on the grid. Oh, and not going to be seeing any further part. No throttle coming out of that Intermax car. That's Dagathor Sigerson for Jax Motorsport, and I think inevitably and almost certainly we'll be going around for a false start so that we can get that kart cleared away and it's not affecting any of the racing. It looked like it was on the racetrack, if I wasn't mistaken. But it might be clear. It's clear, so that means we're in the tram lines. We're waiting for the lights to go green. And will we get underway? Yes, we are. We're underway. We're into this. Ethan Lloyd leads us into turn 1. And he has Abrahart for company behind in second place as they come roaring past our commentary box here. Jensen Sale there once again, always there, challenging in and amongst the top positions on the grid. He is third right now from an impressive start. And then fighting their way further through, Ethan Manzi still there in 4th as well, coming down towards Pit Bend and Hanger Corner and into Wilkins. Ethan Lloyd settles into this first lap as the race leader. Andy. We're just hearing about one of the drivers there which might be having some issues at the front as we talk about at the front. Max Abrahart goes to the lead in this one. Sales trying to challenge Ethan Lloyd for second. And Max Abrahart then didn't wait very long to cement himself into this race. And Sale wants to go up into second. Look at that, brave on the brakes. That is way more brash than we have seen from Sale. Usually he's kind of altering his strategy here this weekend. We're getting into that time in the championship where you need to take risks like that, take moves. He's 3 points behind Max Abrahart in the championship, as Max has missed out a round due to other championships in the UK, which means the gap is ever more so precious for Jensen Sale behind, and he needs to get ahead of Max Abrahart to be in with a chance of taking home the Intermax title in 2026. But Ethan Lloyd is still very much there in third place. Ever the opportunist was Jensen Sale early on in this race, went for the move up into second, followed by Ethan Manzi and Sam Dixon down in 5th. Finley Rhodes, Hamish Gordon, Jensen Skeff, Blackshaw, Aaron Rigg is your top 10. In our Intermax final and into the braking zone. Max Abrahart, I think he outbraked himself, got out wide, and Jensen Sale found a path down the inside. And is Max Abrahart going to go further back in? No, he just about fends off Ethan Lloyd from storming past Max Abrahart, and Abrahart falling further down the order. We've seen in other classes and categories so many times that a driver gets caught in a certain position, they get out of sync, they get out of that momentum, that rhythm, and they'll find their way much further down the order and almost be in sort of 5th or 6th place before they know it. From the lead, back to the lead, Jensen Sale gets challenged down the inside by Max Abrahart, has no option but to concede the place. And Abrahart back to the lead, with Sale dropping down to 3rd, and Ethan Lloyd was ever the opportunist to jump up the inside and take 2nd place into this one. These three are the titans of Intermax right now around here at Shenington, although Ethan Manzi wants a piece of the action where that came from, and he's very much in this mix as well. But these two here are your protagonists right now at the front, and Jensen Sale has shown that he can do it. He sent a warning signal to his two rivals ahead. He says, you guys have got to be aware that I can throw it down the inside if I want to. I can play it just as tough as you two at the front. I want this title just as much as you. Abrahart with Ethan Lloyd in between Jensen Sale and Manzi behind. These four breaking away all the more as we go deeper into this race. 6.5 minutes on the clock, ticking down all the time. Come to complete another lap, seeing fresh air in front of him to drive into and around Shenington. Abrahart takes a wider line through there than his rival Ethan Lloyd behind. And probably the racing lines kind of equal each other out towards the end of the lap, but it's that trade-off, isn't it, about carrying speed into the corner and then sorting it out on the way out of the corner, or whether you want to go slow in and have a faster exit and up through the rest of the corners here at Pitts Bend and up towards the hairpin. The exit is the crucial ingredient here, more so than any other track on the calendar, I would say, due to the straight nature of all of our turns and the profiles here at Shenington. And the braking, so crucial as well to get right. All of these components got to go together so perfectly to come out with the race win. Manzi just got to be careful he doesn't drop off the top three too much. He's starting to peel away slightly. Abrahart here ducking to try and find a little bit less drag and get the car up to maximum velocity so that we're at the peak speed by the end of a certain section of this Shenington racetrack. They come past the commentary box once again. Abrahart taking that different wide line. I'm really noticing it as I look out my commentary box here. But it seems to be just about working for him at the moment. It's his driving style. Lloyd, Sale will have their own style as well that is working out well for them right now. Into the Bruno chicane. And out through, down the Hanger straight, down towards Hanger corner, into Wilkins here. Not much of a threat right now for Abrahart. The two drivers behind, biding their time. Sale wants to keep with these guys. Maybe he's giving them a slight buffer in front so he's got some space to work with. The worst thing is if you're chasing nose to tail in a race like this, and we've seen it a couple of times in the Kart Championship. From what I can remember so far this season, you can chuck it up the inside like that. You could get caught up with each other. Thankfully they haven't. Ethan Lloyd is going to try and go up the inside and go into the lead. He's taken the lead off of Max Abrahart. And what I was saying, you could get caught up on each other, and if you're the driver in third, you get caught up in all of that. All three of you are off, so it's sensible to have that gap further back. But there's no doing because Abrahart closes the gap to Ethan Lloyd. He retakes the lead. He is formidable round here, is Abrahart. He has demonstrated in the earlier races he was late on the brakes, went round the outside of two drivers that had overtaken him on the last corner and somehow swept through to take victory from the final few metres here at Shenington. He's kind of almost done a similar kind of thing there, where he just will not quit. He will not be beaten. But neither will these two drivers behind with 3 minutes to go, plus a lap. There's still a long way to go in this race. It feels like we're getting towards the climax, but there is plenty still to unfold here. Plenty of racing to be played out around 1,000 metres here at Shenington. Abrahart, followed by Jensen Sale, Ethan Lloyd, Manzi, Finley Rhodes, Dixon, Gordon, Jensen Skeff up into the top 10 in P8. Blackshaw, Adam Bart rounds off your top 10, but these are your top 3. This is what we're interested in. This is the title fight right here at the front of the field. First in the championship, Abrahart. Second in this race, Jensen Sale, wanting to try and change that. Manzi still trying to cling on to the 3 of them here towards the back. Blue flags being waved for a back marker at the rear of the grid, and getting well out the way. Great sportsmanship to see, not getting involved too much with our leaders, disturbing their progress and their race too much out there. Finding their way through Cafe Corner once again. Jensen Sale giving enough of space in front of him to contemplate how he's going to get on the brake pedal and feel it through the corners, through the Bruno chicane here, on the power as soon as you can again. Pointing furiously towards Abrahart, gesticulating to Ethan Lloyd behind. Don't challenge me up the inside yet. It's not over yet. We can still win it. Look, he's trying. He's really saying, please, please don't go for the overtake. We've still got a minute to go. We're still in this. Abrahart, though, you feel like is really starting to cement himself in these final stages of a race which he has demonstrated time and time again that he is so good at. But Jensen Sale is in prime position here. He keeps pointing over at Abrahart, who's now having a look back and wondering what moves are going to be made. Where's the lunge going to be made up the inside? Is there going to be enough and a sniff of a chance on these final few stages here at Shenington? There's going to be 2 more laps here to decide who is going to take victory. Maybe 3 more. We shall see. No, this is good. It's going to be two more laps from here because the clock is about to hit 0. So Abrahart has just got to keep it in a straight line for this final and penultimate lap, and then our final lap towards the end of his Intermax campaign for Shenington here this weekend. Abrahart has not put a foot wrong in the last few laps of this race. He's got to the lead most recently in the last few laps, cemented his position. The car doing everything he wants it to. He still look over his shoulder though. He knows the threat is looming large in his invisible mirrors. If there were mirrors on these karts, they would be full of bright, incredible Hulk green behind of Jensen Sale and the Batman-like figure of Ethan Lloyd coming in from behind, and Jensen Sale has found a way up to the inside, but Ethan Lloyd is going to try. He nearly had the run on the inside of them to try and get them both, but Sale has gone up the inside of Abrahart a couple of corners ago, and now he's just got to keep it on the inside. Is Sale going to give him the racing room? He is going to give him the room. Where did he get that space on the inside? Abrahart, somehow again, he cannot be beaten, he cannot be batted down. Abrahart takes the victory here at Shenington ahead of Jensen Sale. My goodness me. He was so close to taking the win in that one. And Abrahart somehow finds a way to battle back through in the last gasp stages. Just what an incredible drive from Abrahart all this weekend. Again in those final few stages, when it matters, he's got that extra bit that he has shown us. Handshake between the two of them. It's really great to see. He's done it. He knows where the camera is. He knows exactly what he's doing. And that is going to be invaluable for his championship fight. But let's not really get too carried away with this too early on. Our Intermax class is still very much up for grabs because the points gap is only 3 as of the last round. It's going to be slightly more between Jensen Sale and Max now, but it is still very much within touching distance for our final round for Whilton Mill. All right, going from a very close class and category there, as always, to one that there is hardly anything to choose between. Let's get to our Honda Cadets. And the calm before the storm. It's wonderful, isn't it? Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe you love the sound of the engines constantly. Unless it's the Mighties, obviously. And the rolling resistance of them. Here we are at Shenington then. We're whisking through the afternoon. And we are fast approaching a conclusion of the penultimate round of the championship. Thank you so much for joining us here on our Alpha Live YouTube channel for live coverage of the Kart Championship in 2026. 8 classes on show, and we're about to see who's gonna take the crown in this latest one for Honda Cadets. And there is Archie Loveridge, who knew how to win at Rowra, came through. There is Mason Becker, who just needs to avoid getting tangled in the midfields. There is Luca Bicocchi, who has been very much amongst it so far this season. That wasn't Luca Bicocchi, sorry. It was Freddie Drury. And plenty of our drivers all up and down the grid in all of their different respective teams. There is Phoebe Shelton in the 84, and I do love the livery of the JWR guys because I can never mistake it out on circuit. It's good to see. I love that race suit. That's really cool, like a Walter effect on that. Giving us a big wave, Kabir Singh at the back of the field there, further back towards the mid pack, and a thumbs up as well from, I believe that was Ralph Ryder Birch. Can't quite see their numbers as they're coming over the front of Keen Delaney there, and a big wave. I can see that number, I can see that wave as well from Ollie Knox, and good to see spirits are high for Luke Hamill as well after a bit of a disappointing end to the race earlier this weekend. 78 of Alfie Keeling and Reggie Cook there, who made it through into the final position in our repechage for our Honda Cadets, which has been great to see for Reggie Cook. It's been great to see him get into the mix. There's Austin Dowell as well, finding his way through. A fist up before we've even gone racing here from Seth Wright in the 99er privateer driver towards the back there. Ben Boas, who we caught up with on the paddock show. Good to see him in and amongst it. Sebastian McCarthy. Waves from everyone. Bradley Sutton. All getting in on the act in the Kart Championship. Henry Colborne there in the 75. Also had a chance to catch up with him in the paddock show. Oliver Ratton for MJR Racing. And our 26 of Archie Edgar rather, and then Alistair Saunders there in his big crocodile car. You wouldn't want to mess with that, would you? Jensen Favers there in the 20 and the S plate. of Luca Bicocchi. That's Luca Bicocchi in the S-plate. There is Jensen Culler. Cameraman's testing me here of all of my knowledge of all the drivers. Jensen Culler, and then Sawyer Henderson further up and along, just waiting for our Honda Cadets to get underway here. There is Nathan Gregg, who I'd love to see up towards the top 5 and making his results pay off towards the end of the season. Joshua Bailey, and then James Murfitt on the right side of the grid for pole position, and just waiting for our drivers to get back underway. We're hearing that there's potentially, as you might have figured out, there might be a slight delay between the Honda Cadets getting underway for their final to come round onto the grid there and do their standing start and get underway to see who's going to take the crown here at Shenington. But not too sure what the delay is for at the moment. I'm just being told that we might be having a little bit of a stoppage before we get back into things, and just hope that everyone's okay. I don't think anything was untoward from the last race. So the wind rustles over the fields of Shenington here in the Oxfordshire countryside whilst we wait to see who's going to take victory at Honda Cadets. For our final here this afternoon. And I do love actually the Honda Cadets. There's great liveries all over the Honda Cadet grid, but all over the whole Kart Championship grid, but I do think the Honda Cadets is kind of close to winning the best liveries throughout the whole of the paddock. I don't know, it seems like it's just got that upper edge for one reason or another. Haven't had a chance actually to mention this weekend a big thank you to our sponsors for the Kart Championship, who without them it wouldn't be possible for us to go racing. Big thank you to RaceCloud AI for all of your race strategy needs between race weekends, on track as well whilst you're here. A big thank you to KKC, who have been helping us give away some mystery gift prizes to some of our lucky drivers this weekend. On Track Marketing, helping our drivers be present on track but also online and off track as well. And Victory Shine too. Big thank you to them for sponsoring the Kart Championship. And all of the sponsors. We couldn't do this without, as well as all to you watching at home as well. You might not sponsor us in money, but you sponsor us in attention, and we love the attention you're giving some of our drivers. You can see on the screen there for our Honda Cadets. Phoebe Shelton there just having a chat with fellow JWR mechanic towards the back there in the middle of your shot, the 84. And I think everything all right here. I think from what I'm possibly learning and from what I can see out of my commentary box is that we can't get back underway for our racing until we've got our full medical team in place, because there's just been a very, very light check of a driver, I think, that I can see down in front of a commentary box. So I think that's the reason for our delay here before we get going underway, because there needs to be medical team all in place, present. There can't be drivers finding themselves in a certain situation and not getting the help and support. So, and also, just because we're further ahead in the timetable, I think we're just going to take a bit of a breather here. So, being told we're going to go racing at around about 4:15, which is in about 3 minutes time. So whilst we have the chance to have a bit of a breather, and so do our drivers there, including Sawyer Henderson walking around there and just stretching his legs instead of being down in the car, you might like to stretch your legs on the accelerator pedal. Okay, right. As we come back, one of the cameras has gone, nope, I'm good. Thank you very much. I'm fine. We will get back to our Honda Cadet final then, which we were anticipating to get underway a little bit sooner, but we just had a bit of a delay before we get underway because we were going too fast in the schedule. I mean, the irony. Honestly. So, Archie Cannon there at the front, and there's the little doggy again on the kart. It's going to help him round. Who knows? Maybe he's thinking about it too much in the race. I'm not too sure. Oh, scratch under the chin, yeah, fair enough. Let's get that all sorted before we go racing. And straight onto the power, there you go, that was cool. Nice side-on shot there of just... There's a green light, go, now! We need to race, okay. And any excuse to get out there on the circuit, sooner rather than later. And any excuse for us to get onto the grid. Starting for this one, it's a packed grid, so let me take you through it as best as I can. Starting on pole position, James Murphy alongside Archie Cannon, Joshua Bailey, Loveridge, Greg and Mason Becker. Sawyer Henderson, Freddie Drury, Jensen Culler, Marcus Cooper, Luca Bacocchi and Reggie Juffersey down to P12. Then it's Fathers, Grisbeck, Saunders, Shelton, Edgar and Finley Thursfield on row 9. And Oliver Ratton, Kabir Singh, Henry Colborne, Ralph Ryder Birch, Bradley Sutton and Keen Delaney. Sebastian McCarthy, Ollie Knox, Ben Bowers, Luke Hamill, Seth Wright and Tommy Burgoyne down a P30. And then your final 34 runners, or 4 runners either, of 34, Maximilian Mikowski, Keeling, Dowell and a final position from the repechage, Reggie Cook in the Orlando-inspired livery. All finding their way onto the grid, and our drivers will be waiting for the red lights on the gantry to go out. And the race start official has got a bit of a longer walk this time, as is the size of this grid, for the final here at Shenington of our Honda Cadets. Look, he keeps going, he keeps going. God, he's probably got his steps in today, isn't he? Hut two, and then eventually we might see in the background, there it is, there's the green clipboard, which means we can go racing. The lights can light up and extinguish and go away. We are into our Honda Cadet final and off to a fantastic start. Seems like James Murphy, yes, he got into the first couple of corners well. Archie Cannon also retaining second place, taking a look over his shoulder to the right hand side and seeing that that was all covered off. Is that Mason Becker finding a way up through to third or fourth? I possibly think so. From the start, we'll get confirmation of that as they come across the start finish line in just a couple of corners time. But just checking out the window to see if they've all found their way through. Okay, these two certainly have. It's Archie Cannon leading to James Murphy then, who's gone up into the lead in those couple of corners. And there, coming through the screen, oh no, it's Loveridge, but Becker did find a place, I think, up into fourth. And oh, Nathan Grech is in third. Nathan Grech, what an incredible start from Grech, up 3 places, I think, from his starting position. So fantastic performance here at Shenington so far this weekend. The driver's getting papped there by Josh, one of our camera men here this weekend, and getting them in their best look with all the racing gear on, in their karts, racing at full speed. That's what it's all about, something good to look back on. So there you go. That's actually Joshua Bailey, and Becker's actually, I think, retained his starting position. So as they come across the line, trying to see timing, I don't have the benefit of live timing at the moment, so I'm doing it all from the eye. Archie Cannon is leading the way from James Murphy. And then it's Greg back in third. Joshua Bailey and then Archie Loveridge also there in the mix too. And coming down into the Bruno chicane. Cannon leads us out of that one. James Murphy and Greg. Greg's on for a podium here. And what a way that would be to sign off his weekend and maybe to get further onto the podium for second place. Has he got it round the outside to challenge into there? No. Oh, Nathan, as a result of going for that move there, loses a place to Joshua Bailey and now has Archie Loveridge for company, chasing him down in his Ambition Motorsport machine. But to the inside, Archie Cannon falls down the wayside and James Murphy goes to the front. And Cannon falls to third, so it's all switcheroo at the front right now as they try and find their best places of where they feel they'll be suited in this part of the race. Do they want to be taking on the responsibility of going this far up the grid this part of the race? Cannon gets a bit hustled out to the side of the track on the right hand side, and now Cannon finds himself down in P5 as a result of that. But it's Murphy followed by Bailey, followed by Nathan Grech, who's back up onto the podium. Looks over his shoulder, he gets a point behind from Bailey, who was behind him I think, or maybe Murphy's giving him the point here to try and push on after. Out at the front, and are my eyes deceiving me? Is Nathan Grech in first? When did that happen? I'm just trying to see it here. Yes, he is. Nathan Grech is in the lead of this race. Or maybe it's Loveridge. I actually can't tell these cars. It's very hard. No, yes, it is Grech. Yes, it is Grech. The 95 into the lead. There you go. There's the timing line, confirming things for you. I was staggered that he found his way to the front of the field there. Must have been coming out of the Bruno chicane or something where we saw off camera those positions switching around. Nathan was having his sights of the race victory in the last heat, couldn't quite pull it off. He's got an even better opportunity here. He's up into the lead at this early stage of the race and is finding himself in a great position to build into a kart championship, which he's not been across for too long, especially in the Honda Cadet class, as privateer for a few months before, now jumping on board with the Tim Parrott Motorsport team, and it seems like has done the world of good for not only his confidence but what is underneath him as well. The confidence to extract the most from his Honda Cadet kart, and found his way up through the field one step at a time through this weekend. Contact warning, couple of them we're seeing for Jensen Farber's. Got to be very careful. The number 20 further down in the mid-pack of the grid, making sure he's got to keep it clean out of there. The stewards are aware, race control are aware of what's happening here. Now, what other category do you see that often where you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts nose to tail all in the same camera shot? Beautiful to see. Nathan Grech though will get challenged on the inside and around the outside from James Murphy. Grech about just holds it on through Cafe Corner, pushes James Murphy out to the outside and forces him wide. Is James Murphy going to switch around the outside? Is there anything going on there? No, not this time. Nathan Grech holds on for now to keep himself going in the right direction. How long could he hold on to this for? Ideally, in his mind, he wants to hold on to it for 4 minutes and 20 seconds, plus the other lap. Look at Loveridge trying to make a move around the outside there on Mason Becker, because Loveridge fell down the orders trying to recover. on that lap. He fell down a couple of places trying to find a way back through. Nathan Grech still holding on to the lead though, stubbornly, staunchly. Use all the superlatives you could want. Is there enough space there for James Murphy to find a way around the outside? I really thought he had pinched Nathan Grech to the outside, but he has found a way to hold on to it there. And Nathan Grech has had a couple of P4s so far this weekend. He has not gone to the front of the field and taken the top step of the podium. He's putting in an almighty, valiant defence right now though, in this Honda Cadet class, which is so close. And it has been like this from the start. Nothing to choose between our drivers. Out of the front, they're going to the inside though. James Murphy managed to find a space into Cafe Corner and has retaken the lead here at Shenington. Hugging the inside, he knows he's going to have the pressure, the heat on him as they come out of the hairpin. Nathan Grech is alongside, got a great run out of there as he comes through and around Cafe Corner. Oh, he catches the curb. He nearly found his way off of the circuit, but he's just about still in this race. However, look at how far Grech has fallen down as a result of getting caught out on the curbs there and the pressure from Murphy. However, he's very fortunate that he was on the very inside of Wilkins. He's in third place. He's on the podium still. And now Mason Becker, look at this, has gone to the front of the field after so much misfortune in the last couple of rounds. This is where Mason Becker wants to be, at the front. He's got the pace to do it. He just needs the luck, the space and the time to be able to do it. He's ahead of Archie Loveridge now. Nathan Grech is on the podium. It's all flipped. Archie Cannon is nowhere to be seen near the front right now. Freddie Drury, nowhere to be seen. Bailey, Luca Bacocchi, James Murphy, down to P8 at the moment. Nowhere to be seen at the front of this race. So it's between Becker, Loveridge, Grech now, and have taken advantage of the events that have been happening around them. Has Loveridge got the inside? He has. He's being the opportunist once again. Oh, Grech goes over the top of Mason Becker at Cafe Corner. And the two come together, trying to find a move on the inside there. And there just wasn't enough room for two to go into one. And on they continue. Now at the front, it's Joshua Bailey chasing after Archie Loveridge, who leads this race. And now I think Luca Bacocchi is in third. It's all changed again, just when we thought that the likes of Grech and Loveridge and Becker were leading out into the distance. A couple of moves, crucial moves and attempts, all came out in the wash together. And here was the scene of that move between Grech and Loveridge only a lap ago, which would maybe be good to see back again if we get time at the end of this race. Eric Grisbeck gets a warning from race control. Loveridge has somehow got himself in the position, like he did in Rowra last time out, to take maximum points here in the final at the end of this weekend. And I wouldn't say it's been as dominant for Loveridge as it has been for some of the other drivers around him this weekend. But he did win every single race he was involved in Rowra last time out, batting away with Cannon in the final stages. So really, we shouldn't cancel out Loveridge at all, because once he gets into this place in a very equal Honda Cadet grid, he is very hard to chase on down, and getting out wide, trying to sweep back through. Luca Bacocchi, who has not really been in this kind of position for a little while, has found himself back up in the place where he was at Whilton Mill on this final lap. Out of the Bruno chicane, Archie Loveridge has somehow absolutely gapped the two behind. Unless they're sweeping back in, they are. And Joshua Bailey is going to try and get as close to Archie Loveridge as he can, but he can't. Archie Loveridge is going to take a consecutive win here at Shenington, taking the victory ahead of Joshua Bailey. Luca Bacocchi takes third on the podium. Freddie Drury, Archie Cannon, Cooper, Sawyer Henderson, Nathan Grech in the end has to settle for 8th place, but I think that'll be a big learning curve for him going into the final round of the season, and for the rest of his karting career. He can be really proud of that, being up there in the top 10 and holding the lead for a big part of that race. Took a chance on going on the inside of Mason Becker, didn't quite work out, and had to settle for further down the order. Coming into scrutineering here, Josh Bailey alongside Archie Loveridge and Luca Bacocchi. There your front three. I don't think you would have called that, would you, at the start of that one, at the start of that race? It was all looking very different, and what, you know, James Murphy on pole position, nowhere to be seen near the end either. So there you go, there's our podium for Honda Cadets, and let's get you just a confirmation of those provisional results, if we can, whilst we wait for our next category. Loveridge, Bailey, Bacocchi, Drury, Cannon, Cooper, Henderson, Grech and James Murphy. And because Archie Cannon finished down in 5th, I'm very interested to see how that comes out in the standings towards the end, because Loveridge, with a points gap of about 19 to Cannon, that will do him the world of good, with a few points difference there between 1st and 5th into the final round at Whilton Mill towards the end. Alright, let's go from our Honda Cadets to our next final this afternoon. And it's just about to get even better. I say that every time, but it is, because Junior Primo has arrived, and this field would be good. I could just hear our camera person is being told how long we've got till our next race. George doing some sterling work out there, as well as the rest of our team out there for Alpha Live this weekend. But here's some of your drivers hoping to make their momentum pay here at Shenington again this weekend. Race weekend's all about momentum at the front of the field. You saw Harry Myatt Waldron, who unfortunately at other circuits has not really been in the mix at the front, but a change of fortune in some regards this weekend. Dooning as well, back towards the front of the grid there, the 73 at the front of things. Coming back into the fold all the more. Really interesting to see. There's Jacob Underhill, 34, who had a horror incident where one of his wheels fell off in Rowrah in the final. It's not nice to see. And the 91 there of Nelson Taylor. And the 48 here of Charlie Hailwood and Oscar Dolinek. And Elliot Dimolo too, who's been, if I remember rightly, definitely up there in the fights in the top 10 this season so far. Hakeem Bart and Jacob Kent and Shay Laird there for Thistle and Rose Racing. Good to see them in and amongst the grid in the Kart Championship. And our 88 of Arthur Murphy. And coming towards the side of this grid, Cora Moore, who's there as a privateer alongside everyone here. And a packed grid around the fence of our pre-dummy grid here. 40 of Riley Linnell, and a big wave from Jerry Dufficy in the JWR car. And there, Archie Foreman Evans wants to finish this race. A couple of races ago, reliability letting him down. Dave Edwards Racing kart there at Odysseus Hole, and Zane Perry in the Jack Dex Racing machine, and Jack Wykes in the number 50. Cato Motorsport, good to catch up with Cato on the paddock show a little bit earlier on, and Morgan Cooney representing them there. Toby Wortley for Kiddix UK. And Joshua Robinson, who is more than capable of getting up to the race lead, just needs the right conditions to do it out there. Evan Meller, Lucas Esser with the all-star American flag inspired livery on his car. Aaron Berridge there, sitting behind our pole sitter Harry Myatt Waldron here at Shenington for our final of Junior Primo, which we're still waiting for here to get underway, and our drivers ready on the grid. Just been told though that the delay is considerable enough that we're going to be holding off here for at least another 10 minutes or so. So just while we wait for our race to get back on schedule for the race timetable, because we're a little bit ahead of things here with all our drivers getting ready, enjoy some scenery and some views of Shenington whilst we wait for the racing to get back underway, rather than me blabbering on about, well, nothing useful, to be honest. We'll be back soon.
Told 1 minute.
All right, so you join us back for, well, what was absolutely not a 10-minute break. I just about managed to make it back to the commentary box. And here we are, because we want to get onto our grids for Junior Primo and get this baby underway. And here's how your Junior Primo final is looking and shaping up. Mike Waldron, Dooling, Berridge, Jackson Heath there for his best start of the weekend in 4th. Lucas Esser, Jacob Underhill is on row 3. Evan Mellor, Pudderfoot, our championship leader. What can he do from P8? Robinson, Taylor, Wortley and Jenkins. Cooney, Halewood, Wykes, Dolinek and Zane Perry and Dimolo. And then we'll have time for no more because we are underway and racing. Although, yeah, I was going to say that's it's quite a lead that Harry Mike Waldron had there into turn 1. And I don't think our drivers were really together. So the irony was, producer Luke, that we could have kept going with the grid, but we didn't anticipate that would be the case. We thought we were underway. As is the way with these things, the universe has other plans. But here we go round again for another formation. And the Alpha Live team, we are always agile, hot on our heels, whether we're out there manning the cameras, whether we're directing, whether we're commentating, whether we're eating ice creams. No, I'm just joking about that one. We're very professional. That's not during the racing. But when we're getting underway here for Junior Primo, we're all very professional because we get very excited about it and we love moments like this on the weekend. And getting us into the final stages for our drivers in this class for the weekend. We're going racing for our Junior Primo final. Harry Mike Waldron will try and hold the lead into the first corner, and he's done just that. Our 2 drivers get collected with each other though, and that's Jacob Underhill and Lucas Esser getting caught up with each other on the outside of Cafe Corner. And oh my, I thought we were all, I've just caught the false flag. Another formation lap. It's alright, me and producer Luke will just talk amongst each other and just decide how many false starts we're going to have. That's fine. Hopefully no more. It would be the case as what we're telling each other here. But that was an exciting start. That's kind of a bit of a save and grace for Jacob Underhill and Lucas Esser. I'm not sure they're allowed to reclaim their position now that they've found themselves towards the back of the field. I'm just trying to see where they are. There's Jacob Underhill coming back at the rear of the grid, so they won't be in the grid position we were telling you about, or some of it anyway, towards the start of this race. But we'll be going in the order that they were in, because if they drop to the back of the field, I think that is on them. So we'll come across the line. Are we racing again into turn 1? This time, yes, I think we are. Harry Mike Waldron is chased behind by his fellow teammate and down into the hairpin for Jax Motorsport. 1-2 at the moment, all trying to find their way through there in Junior Primo. Down into the Bruno chicane. And a driver there at the back of your shot who was less than impressed by the looks of things. And might have had an issue coming down into the, before we get to the Bruno chicane, but they cross the start-finish line. Here you go, Wyatt Waldron, Liam Dooling are in first and second. Berridge, followed by Jackson Heath, he is right up there in 4th place. Jude Pudderfoot has found his way up to 5th as a result of Jacob Underhill and Lucas Esser coming together. Early on in this one, Berridge to the inside. Beautiful move on the brakes to reclaim 3rd position, which he did lose to Jackson Heath, but it's as you were then towards the start of the lap. Jax Motorsport peeling away in this one though. Berridge trying to chase after in the Tony Kart livery. Behind them, the 22. Jackson Heath there in 4th place. The pace being set by Harry Myatt Waldron. And don't forget our final 10 minutes plus the 1 lap to go at the end of proceedings here. So plenty of time for lots of gaps to be built out here, plenty of time for lots of overtakes to be attempted, and plenty of time for the back of your shot there, the 14 of Jude Pudderfoot coming through your picture in the X-Kart, who is the latest X-Kart scholar, starting his karting in Essex. There he is at the back, moving over from Club 100 and into owner driver, and he's currently leading the championship in Junior Max Primo. Jackson Heath fancies trying to get closer to the lead though. He has moved up into 3rd now. Can he hold on to the position this time ahead of Aaron Berridge as they get into turn 3 to Stratford Corner? And I don't think so. And I think now Jude Pudderfoot being challenged from behind and then trying to challenge Jackson Heath, and Aaron Berridge has fallen a bit further down. The order has switched around a little bit. Yes, Jude Pudderfoot did get to the inside of Aaron Berridge, so Pudderfoot is now up another place into 4th. Berridge has fallen down to 5th place, so it's Waldron, Dooling, Jackson Heath, Pudderfoot, our championship leader, finding his way to the front of the field slowly but surely on a recovery weekend, it must be said, but doing it when it matters, making it count, and putting in the laps in the biggest moments of all. That's how you become a champion in the Kart Championship, in karting in general. This here, no different at Shenington in our penultimate round of the championship in 2026. They come across the line and Pudderfoot chases after Jackson Heath as they come through our commentary box, pass through, and then come through the commentary box. I think that'd be a very different kind of commentary altogether, and I wouldn't probably be speaking to you because there'd be a go-kart in my face, but they come past our commentary box at Cafe Corner into and further around now towards the Bruno chicane you see on your screen, and drivers further back in the Primo field still trying to find their way around. And there's Pudderfoot trying to get onto the podium. Jackson Heath though soaring away at the wheel, trying to get the kart all stabilised at the rear and back out the corner as soon as possible. But here comes Joshua Robinson, because he is on a charge, my friends. Fastest lap of the race so far, and looking like it's working for him pretty well out there at the moment. A 43.63, a good 10th and a half quicker than our race leaders here, Harry Myatt Waldron, but they do have, always beginning to become, a considerable gap. Back to 3rd. Around about 1.4 seconds between our 1st place and our 3rd place runners, and that's just extended a little bit further as well. Mechanical flag for Riley Linnell further down towards the bottom of the order in the mid-pack. Is going to be asked to come into the pits because of a mechanical issue, and he does pull in. I think it's a rear bumper issue. I can just see him coming to the right-hand side, just under my commentary box. And Alpha Live crew will be on that in a flash whilst we focus on Harry Myatt Waldron here and Doolin. And yeah, I think that's a wonky rear bumper. I think it's seen better days, that's for sure. Waldron, no, Dooling, and now look at the timing screen on your left as they come across the line. Pudderfoot is in 3rd now. He's jumped up onto the podium ahead of Jackson Heath. And Jackson Heath on for a great result nonetheless, whether he's on the podium, whether he's 4th, whatever it might be at the end of this race. As we've saw from our previous races, anything can happen, orders can switch in an instant, there's yellow flags being waved into the final section. You can see one of the carts being cleared away, so that means no overtaking and caution through there. But back to green flag as the cart was cleared away. Very well. Right, here we are. Championship leader is in third place. Jude Pudderfoot is 1.5 seconds off the lead of these two. Jax Motorsport leading out front. Is 4 minutes enough for Jude Pudderfoot plus the extra lap to reel in these two at the front? Dooling and then Myatt Waldron to put behind a challenging weekend so far and possibly take victory here by the end of this Junior Primo final. It would be the epitome of the season that Jude Pudderfoot has been putting in over the course of the last few rounds. But he's got a tall order. He's got a lot to do here. He's got to hope, I think, that the two drivers up ahead fall into a little bit of a scrap. The two teammates want to go for the glory, because the gap has extended slightly more. Oh, and there's another driver out of the race there. And just trying to see, I think that was the 48 of Charlie Hailwood. So Charlie Hailwood in the JWR livery is out of this one. But meanwhile, further out at the front, it's your leading two, Myatt Waldron, Liam Dooling, Jude Pudderfoot, kind of keeping the gap pretty equal to where it is right now. Not too much of a gap that he's been able to close down and reel in, but a podium still going to be great for his championship fight, no matter anything else really, because it could have been further down towards the order, down in towards the latter end of the top 10. And 2 minutes to go then. What's the gap as we come across the line? The gap is extending between Jude Pudderfoot and these two here. So yeah, trying to maybe settle for third is what he needs to do here to cement that, with Jackson Heath chasing behind, who sits fifth in the championship in Junior Primo at the moment. His best 2025 result was a P5 at Warden Law. He wants to be the top privateer in Junior Primo in 2026, and he's certainly doing that here at the moment, up in fourth place. But he's had a great season so far. Kind of got a bit under the radar, to be honest. In the first round, a podium in Junior Primo, that race where Jacob Underhill finished about 5 seconds ahead of second place. He's been consistently in the top 10, apart from a disappointing end to the last round in Rowra. P6, P8, P3 in the first 3 rounds, and he can maybe add a P5 now to his tally, because he's fallen behind Joshua Robinson, who is further on a charge here and has shown throughout 2026 he's got the bit between his teeth and loves these final stages of a race where he's got the adrenaline pumping. It can all come out when he needs it to, and the skills can be on show. Coming through Cafe Corner then, and out for the first time. I feel like the battle is about to hot up between these two. They've extended another 1/10 of a second of a gap here to Jude Pudderfoot in the X-Kart behind. So have they got enough breathing range and breathing space to do a little bit of a battle here on the final lap? Do they have the allowance? Do they have the excuse to give us a bit of a grandstand finish amongst teammates here? I say teammates, what am I talking about? Jax Motorsport and Maxim Motorsport, they look like teammates because livery. Oh, and there's one of the drivers out there furious with themselves. That might cause a bit of a yellow flag down towards the section of the track. Myatt Waldron and Dooling for Maxim Motorsport, and Jax Motorsport out at the front, doing battle And these two liveries were catching me off guard, as they are fairly similar to each other, but there's absolutely no team orders on display here on the final lap. These two have got a 1.6 second gap to play with here before Jude Pudderfoot can maybe even contemplate having a chance to go and find a challenge on them on this final lap. Who's going to win? Harry Myatt Waldron, who has been impressive all of this weekend. He has not put too many feet wrong. He's had 2 victories to his name. And he wants to add another one here, the final one. But Liam Dooling is on a charge here. This would be his first final victory of the Kart Championship 2026 season. And he's only got a couple of corners till he can realise that dream. Harry Myatt Waldron is going to take victory here at Shenington. Finishing ahead of Liam Dooling, Jude Pudderfoot, Joshua Robinson, another great drive to bring him up the order, finishing in 4th in the end. Jackson Heath, another strong result at the top of the pack in 5th. Evan Mellor, Zane Perry, Nelson Taylor, Thoman Evans puts a little bit of the disappointment from the weekend to the back, down in 9th, and 10th, Lucas Esser recovering to P10. And there we are. Your race winner is not Fox Whiteley, even though it says it on a race suit. It's Harry Myatt Waldron, who has taken his first victories in the Kart Championship here at Shenington this weekend. He's going to get a big... I thought he was going to get a big handshake from Liam Dooling. Maybe not in the right headspace right now to be doing that. But there... This might not be the glitz and glam of a first place for Jude Pudderfoot. He's on the podium though. He's 3rd. And in the championship around him, in Junior Primo, it is valuable points with Dooling finishing in 2nd there. He's 3rd in the championship. And Jude Pudderfoot at the top of the standings. Let's get your provisional results quickly for that Junior Primo final and what it kind of means. So look, Waldron there, he's not really going to be challenging for the title, unfortunately. Down 127 points behind our championship leader Jude Pudderfoot in 3rd, finishing in that race in the end. But our championship leader Pudderfoot finishing 3rd and leading the championship going into the final rounds. Liam Dooling there in 2nd, Joshua Robertson, Heath, Mellor, Perry and Taylor, Thoman Evans and Lucas Esser. And the rest of your runners there. All right, let's go to our next final for this weekend. And it's the final of all finals because it's the final this weekend. Now it's the last one. So enjoy the action whilst you can here, because there isn't much left of it here at Shenington. There is Lewis Sumner just contemplating his thoughts and where his life has taken him to this point, maybe. Harrison Crowder there with his helmet on, ready to get going. And there, some more drivers trying to find their thoughts and feelings as they want to get going. And there's Kai Newman for the Ultimate R team. And going further down through the grid. Getting a nod of approval there. And number 20, Lewis Holt, he went past as well in the X-Kart. And that's Eddie King there for Liam Atkin Racing towards the back for this one. What can O'Donoghue do in the 18 from back there in Senior Max? Sam Kelbrick you saw as well. Connor Tubby there on your right hand side in the 80. Kirkbride. Ready and waiting to go out. And here we go then for our final grid of the weekend. And it concerns our senior Rotax final. Joshua Smith is going to be leading us away off of pole position. Riley Bishop alongside him on the front row of the grid. Lewis Sumner, Elliot Dalton Ayres up there to fourth. Another sort of weekend where it's just increasingly got better from the start of it for Elliot. Good to see that paying off him. Harrison Crowther in fifth, the championship leader. See how close he can get to the front. Scott McDowell is on the third row as well. Benjamin Lee, Zach Kane, George Cole, Sheldon Hayward, Kai Newman and Drew Preisner down there on row 6. Ross Tyler, Bailey and Rory Hinkley starting you off on row 8 with Jamie Kirkbride, Christopher Hughes and Connor Tubby. Down towards row 9, Lewis Holt, Oliver Lomax, Matthew So, Sam Kelbrick, Eddie King and Brandon Donahue. And then Melissa Adrian, who had to come into the pits in the last race and then I think had an issue in the race before that. Hopefully those issues have been put to the side, because it's the last thing we'd want. However, I am seeing a Guy Cunnington Racing machine peeling off to the back of the grid, and actually 2 karts getting caught up, and we're going to go for a false start because the 2 karts I was talking about in the midfield have had to pull to the side. I can't quite make out which kart it is at the moment. It looks like, well, that's one of the Jack Dex Racing machines. I'm trying to see it from my own eye binoculars all the way back here from our commentary box as to who is not going to be taking part in the Guy Cunnington team. And it could be Jamie Kirkbride. I don't think Jamie Kirkbride is going to be seeing this one through either. And that would add up. Yeah, I think I'm seeing a 40. I'm convincing myself it's Jamie Kirkbride. So unfortunately Jamie's not going to be starting off with our drivers as they come round for the second formation. And 2x2 finding themselves here as the sun starts to set, dust starts to fall over Shenington, but plenty of light here between the start of our senior Rotax final and the end. Who's going to take the victory in this one? We are away and racing into turn 1, and Joshua Smith goes out to the side, and now 3 drivers to the right of my commentary box and there on your screen unfortunately come together, and that is the end of their race. Unless they can get going again, it looks like one of them is going to get going again. The 98 gets on their feet. The yellow flag is understandably out. George Cole gets going again. The other 2 drivers not going to give it a go. I think they've either seen too much damage or just don't fancy it. The slow boards are out. We've got a full course yellow. There they were, heading off. We've got our racing marshals trying to get that cleared. This is probably going to take some time because there's some tyres that got knocked down as a result of that. So the 2 drivers not taking any further part is Elliot Dalton Ayres, who did well to find himself up in P4 for this final, and also caught up in the mix of that Benjamin Lee. Unfortunately not going to take any further part in the rest of this weekend. And the drivers will come past the scene of the accident. And the main thing really here for drivers when they're on a full course yellow in sort of this kind of world of karting is to actually keep the engine going. They don't want to fall into a trap where there's not enough air going through the radiator. The engine doesn't have enough juice going through it, and it will seize up and you can find yourself with your own reliability problems. So got to be also careful in processes like this, a stage of the race like this where it could be thrown up a little bit. 2 karts cleared off to the side. However, I still don't think those karts are in a position where they would be safe from everything. Tyre barriers being refixed the best they can be at Cafe Corner. There you go. There's our clerk of the course, Drew, getting stuck in with our race marshals, and also Andrew, one of our grid starters, also trying to help get our racing underway once more. And now we just got to deal with the two guys. They've dealt with the tyres. There we go. Great job by the team here as we find our way through the full course yellow and keeping it in place to make sure our officials are all safe and out the way. And Harrison Crowder I just spotted going through there is, well, not slow, but I was worried that his engine might be clogging up slightly, but it was all fine. He was just taking his foot off the pedal. Nothing to worry about. Our championship leader. And all is fine in the end. Plenty of time to do some weaving. Or if you're a Kimi Räikkönen of karting, you'll just drive straight because you don't need to do that. They come through the Bruno chicane at the slowest pace they probably have done all this weekend. But the full course yellows have been removed. The slow boards have been put away when we get down towards Wilkins and through the final couple of corners. And out to the start-finish straight. Will be away and racing under green flag conditions. They don't have to go 2x2 at the end of a full course yellow. Different procedure. It's not the formation lap. They will get underway once again, one by one, and they can overtake as soon as they reach the yellow overtake line. That's there, and they are underway once more. They've let the clock tick down slightly, and there's even less time for our drivers to do what they need to do in this senior Rotax final. We are go here at Shenington. Who's going to take the victory home with them today? Joshua Smith is hoping it's going to be him out of the front, but he's got the two X-Karts of Lewis Sumner, Riley Bishop chasing behind, and Harrison Crowder, our championship leader, there in fourth. There's also another X-Kart trying to make a change to that as to in Zach Kane in fifth. Ross Tyler, Scott McDowell, Sheldon Hayward is in 8th, Preisner is in 9th inside the top 10, and Reese Bailey rounds off the top 10. Harrison Crowder, meanwhile on that lap, found a way up into 3rd place. So he's on the podium now and chasing after the race victory here to further extend his championship lead at the top of Senior Max, and nearly being challenged and returned to sender by Riley Bishop, but Crowder holds on in his Coles racing machine and pushes on to chase after these two, who are beginning to slightly run away with it. Mechanical flag for Brandon Donoghue. That means he's going to come in at the end of this lap. The number 18 should abide by the rules. I'm sure we'll see him peel in. Lewis Sumner in 2nd, setting the fastest lap of 42.7. Crowder being challenged by Bishop on the outside again. Crowder's got the inside line though and should be okay. Just about coming into Stratford Corner and out towards runway. He holds on to 3rd, onto the podium for now. These final places in this round are just as important as when we go to Whilton Mill in September for the final round there to decide who is going to take home the trophies for the respective class. In this case, the Senior Rotax Trophy in the Kart Championship. An adjustment to the radiator from Joshua Smith as he comes through across the start-finish line. Crowder has finally been passed by Riley Bishop, the X-Kart, now up into 3rd. Ross Tyler still sitting there in 5th place. And they're all finding their way still through congested in this part of the field. McDowell trying to get out of the corner as quick as he could, down in 7th place. Two karts caught up on each other there. Did it fix each other? Oh, and he spun onto the side of the mound. It's off camera, but I've picked it up down towards the back straight, around about the hanger straight, just after the Bruno chicane. Full course yellow as a result. I thought we might be neutralising the race once again. I think he got caught up on that car, and then it was just inevitable that he wasn't going to be able to fix it by the end. And there you go. There is the culprit there, or one of them at least. Connor Tubby, I think, got maybe caught up with the car at the back of the circuit on the hanger straight. And they're just coming through here now, through the Bruno chicane, and it was just after this, so just after this chicane, got caught on one of the curbs, and here, span round to the side, found himself up onto the right, and there you go, that's good to see, up and out the cart there. Couldn't quite make out who that was, but I'm sure we'll be able to decipher it in just a second when we don't see his car crossing the timing line. Donahue is in the pits after his mechanical flag. He has seen that finding out, and he's come in. A full course yellow, then still in place. Our second one of the race. It's been an eventful one, that's for sure. And who is involved in that? It was Zach Kane. Was that further down the order who found their way out of the action at the back of the circuit then. Or maybe no, Scott McDowell as well. So Scott, I think it was Scott McDowell who got caught up. Zach Kane, I didn't see peel into the pits, but clearly been affected towards the back end of the circuit, which we can't see from our position. 2 minutes on the clock here. And another chance for Harrison Crowther to potentially carve through these front runners, which he was starting to fall away from for his championship challenge. But Joshua Smith is, of course, going to hold on to the race lead towards the end of this one in our final race. And I'm sure he's going to make it as difficult as possible for the likes of the X-Kart duo of Sumner and Bishop behind, and also Harrison Crowther, who will oh so dearly want to get to the front here. Try and make it happen. Oh, and you really, are you doing this? Are we doing this whole meta thing where you film the commentator talking about, yeah, love that. I see what you're doing, it's fine. I'll get you back, George, I will. Yeah, that's it, point your camera at the track, that's fine, that's much better. Anyway, no one needs to see my big face for a window. And maybe you do. You don't need to now though, because we're going to have maybe 2-3 laps of karting action towards the end here for our Senior Max final. Who's going to take home the crown this weekend? Can they all get through this last couple of laps cleanly, as we would hope? Let's see how they get on. Harrison Crowther wanting to get towards the front as quickly as possible as he can, but Joshua Smith for Kiddix UK, the second place man in the championship at the moment, leading the way in this one and is going to further close the gap. At the top of the championship, if it stays like this. Joshua Smith coming across the line. There's going to be 2 more laps for this one. They come through Cafe Corner for the penultimate time, up towards Stratford Corner, gets it in to the apex, covers off the inside of the charge of the X-Kart duo behind of Sumner and Bishop into the Bruno chicane, gets close to the apex, on the way out, down towards the scene of the accident that caused the last full course yellow, skips past that, through the hanger corner and into Wilkins. Finds his way around there, gets a good run out of the final corner and on to the start-finish straight. And now we're on to the final lap. Are these 2 teammates of X-Kart going to play ball, or are they going to work together to try and force an opportunity for one of their other drivers to find a way around Joshua Smith? He is staying staunch though. The defence is not letting up from Joshua Smith. He's egging on his kart to get out the corner quicker, try and get a bit of the aerodynamic benefit of ducking ahead, down in front of the front panel and onto his steering wheel to see only a few corners between him and victory here for Senior Rotax. Second in the championship, first on the road. Joshua Smith takes Senior Rotax here at Shenington for the final race of the day. Lewis Sumner, Riley Bishop, Ross Tyler, Harrison Crowther in the end, falling down another place into 5th. That is not going to help the gap in the championship. He'll have more work to do as we get towards the final round at Whilton Mill in September. But for now, job done for Joshua Smith, doing what he needs to do. The gap, 28 points in the championship. And that kart right there has got him exactly where he wanted to be. And that's got to be a tough ask when you've got 2 full course yellows in that race, not to be distracted, then to have the pressure of 2 ex-kart drivers behind in Riley Bishop, in Lewis Sumner. There they are on the podium, further back. Pushing them right at the back there. I think they just said, how many slow laps did we have to deal with? That's the case. There you go. Handshake between all of them. And nice to see them all having a bit of a debrief and a discussion of our final race here then at Shenington here this weekend. And there we are, all done and dusted for another round of the Kart Championship. And just like that, we have had an incredible day and a weekend of action. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring it to you once again. Alpha Live doing an incredible job to bring you all of the action of all the different angles here in Oxfordshire for round 5 of the Kart Championship. A big thank you from me as well to the Alpha Live team for being able to talk over some amazing pictures for you to enjoy this weekend at the grassroots level of karting and the national championship here for the Kart Championship with some of the finest talent in the whole country. It's been myself, Jake Peach, here for round 5 of the Kart Championship. I'll see you for the climax, the conclusion, at Whilton Mill in September for round 6. Until then, take care of yourself.